And on that slight pause, hello, good afternoon to my friends on the YouTube. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are joining me on day 9 of coverage of the U.S.-Iran war, part 8. It is Saturday, March 7th, 2026, just after 2:53 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. How are you all? Good to see you. I'm pleased to be with you on another day that could be full and already is full of intense updates. Indeed, before we even can begin our roundup of yesterday, I must alert you to the extensive shelling occurring right now throughout the Middle East. Last night, you watched live on this channel as Beirut in Lebanon saw intense ground fighting between Hezbollah, the Iranian proxy, in the country bordering Israel's north, fighting with the Israeli forces, not just in the south, following a paratrooper raid by the IDF, a daring raid, which we saw the helicopter land on very rare thermal imaging camera from the Lebanese border guard that leaked out in real time. Not the 10:30 p.m. raid on Friday night local time in South Lebanon, Shin Bait, but actually at 2 a.m. local time Saturday, March 7th in Beirut, which would be 7 p.m. Friday, March 6th in the east of the United States. We saw on this channel 45 minutes of extensive, not only anti-aircraft fire from Hezbollah, but also ground fighting that was then censored from the Associated Press and Al Jazeera. Hello, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to see so many of you. Before I can even catch you up on the bombing of Tehran's main domestic airport yesterday, before I can catch you up on the statement by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard about the bombing of U.S. bases, before I can catch you up about the developments this morning related to Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia and Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, before we can do any of that, I have to take you live. I don't have time to tell you about what was going on overnight, as much as I would love to do so, because instead, I must immediately show you this footage coming in from Tehran and from Israel right now. Again, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are seeing the latest pictures on the ground. This is right now in Tehran. Okay, it's about 10:15 p.m. Eastern there. These are the latest images from Tehran right now.
چیکار داره میکنه پشمام نزدیک پالایشگاه شهرره امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند.
Latest footage from on the ground in Tehran right now. That is Farsi you're hearing. That's a hell of a bomb. That is Tehran right now, ladies and gentlemen. Just apocalyptic scenes. This is right now. It's an oil depot on fire. You're watching the latest scenes from Tehran. Yes, Standing Stones. America started using incendiary bombs last night. This, however, is an oil depot. Okay, so let me let this play without volume. For those of you who want to know what happened last night with the Iranian president saying that he was sorry for attacking other countries, the Iranian president doesn't run Iran. His power might have been slightly increased after Khamenei died, But Iran is run by a security state that's headed up by the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. So, like, the Iranian president, like, put out an apology during an interview, and then they all looked really dumb. So the IRGC, like, an hour later last night, right after I went to bed, came out and was like, no, we completely disclaim that. We are not apologizing for attacking other countries. They have U.S. bases. We're going to attack them. So it was just kind of, you have to understand the political dynamics of Iran. Like, the Iranian president isn't in control of the state. Even Ayatollah Ali Khamenei wasn't in charge of the state. He was just a nominal figurehead for the security apparatus, which is in control of the military. So, yeah, that's why, like, that statement by the Iranian president, who, again, the Iranian president is, like, below the supreme leader. It wasn't, like, real. He was just, you know, being manipulative. Yes, Corina Pinky, I actually listened to a little of that before bed. Very insightful perspectives on the UK. As the UK gets more embroiled in this imbroglio, see what I did there? I look forward to taking more of that feed. And also the British friends in this comment section have been providing a wonderful amount of erudite input about the posturing of their, what I would call, ridiculous Labour government. You know, Harold Wilson was okay, you know, but I'm a big Macmillan guy, the Jack and Mac special relationship, you know what I'm talking about? So, like, as far as I'm concerned, the people of the UK have a voice here, and Keir Starmer can, you know, hopefully figure it out quicker rather than later. He's kind of not doing a great job. I don't understand why the whole blue wall thing fell after Brexit. I think the British people, you know, I'm an American, Tal, I can't tell you how to vote. I just think you should not have, like, eradicated the Tory influence in the industrial heartland. You kind of screwed your parliament, you know. The Labour government, like, you don't want to put them in charge of anything, not to mention with a supermajority. And I don't mean to be political, but, bro, they're literally arresting people for, like, making comments about immigrants online. What the hell, Britain? Didn't you read 1984? Like, come on now. It doesn't matter how you feel about a given issue, bruh. You can't be arresting people for what they tweet about immigrants. Keir Starmer and I got to have a serious conversation. I can't be violating the Logan Act, but you make me president, I will sit the Prime Minister of the UK down. I will say, what in the bloody hell is going on over there? Do you need a First Amendment? Didn't you create the Magna Carta? Did you learn any lessons? Damn British people. I'll yell at the government for you, my dear friends on the ground in Britain. Dragon fire weapons. I actually don't know what that is, Roy World, so I am not a ballistic munitions expert. I'm like an Iranian, like, heavy weapons expert, I suppose, because I know a little bit about hypersonic weaponry, but I don't know what the dragon fire weapon is, and I would love to learn more about it. Hello, Hodel Hammer. Continue to hodl. Hodl all of your towel. Lynn's my dear friend. Lynn's a super towel. Lynn's like the ever-vigilant guardian of Tao. Lynn's very protective of Tao. Okay, now let me get... I'm saying hello to my friends to start the stream. I hope you will pray my indulgence. God bless all of you and the people in harm's way. Now, let me... You damn right. You know, I'll sit the PM down. I'll get one of them big boots they have in Australia from The Simpsons that they use to kick out people who are mean to the kangaroos. And I'll be like, listen, Mr. Prime Minister, the British people have had enough. All right, Mr. Starmer? I'm telling you, the Tories are going to be put back in power. I don't even know if I trust the damn Tories. We're going to just put some ridiculous government in charge in the UK, because that's what they all deserve, you know, and we'll see if the monarchy makes it through. I don't think King Charles is doing very well. His hands are very puffy right now. Let me give you a more serious update, though. I'm sorry about ranting about the UK, but my dear friend asked me if I listened to some UK political chatter, because the UK's carrier group, or at least one of their aircraft carriers, is moving into theater in the Middle East. In my opinion, is Keir Starmer is not a war leader. He's worse than worse than Neville Chamberlain. And I don't know, he's like Anthony Eaton, but worse. I don't know how to explain it. He's just not a very good prime minister. I don't take him very seriously. Like, if you're wondering what the U.S. political apparatus thinks of Keir Starmer, we don't. Here's the scenes in Lebanon. If you heard about the Israeli incursion around 10:30 p.m. Friday night, on this streamer, if you saw the news, what happened was there was an IDF soldier buried in a graveyard from 1986, and Israel tried to go into the graveyard in southern Lebanon with 4 paratrooper regiments, and Hezbollah was ready for them, and they stopped the invasion. The reports are that in 1986, Israeli Air Force navigator Ron Arad vanished over Lebanon. They found his body in this cemetery, and so they launched land invasion of of Lebanon, the IDF last night during heavy shelling to specifically go retrieve the Air Force soldier's body that was buried here since 1986. They got to the cemetery, the 4 paratrooper regiments, but then Hezbollah was waiting for them. And because Hezbollah was waiting in ambush, and they're a legitimate military and they're not really Hamas, Israel slightly underestimated their capabilities, and then Hezbollah fired thousands, probably 20,000 rounds of anti-aircraft fire as the Israeli IDF was coming to evac their paratroopers who were trying to get to this specific spot in Lebanon. They were not able to get there. And so because they were not able to get there, what happened was the Israeli paratroopers, I'll show you, it was a pretty daring raid. We have to go all the way to back to last night, but I really want to show you this. I could not believe the scenes I was seeing. I know a lot of you want to go live, but you really have to understand what we watched happen in Beirut last night. I mean, it was almost in I don't want to just move on from it. I know there are so many things happening, but you must see what we watched live last night in Beirut, Lebanon. Not just Beirut, but the southern part of Lebanon as well. It was just almost indescribable carnage. But it wasn't just carnage, it was the actual ground fighting. Okay, I'll play you a little bit of the small arms fire in Beirut, but you must see. First of all, I have an actual video of the Israeli IDF paratroop regiment landing on the Syrian border. I don't know how this got out. I mean, I have some idea of how it got out. It's clearly a leak from the border guard of the Lebanon state. But let me just see if I can show you this. It was, 10:30? So I want to say, yeah, it was right before this. Here, so take a look. This is an actual, you're not going to see this every day. This is footage from the Lebanese border guard. That is the one of the 4. It's literally incredibly rare footage. That's one of the 4 Israeli helicopters that dropped the paratroopers on the Syrian-Lebanese border last night. Now, even more incredibly, you're actually going to see the paratroop regiment on the thermals last night. This was about 10 p.m. or so, Lebanon time, Friday, March 6th. So what you're looking at, this is an Israeli helicopter that dropped a paratrooper regiment that was going to that cemetery I just showed you video of, okay, Beit Shaum or something. And that's a cell phone of the border guard ringing. They're recording the thermals. Do you see those people? That is a regiment. That is a full paratrooper unit of the IDF. It's 7 paratroopers from this helicopter. They land right on the Lebanese-Syrian border. They're now going from Syria into Lebanon. They're marching. They're sprinting in the middle of the night. And then their helicopter's just going to be well, we got you where you got to go. You got to go now, boys. And so watch, their helicopter is just going to leave. And then what happened was, as they go in to get their fellow soldier's body in the graveyard, in Lebanon up there, they get ambushed. I'll show you the ambush. It's really brutal. And so this helicopter just leaves them. He's got to go. They're just being dropped in, and they got to do the mission and get back out. Israel was not expecting there to be an actual Hezbollah resistance to what they were doing, but let me show you what Hezbollah did. Hezbollah lit them up. I've never seen anything like this. This was the battle over that cemetery. They were just Hezbollah came out with these weapons I don't think Israel even realized Hezbollah had. Hezbollah was firing serious anti-aircraft rounds at Israel. This was over the South Lebanese city that I just showed you the graveyard of. As Israel's coming in to extract the paratroopers, the Lebanese Hezbollah are just absolutely going off, firing serious anti-aircraft missiles, a military style battle over Beit Shaum in southern Lebanon. Again, I just showed you the graveyard. The IDF could not get there. I showed you it this morning because I have sources in southern Lebanon. I'm telling you, This was the repulsion, the evac of the Israeli military last night. That's Hezbollah firing at Israel over that graveyard. It was a battle. It was a serious battle over southern Lebanon. And then I'll also show you another angle of it. All right, you can, let me show you this. This was actually on the ground. This was the fight at the graveyard. It was a serious battle at that graveyard. You're hearing the IDF and Hezbollah. Like, Hezbollah repelled an IDF paratroop invasion of southern Lebanon, and you're listening to it. It was last night. It's just what ends up happening is we get the footage in real time because I have a lot of sources on the ground in Lebanon. Then, like, the next day, I can kind of, like, tell you what happened. And so that was what I just showed you, that intense fighting. And then I have one more video of this. It was wild. I mean, Hezbollah has more weapons than I think anyone realized. You're looking at that same battle from a different perspective. I have a lot of sources in Lebanon. So when Hezbollah, like, started fighting the IDF last night, they won. I mean, they actually, you're looking at, like, what ostensibly people in the West think of as, like, Al-Qaeda, but Hezbollah is not Al-Qaeda. It is like a serious army, and they repelled the IDF. Yeah, so what you're looking at, again, we have a little more clarity this morning now that the dust settled. What you're looking at is Hezbollah having successfully repelled four paratroop regiments from the IDF who were trying to invade a graveyard in southern Lebanon. And while they were trying to invade the graveyard, Hezbollah ambushed them, the IDF, and then the IDF had to evac, and you're looking at Hezbollah firing anti-aircraft fire at the evac of the Israeli troops. They're trying to take down the helicopters that are trying to come in to get the paratroopers. So this is Hezbollah, like, it's a real war. Israel is not going to be able to wipe out Hezbollah. They are going to have to fight an actual combat war with an Iranian proxy on their northern border that has 200,000 missiles or more, plus can sustain that rate of anti-aircraft fire and successfully repel. How did they evac? They flew helicopters in, and they did an intense aerial bombardment. Let me read you Hezbollah's statement right after that occurred. Okay, let me just read you Hezbollah's statement that came in. It took, like, I don't know, like 3 hours for the statement to come in from Hezbollah. It didn't come in till like 3 or probably like 2 or 3 in the morning U.S. time. Here's the statement. Do you mind if let's just have it read for you by the British man? I don't exactly like reading Hezbollah statements in English, but this was the statement Hezbollah put out right after the attack that you just saw.
Conversation. URGENT. Statement issued by the Islamic Resistance. 1. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. And seize them and stand against them and lie in wait for them at every place of ambush. Allah, the Most High, the Almighty, has spoken the truth. At 22:30 last Friday evening, March 6, 2026, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance observed 4 helicopters belonging to the Israeli enemy army infiltrating from the Syrian direction, where they proceeded to deploy an infantry force near the triangle of the Jerd villages of Umorva, Al-Kariba, and Marban. The hostile infantry force advanced toward the eastern neighborhood of the town of Al-Nabi Sheet, the Al-Shakur neighborhood, and upon reaching the cemetery at 11:30, a group of Islamic Resistance Mujahideen engaged them with light and medium weapons. The clash escalated after the hostile force was exposed, as the enemy resorted to executing intense belts of fire that included nearly 40 airstrikes, utilizing warplanes and helicopters to secure the withdrawal of the force from the engagement area. Meanwhile, the Resistance's artillery executed targeted barrages with appropriate weapons around the engagement area and along the extent of the hostile force's withdrawal route, while the people of the neighboring villages participated in the fire support. And victory comes only from Allah, the Almighty, the All-Wise. Saturday, March 7, 2026. 17 Ramadan 1447 The idiot says infiltration.
Sorry, that was a comment. That was a comment. It keeps reading like the comments, which are Arabic translated to English. It was someone calling like someone an idiot, and I just was like, no, we don't need to hear Again, so that was the statement. I think we had a question, so like what happened? So basically, Israel's paratroopers got caught in an ambush at the cemetery you saw, and then Israel had to use airstrikes, like intense shelling, to get their paratroopers out. Now, I'm going to show you something that was not reported anywhere. Well, I'll show you something first that was reported, and then second, if you need to get caught up on yesterday, there were multiple strikes on on the U.S. military's victory base in the center of Baghdad. There was a strike on a hotel in Erbil, Iraq, in the north, I believe it is, hosting U.S. troops. There was a strike on a Halliburton facility in Basra, southern Iraq. Okay, all of this was happening simultaneously, and then I have to show you the attack on Tehran's international airport so I can show you the result of that attack this morning, okay? So let me show you a 3-minute video. This was Tehran's main international airport last night. Main domestic airport and international.
مهرآباد تموم شد. آره وای 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 مهرآباد با خاک یکی کرد.
Tehran last night. The airport. I'm about to show you the results of this bombing.
آتیش یکی دیگه زد. اومد. وای
Okay, so that was the bombing of Tehran last night. Okay, now we got to jump forward to today. There is a lot that happened last night. You want to see the result of that bombing on the airport? Let me just say this is the daytime, okay? Let me show you the result of the bombing on that airport of Tehran. Tell me whether you think there's a lot going on in Israel. We're going to get there in the last hour. I have to do the update for yesterday, or people who just start watching today who like had things to do, family, and they won't understand what's going on. Here is the footage from, oh, that's a fake image, by the way. If you ever see like cats looking at bombs, it's probably fake. Here is the, let me show you the actual damage from the airport. I only found one clip of it. It's hard to get footage from downtown Tehran, obviously. Give me 1 second. I have it, though. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Where is it now? Where is it? No, 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 no. It is not that. It is not that. It is not that. I think I did it like right when I got up in the morning. I like immediately found it. That was the damage in Lebanon. That was the spy arrested. That was Hezbollah. That was the city of Qaim. That was the meeting. That was the woman in Lebanon. That was the explosions. Here it is. This is the damage on. This is the air. This is the damage over. This is the airport we bombed. It was really hard to find this. So that bombing you just saw, you are looking within the last 7 hours at footage from on the ground in Tehran. That is the airport. That is the main airport in Tehran. That's what it looks like after we bombed it. I'm going to check out Tel Aviv right now. God bless you, Scott. Thank you. But God bless all of you for keeping me updated. I am getting live as quickly as possible. But this was a very hard piece of footage to find. This was the result. You saw the bombing raid on the airport that I just showed you, the 3-minute clip last night, around 2:50 a.m. Saturday morning, Tehran time, March 7th, 2026. This is probably like noon, maybe 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Tehran time, which is only maybe like 6 hours ago. In the daytime, that's what we did to their airport. God bless you, Nikki Exposed. You are right. Chat is going to be friendly and amiable. There's 179 countries that have watched this stream out of the Earth's 195 countries over the past few days, and God bless all of you for being so compassionate to each other. But yes, this footage was very hard to find. It is an on-the-ground, civilian, real-time perspective from 6 hours ago, documenting the damage to Tehran's international main airport that the American Army has confirmed they struck because it was being used to supply Hezbollah in Lebanon with the guns and cash. Yep. So that is the result of what we did to their airport in Tehran. Going to be a long layover. Yeah, I don't think that airport's going to be in commission for a while. You kind of, like, you can't really have any debris on the runway, and I don't think they really even have runways. I mean, if the runway is debris, you're kind of screwed. All right? So I'll show you some hits on Tehran. There was a Bushehr strike in like southern Iran that literally looks like the world is burning down. This is Bushehr port about 4 or 5 hours ago in southern Iran. Look at that cloud. We struck the Iranian Bushehr port, probably the Navy base there. This is a U.S. strike. That looks like a nuclear mushroom cloud. It is not. It is not, I promise you. But it literally looks like we dropped the biggest bomb in our arsenal on their Navy base. Look how tall that cloud is. You are not hallucinating. That cloud is legitimately probably 1,000 to 2,000 feet tall. Now, America said the shelling on Tehran was going to increase, and on Iran in general. I don't think anyone expected that. That is a very big, like fallout cloud. It's not nuclear fallout. It's just a very big cloud of dust from a very big explosion. Not something that you see every day. Here is the Baji headquarters in central Tehran being struck earlier Saturday. The U.S. is just lighting Iran up. The Baji, B-A-S-I-J, are like the IRGC's like police that like force people not to rebel against the government. We're bombing them so the people can overthrow the Iranian government. The voices of the people talking get censored so the Iranian government can't find the leaks. And we're getting more and more leaks from Tehran, like in real time, which shows that we didn't get them in the first few days of the war, but they're leaking in real time now because the people don't fear their government. They're rising up, you must understand. This is Tehran today. So there you go, the latest from Tehran. That is a Baji base, one of the paramilitaries that works for the IRGC. Let me show you the latest images from the strike on Halliburton. This was in Basra overnight, Basra, Iraq. So the Iranians absolutely still have capability. Absolutely. You might be right, Barry. You might be right. But they're starting to release footage, the Iranian citizens, so they're not afraid. The government was threatening, the Iranian government threatened their own citizens last night not to leak images. They just keep doing it. This is a picture of the Halliburton warehouse in Basra, Iraq. It was struck by a American weapon. Oh, and also, obviously, all views are welcome, but just be amiable. You know, I like Mr. President Trump. You can criticize him. Just don't, like, be mean to other people in the comments, you know. But anyway, Mr. President Trump was very nice to my towel, Grampy. We don't have to go into the story. It has to do with, like, 2009. I don't really want to go back there. This also is the result of the Israeli bombing raids on southern Lebanon that Israel used to extract its paratroopers. These are just in ruins. A lot of Lebanon is in ruins. We are not fighting Iraq. We are fighting Iran. Iran is in turn fighting. Well, we are fighting Iran. Israel is fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Lebanese government is fighting Hezbollah because the Lebanese government's not really Hezbollah. Hezbollah is like an Iranian proxy. Iran's fighting like Qatar and the UAE and Bahrain and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Oman. Basically everyone in the Middle East. Jordan got it a little bit too. The Iraqi militias that represent Iranian interests are bombing American bases in Iraq. And then there are Iranian militias, well, like anti-Iranian militias in Kurdistan, who like the U.S. is trying to arm so that they'll invade Iran. And then there's like a ground war in Lebanon because Israel wants to turn southern Beirut into Khan Yunis, which I don't think is a very good idea. It didn't really work out last night. Hezbollah is like a serious military. Now, Israel did level like half of southern Lebanon, but I just want to show you like Hezbollah. I don't know if people understand like what Hezbollah is. Here are some images that Hezbollah released overnight. They have a propaganda wing. They're like a military. So that's Hezbollah. That's a man loading a weapon in like the jungle, sort of not the jungles, the foothills, probably within 5 miles of the border between Israel and Lebanon. This is Hezbollah's command and control center. You can see they censor a lot of it. Oh my god. They're using an Acer fucking Nitro laptop. Look at that. I know exactly what that computer is. Hezbollah is using an Acer Nitro laptop. Somebody should probably tell Acer that they should not sell laptops to Hezbollah. I'm just telling you, brah. That is an Acer Nitro laptop that in the Hezbollah command and control center. Why are they using Acer Nitro laptops? Why are our like companies supplying Hezbollah? How did they even get that? That is the strangest. Like, first of all, it's a relatively powerful computer, but like, bro, they can't, like, Hezbollah can't be getting access to like Acer Nitro like 7s and 9s with i9s. What are we doing here? Why are we like why is our technology allowing Hezbollah to attack Israel? What kind of accent is that? I don't know if you're talking about the video or mine. I'm a Southern man that lives in Boston, so I also like to go, down 128 to Fall River now and again. So I suppose you could say I'm a Southern man who's never been to the South, but I'm from Boston, so I like to go down 128, you know what I'm saying? You gotta get down Fall River to beat the traffic. I'm not trying to go out the pike this time of day. I'm a Southern man. Anyway, if you were asking about the video, I think that was Farsi we were listening to. But yeah, I'm just upset because I don't think Hezbollah should have access to Acer Nitro 5s. And I'm doing some like analysis of the Hezbollah footage. They try to be all like sly with what they censor, but I know what you're up to, Hezbollah, using Acer Nitro laptops. Acer laptop on Amazon. God bless you, Scott. You are 100% right. I don't know why they're allowed to order that, but there you go. Now, here's the other thing Hezbollah has. I know the laptop doesn't seem that serious, but like, I'm just going to say this missile is probably pretty serious. So Hezbollah has these like really tall missiles that are just, they're not like Al-Qaeda. They don't live in the mountains. They're kind of like a giant military that controls like Lebanese territory. So they just have like these like giant like 30-foot tall missiles. All right, and they put them underground, and then they launch them. They're like an Iranian base. Like Hezbollah is like an Iranian army unit, a very big unit of the army. So that is one of Hezbollah's weapons. That's why I was trying to tell people I don't think you understand like what Hezbollah is all about. And then Hezbollah is trying to like flex a little bit right here. Then they're like, see, like we have underground mountain caves, Israel. Like, see what I mean? So. Like, you see how, like, the Hezbollah is showing this image where they're, like, driving into a cave? That's probably not a cave. That's probably, like a network of tunnels under cities in Lebanon that connect the entire country. How much do you want to bet with Iranian funding, Hezbollah has turned the entire country of Lebanon into a fortified underground, like, fortress, quite literally. And they are ready for a war of attrition against Israel. That's why you really have to look at what Hezbollah is putting out. They, like, I tried to tell people, I call it, like, trolling, but they really like to, like, make Israel look bad, Hezbollah. So, Hezbollah will, like, attack Israel, say they did it, and then let Israel deny it, and then, like, release footage of it. Like, they're that brutal. No, it's real. Petty, it's real. This is Hezbollah, spokespeople. When I tell you it's real, I don't, like... I wish it was just AI, but it's not. This is Hezbollah's propaganda wing. There's a very specific style to it. Like, they have, like, you wouldn't believe, I know it's hard to believe that Hezbollah has, like, a full propaganda wing. They really do. I'll show you some more footage that they put out. Hezbollah has this very specific style of doing attacks where they like to, like, the best way I can explain it is they like to, put out propaganda footage. Here's a woman in Lebanon. Her name is Courtney Boneo. She's one of the only independent freelance English reporters in Lebanon. So give her a follow. Here was her dispatch this morning.
Reporting to you
in Tyre.
Reporting to you from the city of Sur, where just hours ago the Israeli army issued a forced displacement notice for the area around a school. The bombing occurred around 3 p.m. and I was able to catch a little bit of it because I was stuck on the side of the road. In addition to the forced displacement notice in Sur, the Israeli army has also, again, issued a forced displacement notice for the entire area of South Lebanon, so everything south of the Litani. Forced displacement is a war crime. Here's a rundown of yesterday's attacks. The Israeli army targeted 65 towns with violent airstrikes. 5 towns were targeted with drone strikes, and 11 towns were targeted with artillery shelling, which we can see out here in the hills at night. Yesterday alone, more than 70 people were killed and almost 400 were injured, bringing the updated casualty toll to 294 killed and 1,038 wounded per the Lebanese Ministry of Health. In yesterday's attacks, Israel murdered entire families, including children and pregnant women. Targeting civilians is a war crime. Israel is a terrorist state.
So, she has, a perspective. You could argue that she's a little biased because, Hezbollah, does a lot of attacks too. I just want to disclaim, a lot of people who live in Lebanon, like this woman clearly has lived there for a long time. She's, holding back tears, describing how there was, mass slaughter of civilians in her country. So she would be cussing, but her way of expressing it instead of that is calling Israel those names. I want you to understand, I don't embrace her position or endorse it. She should not put that in there if she wants to be taken seriously as a journalist doing dispatches like this. But I don't agree with her position. I think it's wrong for her to say that in a news dispatch, but I understand why she's very upset. That's the only way I can kind of relate to it. She wants to be cussing, but instead of cussing, she's calling Israel terrorists. That's the best way I can explain it. It's not appropriate. It's unbecoming a news report, but she's like personally affected by this, so she's lashing out a little bit. That's the best way I can explain. I wouldn't hold it against her. Just know, like, she's doing her best to stay composed. All right, and this is some footage from Qaim in southern Lebanon overnight. Let me just mute this. This is what the actual border towns. Yes, Nikki Exposed, she does. That's why I play her reports. She's a good journalist, but she's like, I think she's just been in Lebanon for a while, and she's very sympathetic to Hezbollah. So she just like, she never reports like anything about like Israel attacking or like Hezbollah getting attacked or Hezbollah doing bad things. She'll always report it from the perspective of Israel did this, Israel did this, Israel did this. Doesn't mean the information is invalid. You just have to take it as one perspective, and you have to understand the bias in the perspective. There's some truth to it, but it oftentimes comes like very, it's war. It comes very biased towards her side. This is a report from southern Lebanon earlier this morning. It is a beautiful area. Hello, Nalatano. It's great to see you. It is like I love the people of Lebanon are very nice, and the area is very beautiful. But it's a military conflict. They're like you're looking at craters, but that's a crater. They shelled that position.
وأيضا القوة المتسللة تعرضت لعبوة متفجرة ومن ثم تلاها اشتباك بشكل مباشر.
So this is the latest dispute. This okay. This is when I say that Hezbollah is an army. This is their footage they released overnight. Okay, this is Hezbollah's footage. I'm not kidding you. This is actual footage from yesterday that Hezbollah, they go out into the field, they're an army, they bring a cameraman like us, they film their attacks, then they bring the footage back, they post-production it with music, and then they release it. This is not a movie, this is not AI, you are looking at footage in the hills of Lebanon yesterday. This is Hezbollah. You're seeing their weapons, you're seeing their missiles, you're seeing their arming system, you're seeing their targeting system. Again, Hezbollah has an actual, just like us, like any military, they have an actual propaganda wing that goes in with their units and takes pictures as they fire. So again, it's really important tactically to understand what Hezbollah is. It's not these like ragtag like terrorists with AK-47s. It is a military. It's a real state military. They've been waiting for this for a very long time, and they are fully armed. So again, just so you understand, when we're watching in Lebanon, what are we watching? We are watching the IDF, which we know is very well armed, fighting with this specific group of people. There's a lot of them. They have a lot of brigades and units and a lot of capability and firepower and missiles and like field deployment, like battalions, and like they go into the woods, they manually aim their missiles. You're looking at him like narrowing in on the scope, and then they like stand up, they like break their cover, they launch. You don't see them running afterwards, but I assure you they don't stay in that position very long because they would die immediately. They fire, they run. Yeah, they're an actual. That's why I'm saying this as a prefatory remarks, because you should understand like what it actually is like. All right. Now this is East Lebanon. This is the Bekaa town of Al Nabi Shait. Okay, this was the scenes just a few hours ago. This is what Lebanon's like right now. There's a war in this country. It's not Gaza, but it is turning into Gaza. And there are people who are getting us footage, civilians, who are displaced by this conflict. Now, you want to hear what Beirut was like last night? Take a listen to this. Good evening. This was Beirut at 2 in the morning. It was completely blacked out. This was blacked out on every network. Al Jazeera blacked out. They censored it from the AP feed after it played. People are just trying to pretend that there was not small arms fighting in Beirut at 2 in the morning tonight. I know there was. 2 a.m. Saturday, Beirut time, March 7, 2026. It went on for like 30 minutes. Scott from the chat, the wonderful Scott, found it. I'll tell you right now. It was intense fighting, too. You're listening to it. Correct. This was 2 a.m. Saturday, March 7th, Beirut time. So it was about 7 p.m. Friday in the U.S. And you are listening to, they blacked this out on every news station. We watched the Al Jazeera reports live last night of the woman in Beirut for Al Jazeera English, Heidi Pett. She said at like 3, oh, it's been quiet for 12 hours. At 4, she was like, it's been quiet. At 5 a.m. local time, Lebanon, Saturday, March 7, 2026, she was like, it's been quiet. No, it was not quiet. They blacked this out. No! And 8545 Bear, that's the wildest part. Listen to my dispatch to start this. This was not the graveyard. This was 2 a.m. over Lebanon. Take a listen. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a journalist based in Boston, Massachusetts, covering the Iraq-Iran war. I've been covering the war for 7 days straight, 24 hours straight from when the war began on the 28th of February 2026 through till now. I did 12 hours a day every day subsequent to that first 24 hours. I have a report for you indicating that there is an attempt to censor an incident in downtown Beirut, Lebanon, circa 2 a.m. local time overnight. That is 2 a.m. Saturday, March 7, 2026, correction, which would be Friday, March 6th at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, this is a series of footage you are going to see from downtown Beirut, starting at about 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday night, March 6, 2026, which is 2 a.m. local time. This is not the gunfire in the south of Lebanon that occurred near a cemetery at 10 p.m. on Friday, 10:30 p.m. on Friday local time in Lebanon, following a series of 4 helicopters landing on the Syrian border with Lebanon and invading the country. This is a completely different incident at 2 a.m. local time, Beirut, Saturday, March 7, 2026. The only reason you're going to hear this gunfire on the CNBC TV 18 feed is because it's still live right now, okay? If you go to the AP feed from this block of time overnight, from the 6th of March to the 7th of March, you will find that it has been removed. I caught it live on my stream because I was watching Beirut. People in the chat were telling me. Craig Bowden, who is in the chat here, was watching as well. Come about maybe midnight Eastern time, so as morning rose over Lebanon, the AP feed ended from this specific coverage, and when it ended, it was edited in post-production, and all of this shooting is gone. You're going to listen to a sustained amount of ground fighting. Again, there is proof on the CNBC TV 18 feed now. Who knows if this will be erased later as well. What drew my attention to this was there were multiple reports on Al Jazeera English at 2:30 a.m. local time Lebanon, 4 a.m. local time, 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and nothing was being reported. In fact, the opposite of what actually happened in Beirut was being reported. The indications on Al Jazeera English from the reporter in South Beirut was that things were calm for the past 12 hours in Beirut, but there was extensive attacks in the south of the country. No. At 2 a.m. Beirut time, this is what was going on in the capital. You are going to see anti-aircraft fire shooting up over Beirut. You are going to hear active small and large arms fire on the ground in the Lebanese capital. And then if you go look at the AP feed for this time period, you will find all of this gone. But watch it. Watch it and listen with your own ears.
الجيش الإسرائيلي تحديدا المتحدث باسم أبي غايب الزرعي منذ أن أعلن صوت إطلاق نار كثيف نسمعه بين حين وآخر، أيضا بشكل غير مسبوق وبشكل غير اعتيادي. منذ يوم أمس حتى هذه اللحظة هنالك قرابة 25 غارة تكثفت بشكل تصاعدي على الضاحية الجنوبية، وذلك بعد إعلان الجيش الإسرائيلي وتحديدا المتحدث باسم أبيخاي الدروعي عن إنذار لأماكن شاسعة وكبيرة من الضاحية الجنوبية. نروح إلى صوت الأطراف. يعني بكل دقيقة دقيقتين نسمع هذا الصوت، وهذا ما لم نسمعه عادة. كنت أقول أن الغارة الأخيرة التي كانت قد شنها من الجيش الإسرائيلي من الطيران الحربي كانت عند الساعة 6، وحتى هذه اللحظة لا يوجد أي غارات، لكن هنالك تحقيق كثير للطيران الحربي. نستمع الآن إلى صوت بشكل كثيف وغير اعتيادي وغير هذه هي الأجواء من هنا من محيط الضاحية الجنوبية. جوزيفين.
So again, this goes on for 30 minutes to an hour. You heard you heard the start, the crescendo, and the apex. That is such intense ground fighting in Beirut, Lebanon at 2 a.m. last night that it is impossible that no one reported on it. If you go look, which is why we're covering this, I will move on to go live. I know there's a lot going on. But before we just move on and this gets just like relegated to a footnote in the history of this war, I want people to understand this happened at 2 a.m. in Beirut. It is completely blacked out. You cannot find news of it on Al Jazeera. You cannot find news of it in the Lebanese news, in the Arabic news. You cannot find news of this anywhere, in any place, nowhere. As far as the world is concerned, if you didn't see this happen live and listen to it, and even then it got deleted from the AP live feed, this is memory hold. Something happened for an hour and a half in Beirut, Lebanon at 2 a.m. local time, Saturday, March 7, 2026. No one knows why. God bless you, DCLA2. You are very kind. All of you who have been supporting this stream. This is a one-man operation. Hey, you sass that Hoopy Grant, there's a food who really knows where his towel is. God bless you, Prince of Wales. You are an erudite and most refined gentleman with a very precise and syntactical predisposition. It won't let me reply to your comments. I'll just say, God bless you, Prince of Wales. God bless both of you. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. My point is, though, before I just move on, I want you to know this happened. The people of Lebanon deserve to know this happened. The people of Beirut deserve to know this happened. The people of Israel deserve to know this happened. We don't know why it's being blacked out by Hezbollah, by the Israeli military. We do not know. There is no clear indication as to why this is happening, but I just want you to know it's real. It happened, it should be noted, it should be part of the historical record, and it is important to me that people know this happened. Now, taking you to today, here's the latest footage. Sorry, all the news clips, when they mute the footage, put the same news audio over it. This is the latest footage from Erbil tonight. This is the Erbil base in Iraq tonight. Okay, the U.S. base in Erbil tonight. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to today. So this is the Erbil base in Iraq tonight under fire. This is a U.S. base in Erbil under Iranian shelling again tonight. This is Saturday, March 7th. It is 3:53 p.m. Eastern wartime in the United States. It is closer to 11-ish in Tehran. In Tel Aviv, it is 10:53 p.m., so it's probably coming up on 12:15 a.m. or 25 a.m. Tehran's like 8.5 hours ahead, but they're an hour and a half of Tel Aviv. So if you know what Tel Aviv is, you can roughly figure out what Tehran is. But it's so weird because it's like an 8.5 hour thing. The point is, it's coming up on 1:20 in the morning on Sunday, March 8th, 2026 in Tehran. And you are looking at an attack on the U.S. air base in Erbil. This was a few hours ago. This was, again, tonight. This was not last night. This is tonight. This is Saturday, March 7th in Erbil. The U.S. base was under attack. I'm going to take you through all the attacks in the last hour. There is some pictures, the most recent pictures from CENTCOM of U.S. military assets being deployed in the Middle East. These are the most recent pictures from CENTCOM. It's a lot of firepower. Successful landing. That's violent. It's very painful to go through that. It's called an arresting cable. It is very painful. You have to be like really trained to go to land a ship. To land a plane, like a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier like that, you have to be really trained. Now, what I want to show you is, I'm going to try to get you the update from today. You are not going to love this, but it is very important to understand. The American media does not want... No, stop it! No, stop it! Sorry. I do not need... I love the sound of American military jets in the morning. But what I need the American public to know right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. You know how our president and like Secretary of Defense do briefings? This was the Iran briefing yesterday. It is not today's briefing. I don't have that yet. In order for me to get it, I have to there's a guy who speaks Farsi who gets these from Arabic TV, from Iranian TV, and then he takes them and translates them. He runs it through a pretty good translator, and then he checks the translation. So I have to wait 3 hours because he manually records it. He has to do word-by-word translation. He puts the captions on, by hand. This guy, he's a really good journalist. And then he translates it. He wants to do this because he thinks the American public is not being told what the Iranian government is saying. So this is not an Iranian spokesman talking to a reporter. This is the actual IRCG, not the president of Iran, the actual government of Iran, the people we are fighting. This is the enemy. Please do not take their words at face value, but you deserve to know what they are saying. This was the day 8 update. So it was yesterday. We are on day 9 in Iran of this war. We have not had the day 9 update. This is 18 hours out of date. Please be aware. This was the day 8 update from the Iran Revolutionary Guard.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم و قاتلوهم حتی لا تکون فتنه. فرزندان ملت ایران در سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در 7مین روز از جنگ در ادامه موج 22 عملیات وعده صادق 4 ضربات کوبنده‌ای بر پیکره دشمن وارد ساختند. در این عملیات آمریکایی‌ها و تجهیزاتشان در پایگاه الزفره با تسلیحات دقیق هدف قرار گرفتند. علاوه بر انهدام رادار پیشرفته این پایگاه، سوله‌های تعمیرات و نگهداری پهپاد MQ-9 و هواپیمای یودو و سامانه پاتریوت آمریکایی‌ها نیز منهدم شد. پایگاه الزفره امارات مبدأ جنایت آمریکایی‌ها در مدرسه دخترانه میناب و شهادت 165 شهید آن بوده و عملیات‌ها علیه این پایگاه با هدف انتقام از آمریکایی‌های تروریست بوده است. در جریان حمله پایگاه السالم با استفاده از موشک‌های کروز و بالستیک، رادار هشدار اولیه پایگاه و تأسیسات جانبی آن همراه با مخازن سوخت و 2 باند پرواز پایگاه که مورد استفاده آمریکایی‌ها در حمله به کشورمان بود منهدم شد. در طی 2 روز اخیر نظامیان جان برکف کشورمان در 2 موج حمله ترکیبی، تأسیسات راداری و کنترل ترافیک هوایی، تأسیسات ارتباطات ماهواره‌ای و تجهیزات تأمین سوخت پایگاه هوایی العدید را با پهپادهای انهدامی و موشک‌های بالستیک به طور کامل منهدم کردند. ضمن آنکه در حمله به پایگاه آمریکا در فرودگاه اربیل تاکنون 11 آمریکایی کشته شدند. سرزمین‌های اشغالی نیز زیر آتش موشک‌های خیبرشکن نیروی هوافضای سپاه پاسداران قرار گرفت. علاوه بر این، یکی دیگر از مقرهای گروهک‌های تجزیه طلب در اقلیم کردستان مورد اصابت قرار گرفت و منهدم شد. همچنین پیرو یک عملیات ترکیبی پهپادی موشکی علیه اهدافی در سرزمین‌های اشغالی و پایگاه‌های آمریکایی در منطقه در شامگاه جمعه با رمز یا صاحب الزمان عجل الله تعالی فرجه الشریف موج 23 عملیات وعده صادق 4 نیز آغاز شد. نیروهای زمینی و دریایی ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران با موج جدید حمله پهپادهای انهدامی پایگاه‌های آمریکا و سرزمین‌های اشغالی را هدف قرار دادند. از بامداد روز جمعه نیروی دریایی ارتش با موج حملات محل تجمع دشمن، پایگاه‌های آمریکا و تجهیزات دشمن در منهاد امارات، کمپ العدیری کویت و همچنین سرزمین‌های اشغالی رژیم صهیونیستی را هدف آتش پرحجم خود قرار داد. خون پاک همرزمان شهید و عزیز ناو دنا در شریان‌های دریادلان ارتش جریان دارد و این نبرد تا پشیمان ساختن دشمن ادامه خواهد یافت. به دشمن جنایتکار و ضد بشر هشدار می‌دهیم انتقام و خونخواهی امام شهید و شهدای جنایت‌های اخیر در دستور کار نیروهای مسلح کشور بوده و یاد و خاطره آن شهدای گرانقدر علت جوشش خون در رگ‌های جانبرکفان کشورمان است و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
So, I want to be clear, Mr. Sweeney. Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. God bless you. Good afternoon. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be clear. Mr. Sweeney is spot on the money. This is propaganda from the Iranian IRCG. I don't want you to take it at face value for 1 second. I want you to see what their government is actually saying to their people about the war. This is, you know how each day we have an update from the defense secretary? Each day the IRGC gives their own update. This is what they're telling their people. It's horrifying. They're saying they've killed our people. Like, our government is not telling us. Now, maybe they are wrong. I want them to be wrong. But they're, like, describing, like, this decimation of the Al Ayud base. They're describing, like, absolute, like, war on us. We are at war, and the people of the United States are just being told that they should go to their basketball games, they should just, like, relax, you know, have, like, a nice, like, cocktail, and, like, go to dinner, and maybe go see a movie, and pay down their credit card bill. Are you absolutely kidding me? No. We should listen. I was reading this morning about the 1941 Series E war bonds. We need to be launching war bonds. You understand that America raised $150 billion of the $300 billion it spent on World War II through the issuance of war bonds. We need to be having our population growing victory gardens. Someone's got to whip this Congress into shape and get them onto a war footing immediately, because if even 5% of what the Iranian military is saying is true, then we are at war, our soldiers are dying, and it is inappropriate that we are wasting all of this time with our heads in the sand trying to placate the American public into paying down its credit card debt and pretending like everything is just fine. This is not the movie WALL-E. This is a democratic republic. We must be aware of what's going on so that our people can make appropriate decisions in the context of our representative democracy. Otherwise, we don't have a government. We just have kind of a zombie state where the people in charge are walking around making decisions without any input from the polity. Who's thinking more about what color hair someone on a Twitter space has that pissed them off today than they are about our troops dying, and I won't stand for it. I truly believe Iran is lying. I think that a lot of countries are lying, but I believe that we are on a war footing. I believe it. And I think the American public is wasting valuable time due to our political cowards in Congress. All right? At least Mr. President Trump is willing to do something. He's willing to tell people. You should have seen the reporters asking questions to the Secretary of War on day 3. The Secretary of War hadn't slept in 3 days. He was trying to give a briefing to Congress. One of the reporters was like, Mr. Secretary, you used the word but the other day. You know, didn't you really mean and? The Secretary of War looked at the reporter like the reporter was like some kind of communist and was like, the Secretary of War probably wanted to just start screaming at the reporter. Like, what are you asking me right now? Are you some kind of anti-American, like, traitor? He composed himself and gave a decent answer. The press doesn't get it. They're complicit. The Congress, the Democrats, listen, the Democrats couldn't make a policy decision if you took a giant light bulb, screwed it into each of their heads, and linked it directly up to a friggin' idea-generating power station. My God, not to mention a wartime, like, decision-making body. You want AOC making decisions about a war? She'd be like, oh, listen, I don't know if we can, like, drop that bomb on that, like, army. Like, what if, like, one of the pieces of shrapnel, like, hits, like, some, like, you know, innocent, like, goat a few, like, miles away? Won't somebody think of the goats? That's not a fucking policy position! You don't understand. Let me put me into that Congress. Let me whip them into shape. They are not ready. You put me right up there. I'll take care of them. I'll stand up in the Senate or the House and I'll just yell things at them. That'll put them in line. I'm not taking it. I am mad. I try not to do. This is a really political commentary. It's more I'm just mad that my Congress is letting my countrymen and my troops die and no one cares. People just are going to the movies. I saw somebody driving around today going to Burger King. They made me wait 20 minutes in the line. I was yelling at them that Tel Aviv was being bombed. I was like, I have to go tell people about this. What the hell is taking you so long? Don't you know how to use the Burger King app? Why are you paying with cash? You don't understand. The woman was laughing and kind of chuckling, and I was like, I know it's not your fault, ma'am. It's like the 6 people in front of you. You could just see her just like laughing in the car as I was screaming. I was like, people are dying, and I am waiting in line at Burger King because you humans are fundamentally inefficient and don't know how to use the app. You don't understand. But that's why I can't be out in public. Like, you can't be yelling at people about that, you know. So I was just in the car yelling. There was no person in front of me. I was just yelling into the ether. You know, I'm just saying. Serene, people don't actually go to the movies. I realize that. I was using it as a general aphorism. I appreciate your indulgence. Listen, I need 5 minutes. You don't understand. My countrymen do not understand how bad it is. These are the most recent scenes from the Bushehr naval base in Iran. After we leveled it, it did not survive. We did level the naval base in Bushehr. You will forgive my political ranting. Continue. Let us take a look at the fighter jets launching. This was from Command and Control. You saw it from CENTCOM. These are the most recent pictures from downtown Tehran. Tehran is burning today. This was earlier before the sunset. That's Tehran. Oh yeah, it seems a little smoky. Oh, I feel bad for those civilians. May God protect the innocent people of Tehran. We do not wish to hurt them. Downtown Tehran today. Probably about 4 hours ago, maybe 5. Downtown Tehran, about 5 hours ago. Again, the latest pictures from downtown Tehran this morning, maybe about 4 hours ago. Latest pictures from Tehran. The sun is set in Tehran now, but this is the pictures from the daytime. It's hard to get it out, like the pictures right away, but this is the daytime pictures from Tehran after last night's U.S. bombing. It's just some of the images of the damage in Tehran from the U.S. raids last night. This is actually on the ground in Tehran.
شب زده ها شب زده از پایگاه اوژانسه
Latest images from Tehran this morning. It did not show the complete decimation. Here's the latest from very loud. This is the latest from Iran, showing the launching of their drones in Israel in the past 4 hours. This is the latest footage from Iran, showing the launching of drones at Tel Aviv in the last 3 hours. So this is released from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in the last 3 hours. These are the actual drones that were fired at Tel Aviv in the last 3 hours. Yeah, I don't think the war is over. I love Mr. President Trump. I understand rhetoric is important, but the war is not over. Let me show you what the damage that Israel did to southern Lebanon overnight. Okay, this is one of the towns in southern Lebanon. You're looking at just a humanitarian crisis of unparalleled proportion. Big Ray, I agree. It's propaganda footage, don't get me wrong. I must be clear that just because the Iranian Revolutionary Guard put something out does not mean you should take it at face value ever. Okay? Here are some U.S. airstrikes from against Iranian militias in Iraq about 3 hours ago. Iranian targets in Iraq shelled by the U.S. military 3 hours ago.
استهدافهم في نينوى. طبعا هذا الاستهداف كان لهذه الألوية في الحشد الشعبي في نينوى. نتابع الدخان.
Again, this is American airstrikes on Iranian positions in Iraq about 3 hours ago, right as the sun was setting in the Middle East. You're watching Al Arabia, which is a Saudi Arabian network, but I'm just telling you what you're looking at, which is airstrikes by U.S. forces on Iranian militants in the, I think it's the west of Iraq. Alright, so those are the groups that were like killing our troops overnight. They got hit pretty hard. I mean, she's not saying that, I'm saying that. She's probably saying something that's a little bit more friendly to the Iraqis. I'm not very friendly to the Iraqis. I mean, I'm not from Saudi Arabia. I also don't speak Arabic. You know, so our troops got hit overnight at the air base, the Erbil base, also at U.S. Victory Base in Baghdad. And they destroyed multiple U.S. military contractors like Halliburton in Basra, Iraq in the south. You don't understand. We had to hit them. We hit them. I would say the U.S. hit them. You know, we hit them. You can't be killing our boys and girls. You know what I'm saying? No, vote towel, how long? I'm not John McCain. I'm like Jed Bartlett, crossed with Teddy Roosevelt. A little bit of Ida Tarbell, Hunter S. Thompson, Walt Whitman, little Thomas Jefferson, in for good measure. Maybe a little Madison. I'm not really a Hamiltonian. Some Kant in there, Thomas Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau. More of a Hobbesian than a Rousseauian, but I'm somewhat sympathetic to Rousseau. You know, put me in there. I'll be great. Just imagine me giving press conferences all day. Oh my God, it would be hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, just put me right into, just give me like a bully pulpit. Let me yell at the Congress. Let me yell at the media. I'll whip them all into shape. The American public will be thrilled. Here's more footage of the strike on Tehran. I thought it was the southern port. Yes, vote towel. Put me into office, ladies and gentlemen. The Republican Party will love me. You don't understand. I will go around. I will tell the people how it is. We'll be hugging the flag, preaching to Jesus. We can have other religions too, but Jesus is a very important part of this plan. If you're not on board with Jesus, we're on board with you, but you still have to be respectful to Jesus. If we're going to say the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, then you have to be nice to Jesus. That's just one example. We're even being nice to the pagans. We found out that pagans are not Canaanites. Some Canaanites are probably pagans, but pagans just really like trees and nature. We can be down with that. We can welcome all sorts of religions. Listen, if I can be friends with the Canadians after the War of 1812 because of our wonderful friend Scott from Canada, he's the ambassador to Towel. He solved the Canadian question. You don't understand the Canadian question. You think Marx had a lot to write about in 1858 in Vienna? Bro, you want to write on the Towel Canadian question, you got to go all the way back to the Canadians raising the flag over Detroit in 1812. Scott solved it in like 4 minutes. He just came in. He was a diplomatic ambassador on behalf of the Canadians. All of a sudden, everything was all right. You know, the people of Canada should put more faith in this man. He's very smart. All right, here's the most recent bombing on the Dubai airport. I do not know if the strike actually hit or if it was an interception. This was the most recent strike on the Dubai airport. Yes, the damn War of 1812. You don't understand. Can't be putting your flag over Detroit. It's my city of Detroit. Again, this is the most recent footage from the Dubai International Airport. It was struck pretty hard earlier today. One of them was an intercept. I don't know if one actually hit. This was earlier today. This is the Dubai International Airport. I think one of them was an intercept. I don't know if the first was an actual hit. I know one was an intercept. But again, I'm showing you the most recent footage from the Dubai International Airport, probably as the sun rose this morning. It's now nighttime. No, not in Dubai. It's probably like just sunset, the golden hour. Here's a pretty cool piece of footage. It's going to make you dizzy. This is the Israeli Air Force intercepting an Iranian drone. Like, you're going to watch the actual intercept. Try not to get too dizzy. Look away if you get dizzy. So that's a drone going really, 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 really fast. And then that's the Israeli Air Force, and they're like, when they get the drone. This is from like 3 hours ago they released it, so it probably happened like 6 hours ago. So the drone's really going fast. You see how the drone's going really, really fast, but the Israeli pilot's like, I'm very good at what I do. He's driving a jet. That's the actual pilot. He's like, lock one, engage, and then he shoots down the drone. He nailed the drone. Look how good that Israeli pilot is. God bless those Israeli pilots. Look at him. Look at how fast he's going. And he just gets that drone. He just takes it out in one shot. He locks on. You see the lock on with the red target? That's actually military footage. That's what their cameras look like when they're showing to the main command. You see how he locks on? Well, the red target's added after, but you see the lock on with the box? You think life's not a video game, so let me show you what it's like when you actually have to defend your country. So you see the red circle? That's added in post-production, but what I was trying to point out to you is the box below it. That box, you see the primary box right there, the big box? That shows he got his initial lock, and you see how it then centers in with the little box? That's telling him in real time. Now, bro, you better be able to see, like, within a millisecond, like, you better have the best reaction time of any human being on the planet. Because as soon as that initial primary box goes on, you're going to get the alert telling you that it's initially locked. But you better be ready, bro, because as soon you don't have a big window. It's a drone. It's going really fast. As soon as you see that secondary lock, mind you, you are going really, really fast. You're probably going like 1,500 miles an hour. It is probably going like, I don't know, 1,000 miles an hour. So it's traveling at exceptional speeds, pretty much Mach 1, the speed of sound. Now, maybe a little slower, but you are going capable. You are in a jet, probably an F-15E, capable of going 1,000, probably 300 miles an hour. And you have like a millisecond, bro. You don't understand. You need to like not crash the jet. You need to fly the jet. You need to, like, know which missile you're firing. You need to know where the fucking drone is. You need to make sure it's not, like, over a civilian population. You got to have permission from command to, like, fire. You can't just fire weapons in the military. So this dude is, like, ready. Like, he's ready. And as soon as he gets... Now, look, he's got two locks, actually. He's got a front lock here, like, leading the box, okay? And then he's got a main lock on the drone. It's telling him, like, you are locked. Fire that missile right now. If you fire the missile right now, I can hit the drone. I can hit the drone. Fire the missile. Mr. Pilot Man. Fire. Push the button. And he's like, okay, I'll push the button. Okay, boom. Okay, now notice what he's waiting for. See all the boxes start to align? Okay, ready? Like, see this box, see this box, see the big box? Watch when the little box is now in the big box. Okay, wait. He missed the lock. Okay, he's got the lock again. Wait. You see it slowly go. He's got it. You see it slowly creep into the middle. Okay, now he's ready to take it out. You ready? He's ready? Okay, hold on. Boom! Boom! Oh, he's such a G. Look at it. Wait, watch the second box pop up. Look, ready? Wait. Watch how quick he gets it. You see? He's locked. He missed the first two because he wasn't ready to fire. But he's a G. Look at him. Wait for it. Hold on, he's going to get the lock, like, right now. Hold on, it's on this pass. Wait. Wait. He has, like, a millisecond to hit right there. Oh, he got it. He got him. As soon as it flashed, he got him. He had, like, 4 tries at it. He kept getting the initial lock, and then it would, like, bring it into the box, and he missed. It would bring it into the box, and then he just took it out. You don't understand. He's a very skilled pilot, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you are watching footage of what Israel is doing to protect their people. They're not getting everyone. They're not getting every drone and every missile, but they got some capable pilots. You're watching, like, you could pick a needle out of a haystack and it would be impressive. It's still not impressive as what that man just did. He did that by hand. He has a lot of tech helping him to know when to push the button, but he has to have the best reaction time in the world. He has to be able to, within a millisecond, get the second lock, wait for the second lock to hit, and then push the button. If he misses, he's not hitting that drone and people are dying. He did it. I'm very proud of him. This is the most recent attack on Dubai tonight, another strike. This might have actually been last night. I need to confirm if it's another hotel hit tonight. Please allow me to update you on that. That was the fake AI picture of the cats. There's another hit on Dubai. Okay, there's another hit on Dubai. Someone has died. I can confirm to you that someone has died as a result of what you're seeing. Iran has killed an innocent man in Dubai. He was just driving on the highway, ladies and gentlemen. God rest his soul. I'm sorry to report, I didn't know until about 10 minutes ago. Iran attacked Dubai again. They're trying to hit U.S. soldiers and they killed an innocent man on the highway. I'm very sorry to report that within the last 2 hours, Iran has killed an innocent man. He was driving his car on the highway in Dubai. Iran tried to hit U.S. soldiers in a hotel, and Dubai intercepted the missile, but then they fell down and killed a man. Iran has killed an innocent civilian in Dubai. I think Dubai and the United Arab Emirates are going to be mad about this. It wasn't just like a soldier who died. America killed a civilian in Dubai. You can't really be doing that, Iran. Yeah, I'm telling you, like the people of Dubai, I know a lot of you are from different countries, but you've killed, Iran has now killed an innocent civilian in Dubai. The people of Dubai are going to riot. I don't think you understand. The people of the Middle East are very loving towards even foreigners. Even if you are Catholic, if you go into a Lebanese home, they're going to be really nice to you, bro. They are just very welcoming of guests. Imagine how protective the people of UAE are of their civilians, and Iran just killed one of them. They're going to be very mad. I'm just telling you, I wish I could put this into better words. I'm not from the United Arab Emirates. I do not speak Arabic. They're going to start being really mad. They're going to demand that their country bomb Iran because you can't be killing civilians in Dubai. There's not a lot of people there, comparatively to the U.S. It's a smaller country, and you can't be killing civilians. They're going to be mad. They just watched their countryman die on the highway from an Iranian drone. They can look at the buildings being hit, and they're Arabs, so they will be told by their state TV that it wasn't them being targeted, and they will not riot because they can think to themselves that it was just an attack on a military target, which they mostly do. They will not react that way to civilians dying. A little girl in Kuwait died the other day from an Iranian bomb. The Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense basically put out a statement saying that they were going to go nuts over it. Now I'm translating the Arabic. It did not involve the words saying, it did not involve the Kuwaitis saying they were going to go nuts. They wouldn't say it like that. They use more refined diplomatic parlance. But I'm telling you, I didn't realize this man had died until 15 minutes ago. The people of Dubai are going to be very mad. They're going to demand that their government, which is a very powerful government, Dubai and the UAE, well, the UAE has Dubai and Abu Dhabi. You think that Doha is a powerful financial center? You don't understand. These countries have more money. They could bathe in $100 US bills if every day all of their citizens for the next 50 years. It's like the oil, the oil payments for people who live in Alaska. Imagine that. Imagine them just paying you in $100 bills every day for the rest of your life. They would never run out of money. It is one of the most wealthy countries you can imagine. You can't be killing their civilians. It's really, the UAE is a different beast. Saudi is a different beast, but it's also more of a politically divided country. UAE is very, very refined. They care only about one thing, and that is their country facilitating its existence as an economic powerhouse. They built it up over the past 30 years. They're very sovereign, just like Qatar. They see themselves as kind of mediators in regional disputes, and they make a lot of money moving people's money around. and they like sell oil and banking products, and they do not like, they have more military investment in missiles. I saw Qatar fire like $50 million worth of missiles in 60 seconds the other night. These countries spend hundreds of millions of dollars like you buy a sandwich at Burger King, and now Iran has killed one of the civilians. This is 3 hours ago in Tel Aviv. This is the most recent pictures 3 hours ago. I'll get you live soon. This is the most recent footage, I'd say about 3 hours ago in over central Israel. Okay, so these are the most recent pictures over Israel. We are almost live. Okay, I'm doing everything I can. These are the most recent rocket launches by Hezbollah towards Haifa. This is towards Haifa 2 hours ago. Those are Hezbollah's missiles. Again, most recent footage. This is Lebanon, actually. This is Hezbollah launching at Israel. You are watching the actual launch, not the attack. This is Hezbollah's launch. Let me correct. This might actually be intercepts. So you are actually watching. Sorry, let me rephrase. You are. It was stated that this was Hezbollah's launch, but it was actually in Arabic, and the translation just messed up the verb tense. And what this actually is rockets incoming on Tel Aviv from Hezbollah, and Israel firing interceptors. Please forgive me. The Grok translates automatically from Arabic to English on X, which is great, but it's not great with verb tense. And the way the translation was phrased made it seem like this was actually in Lebanon launching out. It's not. This is 40 rockets from Hezbollah coming in and Tel Aviv's interceptors firing. So let me play that for you one more time. Pray for the people of Tel Aviv. This is Haifa, but pray for both. This is tonight. was an intercept. Look right here. Look right here. Look right here. Wait. Right there. That was an intercept. You see how it blows up? We kind of miss it, but you see how one of them blows up? Right there. That was an intercept. They got that one. They got that one. Some of the... Oh, they got that one. Some of them... Oh, they got that one. Oh, they got that one. Oh, they got that one. How many rockets did Hezbollah fire? Oh, my word. Oh, my word. They fired like 40. Every one of those explosions is an interceptor getting a rocket. Hezbollah doesn't have as good rockets as Iran. Look, first intercept is going to be like right there. Got it. Okay. Oh, it misses that one. Well, it's probably going to get something else. Then it got that one. Then it's going to get this one. Then it's going to get this one. Then they're going to get this one. Oh, they're just intercepting Hezbollah rockets like it's their job, which it really is. Oh, that's incredibly impressive. Listen, some nights I have watched the people of Tel Aviv be shelled by rockets from Iran where I have said to myself, how is it that the Iron Dome can't do this? Tonight, I can tell you that the Iron Dome is functioning very well against Hezbollah's rockets, which are not Iran's rockets. They're different rockets, okay? Hezbollah has like this storage of rockets from like years. They have like 200,000, I tried to tell you, and they fire them at like will, okay, but they're slow and they're bad. Lynn, that was just footage of over Haifa and Tel Aviv maybe 2 hours ago. That was a wave of Hezbollah rockets, and what you saw was 7 intercepts in a row because the Iron Dome has an easier time dealing with the rockets from Hezbollah than it does with the rockets from Iran because Hezbollah's artillery is outdated. So that was rockets being intercepted by Tel Aviv or Haifa's Iron Dome, maybe the Arrow 1 and 2 or David Sling in the last, 2 hours. And the rockets were fired in a barrage by Hezbollah from southern Lebanon. Now I'm going to show you what I think a lot of you were interested in yesterday. Would you like to see within the past 2 hours the CRAM activity again over the U.S. base in Baghdad? This is CRAM footage. You might want to cover your ears. If there's audio, it's going to be loud. You don't see that every day.
بدي اوقف لي يصير شيء بالعالم شلون خاف
وخر خلينا ننزل
روح لتبقى سيارتك واقفه هنا روح
عزل
روح
Again, you just saw a CRAM firing over the U.S. base in Baghdad. This is very rare. 3 nights in. We've seen 4 pieces of CRAM footage. The first 2 were without volume. Last night we only caught a little bit of it. You are in your life maybe gonna see something like, if you're not in the military, you're gonna see something like this once. It's actually the CRAM spray. It's like it doesn't get it. Like, we haven't actually seen, you have to be like waiting for it to actually get the spray because it takes so long to reload this thing. But if you fire this, it means you are like under imminent attack. You are like, if it shoots 7,500 rounds per second, okay? A CRAM is a rocket, artillery, and mortar. It's like a counter-rocket artillery and mortar device. It's a defensive munition. It's a U.S. defensive munition in this case. Firing over the U.S. base in Baghdad. In your life, you maybe will see a CRAM fire like that much of itself on video. We'll see more in this war, I guess. I have never seen CRAM fired in battle. It's out there. I've seen footage of it fired from a ship during testing. It's a very expensive weapon. I've seen it fired from a ship once. It's kind of like the craziest like centrifugal gun you can imagine, but it doesn't fire bullets. It fires like mortar shells at a rate like that is so fast. Hashim Karim, how are you doing, my dear friend? God bless you. It is good to see you. It is firing so fast that like the sound you're hearing is like a zipper, but the actual firing you're seeing is so intense that it's going up in the sky. Those are like trails of the mortar shells. I'm calling them mortar shells. They're really like artillery shells. You're seeing the trails. It's going up there and it's getting a drone or a missile and it's blowing it up. Take a watch. It got its target. I mean, to put it lightly, it got its target. I mean, I'll show you this firing. Again, just listen to the sound. It's very rare to hear. It is I agree with Standing Stone. They're tungsten slugs. I think that's true. They cost $45 per round. Every second that you hear it firing, it is firing 4,500 rounds. Okay, so what's 4,500 times $45? I'll get you my calculator. Hold on. I don't do math. I could do a lot of things. I can't be doing math. That's just one too many things for my brain to have to remember. 45 times 4,500. Every second that costs $250,000. Okay? Yeah, I would say that was about $1 million worth of bullets or tungsten shells. And then they hit. I mean, they did the job. They got that drone or missile. I'll tell you right now, they got it. It sounds like Taco Bell. That okay? How long? I think we all needed that moment of levity. God bless you for that. All right, here's the CRAM from another angle. Okay. Oh, that's epic. Here's the CRAM from another angle. I'm so good I can get you multiple angles on a CRAM firing. I mean, take a bow now. But God bless those soldiers. I'm glad the CRAM did its job. They're still under fire. Pray for them. Oh, that was the full firing, huh? Wow. You don't hear that every day. One more time. That was the full firing. Just now over Baghdad, last hour or two, on the ground. It's a CRAM firing from a U.S. base to defend itself from Iranian attack. Sounds of Baghdad tonight. Kind of sounds like an elephant. It's so eerie to hear it echo. It echoes for like 100 miles. It's wild. You're hearing echoes off like mountain ranges from like 100 miles away from Baghdad. I mean, just what would be normally incredible, like once in a lifetime footage, Like, we're just going to have to move on to the live updates, but it's awe-inspiring. It's also horrifying, and I'm praying for those troops and the civilians. Yep, I'm getting us live. This is one of the last updates before we go live. These were the scenes in Dubai after the drone interception. Again, this resulted in a death. Okay, so we pray for that man. The Iranians have killed an innocent civilian in Dubai. This is the most recent wave of attacks within the last hour or two. Okay. This is the missiles heading towards occupied Jerusalem. This is not, I'm using the word occupied Jerusalem because that's how the journalist who has this video reported it. I'm not calling it occupied Jerusalem. I'm quoting the journalist. It is Jerusalem. That is a cluster munition within the last hour falling on Jerusalem. Within the last hour, Jerusalem. I'll show you the next piece of footage. Maybe the last 2 hours. Again, Jerusalem. And then I'm bringing you up. This is one of our last updates. Okay. Here's more footage of the cluster munitions over Jerusalem within the last 2 hours. That is each of those can be up to 2,000 pounds. And yes, that is correct information. I double checked. Each of those cluster munitions falling off the main rocket over the holy city is up to 2,000 pounds. Okay? We are basically live. Okay? Here is the most recent attack on southern Tehran at 10 p.m. local time. This is the most recent attack on southern Tehran, 10 p.m. local time. You're looking at Tehran, 10 p.m. local time. Yeah, I would say that's pretty serious destruction. Here is Tehran. Okay, this was overnight last night. Okay. This was overnight last night. This was an oil refinery fire in Tehran. You're looking at scenes on the ground from Tehran overnight of an oil refinery fire. It didn't come in until about 2 hours ago. It's really hard to get. We can get some stuff from Tehran within a few hours, but a lot of time it's lagged. This is an oil refinery fire. It is not the airport. This is an oil refinery in Tehran. Okay? The fire began last night. It most certainly burned for a long time. This is the most recent footage of that refinery fire from overnight. This is not actually it wasn't bombed tonight. It was bombed overnight, and this was the impact. That is not the actual bombing you are seeing. It is the refinery just burning openly in Tehran. Okay, so I'm going to continue now, and then this is the most recent update from Hezbollah. Okay, this is Hezbollah's attack on the Natali base in northern Israel by Hezbollah. Okay.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم سد الأمة وبسم الله يا صاحب الزمان.
I'm going to mute that. So that is Hezbollah in the field. This is the attack that Hezbollah launched in the last few hours on northern Israel. Hezbollah is showing you the missiles that they're using to attack Israel. Okay, I want to be clear. I do not endorse this. I am showing you what Hezbollah released as to their missile attack in the last few hours. It was daytime. It's nighttime now. This was their daytime attack on the northern Israeli army positions in Israel. This is the footage released by Hezbollah formally in the last, I'd say, hour. Okay, so Hezbollah is an army. I didn't edit this. They actually put this together. They're showing you the missiles they have been firing at Israeli positions. They are also showing you the type of weapons they have. Okay, they're showing you, it's blurred, but if you are a military expert, like, this is invaluable for you, okay? All right, this is invaluable because it's showing you Hezbollah's weapons. It's showing you, like, how they arm the missiles, okay? You see their, like, command and control in the field. All right, that's them arming the missile. Okay, and now he's got this launcher. All right, take a look at it, study it, try to figure out what they're using. You want to make, like, the Israeli military, this is valuable. They really want to know where these people are. They're looking for hints. Hezbollah knows they can't give them hints. They have to blur out the clouds. They have to blur out faces. Okay, then this man is giving his speech. And he's like, okay, fire. And then now they cut to an alternative Hezbollah camera. That weapon you just saw being armed, okay, is now going to be fired. And it launches, let's see, so it probably has like 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it launched 14 missiles out of that thing. It was 2 rows of 7. And then the goal was to attack that position in northern Israel. And then that's just showing you more fire during the night. They don't have as much footage from the nighttime shelling tonight. I showed you the scenes from the graveyard. Here's the most recent footage of the oil refinery. Excuse me. Here's the most recent footage of Tehran tonight. It is not the oil refinery I just showed you. It is another wave of explosions in Tehran in the last hour or two.
چیکار داره میکنه پشمام
It is useless intel, House Long, except for the fact that they're firing them, like, in real time. So, Israel mapping Hezbollah positions is useful for airstrikes, so they will study that footage intimately. And they also want to know what, like, are they using weapons from the 90s, 2000s, 2010s? Yeah, the sky is literally burning red over Tehran. This is tonight. The sky is red with the flames of Tehran. This is within the last hour or two. I'll show you some Iron Dome's internet. Am I praying for the civilians? Yes, Scott. I am praying for any civilian impacted by this war. I absolutely am. One of the most difficult parts of this has been watching the human toll. The innocent civilians are not state combatants, and it is the most overwhelming, perhaps, duty to report this because of how intense it is. God bless you as well, Scott, for your support. It is an intense duty, Scott, because of the human toll. Hold on. Big Ray, you might have to refresh. My audio shows working. Big Ray, try refreshing. I'll tell you in the comments. Try refresh. Audio okay here. My audio is fine. So Big Ray, if you ever run into that issue, it could just be your feed looping, and you can just refresh if you hit that issue. I want to show you the most recent intercepts over, and don't worry, your sound may be working perfectly, but other people, they may run into this technical error, and we want them to know how to refresh. So anytime your fellow commentators have that question and you can hear, just let them know, to refresh. Now, if all of you can't hear, then I got to reset the microphone, but generally we want to help our fellow commentators. God bless you, Big Ray. We're glad you're back with us. This is the most recent intercept, and I want to say God bless you to Scott for his support and his question. And yes, we all of us, I think, have been praying. I've seen people on all sides of this conflict, people neutral, people from countries who are not involved, praying for the innocents. And I don't care what side hurts the innocents, whether it was on purpose, by accident. I will report it. I will hold them accountable. I will not publish propaganda. I will not just go blaming people. But if I can find confirmation that NSAT has hurt a civilian, I will talk about it. I will condemn it. It must not happen. It must not happen. It is absolutely non-negotiable. If it does happen, I will report on it, because it should not be anyone's primary purpose. And I'll tell you, I've seen the Iranians indiscriminately shell civilians, so I will call it out. And if I see my country or my allies doing it, I will call it out. I can't stop it. All I can do is document it, and then I have to move on. I wish I could cover all of this, their lives. They deserve 12 weeks of coverage each. We should have stories about every single person who lost their life. Every single one. We should have them up there highlighted with a picture. We should talk about their family, their upbringing, where they went to school, who they loved, what flowers they appreciated, the music they liked, the books they read, the schools they attended, the lives they impacted. We should do that for every single person who is impacted by this war. But I can't. I don't know how to do that. There's just so many people. So all I can say is I pray for the innocents impacted by this conflict, and I try not to let the emotional toll impact my duty to relate to you the information that's occurring. But I do not lose sight of that human toll ever. This is over Tel Aviv within the last 2 hours. Those are Iron Dome intercepts. Just ferocious. Most recent intercepts over Tel Aviv. Substantial number of intercepts. That is a positive for the people of Israel. Now we're ready to go live. We're ready. We're ready. After all those updates, it took us an hour and 57 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to go live. I'll have it ready for you in 1 second. My word, I am so sorry for those of you. There was a request yesterday that I start each day with a recap of the day before and then the few hours leading up to the live, and I will keep doing that. I wish I could tell you that it will take less than that amount of time. The reality is we didn't even do justice to 1/10 of what happened overnight. Not even 1/10. That was as much as I could do in the time I had, and I'm sorry I could not do more. I'm now going to take us live. I will bring you live. Oh goodness, there is intense in Beirut right now. I am going to bring us live to pictures of Beirut. Intense shelling, just ferocious fires burning over Beirut. I'm going to bring you live now to Al Jazeera. God bless you. Sorry I missed you when you were covering the Lebanon cemetery raid earlier. The Israelis didn't make it to the cemetery. Who dug the hole? Well, God bless you for your support. I don't know the Eden Farm. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was, I don't know if Israeli attempt to reach the cemetery. I don't know if there was an ambush. I don't know if the grave was moved because the Israelis revealed that they knew about it. But I will absolutely keep monitoring. Right now I am showing you the latest pictures from Beirut, Lebanon. On the left of your screen, I'm going to take you now live over Beirut. This is an Al Jazeera report. There is a Al Jazeera Arabic reporter in Beirut. Okay, please bear with me. I am but a single man, and I do this all by myself. Here you go. I thought that was it. No. Okay, hold on one second. That should be it. No, that's not it. I am the producer. I am the director. I am the man with the plan. I do all of this myself by hand. I don't use StreamYard. I do this with a television quality broadcast software, and I now have for you pictures from Beirut. Oh, sorry, let me take you back like 2 minutes. These are the latest pictures from Beirut. Okay, this is Beirut now. Oh, this was the moment of the strike. Hold, please. Alright, so you should see a strike right here. Hold, please. You should see a strike right here. Okay, the strike is going to be right here. Keep an eye on this area of your screen. I'm now reporting about 13 minutes ago. This is Beirut circa 11:50. 11:45 p.m. local time, Saturday, March 7th. This is Beirut. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a look live in Beirut. Take a look right here. Take a look right here. Again, 13 minutes ago.
بحاجة إلى حاملتي الطائرات لكننا لن ننسى بحسب تصريح الرئيس الأمريكي وقال قبلها بريطانيا بدأت أخيرا التفكير في إرسال حاملتي طائرات.
We are now live. This is about 13 minutes delay.
لمن ينضم إلى الحروب.
You're looking live over Beirut. You're about to see a strike hit.
بالفعل بحسب تصريحات قبل قليل للرئيس الأمريكي دونالد
live over Beirut, 13-minute delay. They're having a conversation in studio, but you're about to see a strike hit Beirut.
على النصر أو انتصرنا وهذه الرسالة الموجهة للحليف البريطاني.
Keep an eye on that lower box. That's Beirut.
الأطراف الأخرى الأوروبية هي أصلا لا تريد الاشتراك بهذه الحرب. هذه حرب فاقدة للشرعية، لا يؤيدها أي طرف على الساحة الدولية سوى بنيامين نتنياهو رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي واليمين الأمريكي. والمواقف الأوروبية هي بإمكانها أن تقدم دعم لوجستي إلى الطرف الأمريكي، ولكن لن تشارك بهذه الحرب. فهو ما يقوم به أو ما يصرح به ترامب هو يريد أن يستبق هذه المسألة ويعلن أننا لسنا بحاجة إلى أحد المشاركة وأننا قريبين على النصر. الحقيقة هو بعيد كل البعد عن النصر بهذه المرحلة، وهذه
That was the strike right there.
في بداياتها الأولى.
Watch the smoke rise.
يعني طريق النصر هو بعيد جدا عن أي من الأطراف. إيران تتكبد خسائر هائلة بلا شك بذلك، ولكن هذا لا يعني تحويل هذا المسار العسكري.
Oh, very violent bombing of Beirut 14 minutes ago. So exactly 4:42 p.m. Eastern, which is going to be 11:42 p.m. local time. Very violent bombing in Beirut. Watch the right side. Oh, my word. Oh, just violent bombing raids on downtown Beirut in the past 14 minutes.
مشترك. وأيضا يرتبط
that was vicious.
الآخر الذي يقول بأننا لا نريد الأكراد أن يدخلوا في الكرد أن يدخلوا في هذه المعركة.
Remember, that's a civilian city.
وهذا أيضا يؤكد أنه لا يوجد.
Now they're not even going to Beirut yet. They're still in studio because they don't realize the bombs are hitting. But you are watching the shelling live through with a 13-minute delay in the bottom feed. When you see, not to the right or left, but in the bottom, right below the guy talking, when you see that orange poof, that is a hit on Beirut with about a 13-minute delay. God protect the civilians have nowhere to go in Beirut. They literally have nowhere to go. They can't go to Syria. They can't go they can't go. Oh, was that another one? Hold. They can't go to Syria. They can't. That's to the east. They can't go south to Israel. They can't even go south of the Lanai River. What are they supposed to do? They can't go west. There's an ocean. I'm not really sure where the people of Beirut are supposed to go. It's not, I mean, Israel's going to turn it into an open-air prison. I don't know how Hezbollah is going to, like, defend this city. They don't have an air force. Hezbollah has rockets. They have some close anti-aircraft support, like fire, but Hezbollah cannot stop an air force. They can't. I guess they can go north, but how much room is there? What is going to happen to these people?
هو يريد أن يخوض النزال وحده. هو لا يريد شركاء أوروبيين فهو يشعر بالإحباط منهم وهم يشعرون بالإحباط.
They tried to go to Syria and then the Syrians started stoning the buses of the Lebanese refugees. They're going to take us live to Beirut in 1 second. They should already be in Beirut. Come on, let's go live to Beirut. Come on. All right, here they're finally going to take the Beirut shot. So we're about on a 10-minute delay. It's a human tragedy. No, I don't think the people of Lebanon support Hezbollah. I think they're just in harm's way.
لا يملكون المال ولا يريدون مد يد العون. مثلا هو وقف موقفا قويا من إسبانيا التي رفضت رفضا قويا.
You're watching pictures, 10-minute delay of Beirut.
في معركته هناك. إذا بريطانيا تبعث 4 طائرات مقاتلة.
And ironically, you're listening to a man in English being translated into Arabic, and then a man in English talking over him, a different English man.
وهنا نشاهد هذه الصور المباشرة من الضاحية الجنوبية.
They're going to take us to Beirut now.
الإسرائيلية على الضاحية الجنوبية في بيروت.
This is about 10 minutes ago.
العميد حسن جوني فيما يتعلق بقراءة المعطيات العسكرية، جملة معطيات تبعناها في
God bless those of you who are sending support to me. Yeah, the stress is definitely, like, the stress impacts me. I don't eat. I've lost probably 20 pounds over this week, but it's nothing compared to the civilian populations and our troops in the field. So to me, the sacrifice is nothing. I don't care if my body hurts, if my legs are a little sore when I go to bed. This is nothing compared to what those people are going through and what our troops are going through. So I'll push through. I do need your support to be able to do it, or like eventually I would have nothing. I wouldn't be able to keep going, but no, it is no sacrifice is too big in light of what people are going through in this war, and I do not mind. But yes, I definitely have lost a lot of weight. The stress takes its toll. I should eat more. I probably need some help because I have to switch rental cars tomorrow. So if you hear the sound of my voice and you're some person of means and you know that when I need help and ask for it, I need it. Yeah, I have to set up. Like I should buy a car. I may do that, but I'm going to probably have to get a new rental tomorrow because I can't buy a car in 12 hours. I don't even think that's possible. So in short, God bless you for all of your support. I'm showing you live pictures from Beirut. I happened to look down at my phone and wanted to say thank you for those of you who have been supporting. I'll do my best to continue providing you live information. It's just past 5 Eastern here in the U.S. Eastern Wartime, Saturday, March 7, 2026, Day 8 of the U.S.-Iran war. We're moving on, we're moving towards 12 a.m. in Beirut, Lebanon, which you are watching pictures of with about a 10-minute delay. We're about to get a live report in Arabic from downtown Beirut on the hills overlooking the city following an intense series of bombardments from the IDF on Hezbollah positions in the city. The southern half of Beirut is subject to a mandatory evacuation order, and hundreds of thousands of civilians have fled the city. They tried to flee to soccer stadiums, but there's no running water or toilets. They're heading north. The population of Beirut, who does not necessarily support Hezbollah, which is a militant army group that is backed by Iran and well-funded and has a lot of missiles. They are, the civilian population of Beirut is being bombed out of their homes. And Hezbollah is fighting a war that the government of Lebanon does not want with Israel. And it is a byproduct of the Iranian funding and arming of Hezbollah, which has been launching raids towards Israel with missiles. And now Israel has been responding, threatening to turn Beirut into Khan Yunis, the city in Gaza, which was leveled by Israeli warplanes following Hamas's attack on October 7, 2023. So again, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I will get you the latest footage from the ground. I want to listen to the Arabic report from Beirut within the last 5 hours. Oh my goodness, what is that? What is that? Is that an Israeli drone? That looks like an Israeli drone over Beirut. Ladies and gentlemen, that looks like an Israeli helicopter or an Israeli drone. I'm telling you, Lebanon does not have that, whatever that is. Lebanon, Hezbollah does not fly things over its cities. I don't know if that's a drone. It looks to be an Israeli. It might be a plane attempting to land. Are you out of your mind? Oh my God, you are watching incredible scenes. Oh my word. Oh my God, I cannot believe what you have just seen. I have just seen the most incredible scenes, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe what I am describing to you. In the past 7 minutes, there is a plane. There is a plane literally flying through the bombing of Beirut. It's just like, screw it. Screw it. Who cares? Oh my word. Just unbelievable footage. Footage I don't think I have ever seen. I'm sorry for yelling. I can't believe what I've just seen. I have to show the world. You don't understand. Hello. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a journalist based in Boston. It is just past 5 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Saturday, March 7, 2026. It is just past 12 a.m. local time in Beirut, Lebanon on Sunday, March 8, 2026. I am about to show you absolutely incredible scenes of a plane, what looks to be an airliner, flying through the active bombardment of the city of Beirut. Israel has ordered the evacuation of the southern half of the city along with all civilians south of the Litani River in Lebanon as Hezbollah wages a war of attrition, the Iranian proxy, without the permission of the Lebanese government against Israel on behalf of Iran. You are about to watch simply incredible scenes. You are going to watch Al Jazeera Arabic's live camera over Beirut capture a plane flying through the active bombardment of Lebanon, of Beirut, and then land at the airport. I'm going to let you watch now. Simply incredible.
أمريكي فيما يخص التذكير بأهمية المنطقة، خصوصا أن المنطقة هي منطقة حيوية مهمة جدا في ليس فقط في مجال الطاقة بل أيضا في المنتجات التي تصدرها الدول مثل الأسمدة الزراعية على سبيل المثال، وحتى من خلال اليوريا والأمونيا وغيرها من مشتقات الطاقة. بالتالي هذا أمر مهم بالتذكير بهذا الجانب. أيضا التأكيد على الموقف القطري والموقف الخليجي الثابت منذ بداية هذه الهجمات الإيرانية، وهو عدم الانخراط المباشر، الدفاع عن سيادة الدول، وأيضا عدم وحاولة احتواء الأزمة بشكل أو بآخر من خلال سبل الحوار. لكن البعد الجديد الذي وجدناه اليوم في الاتصال القطري الأمريكي كان أهمية الرد القطري الدبلوماسية، وهو محاولة الحصول على أو البدء في مسارين، مسار الردع ضد.
Just incredible scenes. Beirut burns. A bomb fell no less than 3 minutes before that. I watched it happen, and a plane simply flies through. The Lebanese people, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can find more from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, x.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I've covered this war every single day since it began for 12 hours a day, 24 hours the first day after the conflict began following the assassination of the Iranian leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by the United States. It has been a destructive war. The humanitarian toll of this war is unprecedented in the past 50 years. It is unlike anything the world has seen, and an American public slowly waking up to the reality of this war will not look at these images as the typification of what is occurring right now, but they will certainly stand in awe at the resolve of the Lebanese people who have been at war with both themselves and with others since the civil war of the 1980s, simply attempt to continue their lives as a humanitarian crisis unfolds on the ground in Beirut. Reporting from Boston after 5 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Saturday, March 7th, 2026, after 12 a.m. local time in Lebanon, Sunday, March 8th, 2026, with more coming as it happens. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Entiendo español un poco, pero hablar español un poco. Creo que español es un idioma muy importante para toda la gente en el mundo. Si tú puedes entender español, creo que hay una persona muy importante y creo que todas la gente que entienden español son muy importantes en el mundo. Y claro que sí, no puedo hablar español con todas las palabras porque no sé de cómo se dice entender en el pasado o el imperfecto. Entiendo español en la escuela secundaria y claro que sí, no puedo expresar todas las palabras en inglés que quiero decir en español, pero hay una tengo que usar español en mi vida para usar todas las palabras que yo entiendo. Claro que sí, quiero hablar en español more. My point is I speak Spanish, but I don't use it often enough. What I was saying there was Spanish is a very important language for all the people of the world. And if you're one of the people of the world who speak Spanish, I think you're very important. Then I was saying clearly I don't have a functional fluency in Spanish the same way that I do with English, but I do have some of the words and tenses that I want to use. And then I apologize because I didn't know how to say I learned in the past or imperfect tense because I didn't know how to conjugate it. So I used the incorrect conjugation. But I was explaining I learned Spanish in secondary school, which is high school, and so my functional fluency isn't great because I don't use it in everyday conversation. I actually said I don't use it day to day. And then I was kind of saying, like, clearly, like, I don't know how to speak as well in Spanish as I do in English, but, like, it's important that I use it from time to time so that I can communicate. Thank you again very much for tuning in. I'm sorry for just starting to speak Spanish randomly. Someone asked how many languages Grant is functional in, and I wanted to give you that answer. We're going to go live now to scenes over Beirut. This is Beirut now. This is live.
من أجل أيضا محاولة زعزعة استقرار هذا النظام، وهو هدف معلن بطبيعة الحال من قبل الجانب الإسرائيلي، وهو ما تحدث عنه أيضا نتنياهو صراحة مساء هذا اليوم عندما قال بأن هذه العملية ستستمر حتى يتم ضعضعة النظام الإيراني وتفكيك أسس هذا النظام، وهو هدف إسرائيلي معلن من أجل تغيير النظام وإسقاط النظام الإيراني الحالي كما يتحدث المسؤولون الإسرائيليون. بالإضافة إلى ذلك نشر قبل قليل الجيش الإسرائيلي بيانا قال فيه بأنه بدأ موجة جديدة من الغارات تستهدف الضاحية الجنوبية
فقط أيضا مرة أخرى أعتذر عن المقاطعة، لكن دعيني أنوه الجزيرة ما زعم النظام الإيراني بإسر جنود أمريكيين مثال آخر على أكاذيبه وتضليله. إذن هو نفي رسمي أمريكي لهذا النبأ. أتابعه مع وجد وقفي. وجد.
نعم نشوان، طبعا الولايات المتحدة تنفي هذا نبأ وجود قوات أمريكية بالأسر لدى إيران، حتى أن كما سمعنا من الزميل صهيب كان التصريح من قبل لجان بهذا الشأن كان قد قال بأنه ليس متأكدا منه، ولكن على أي حال كانت هناك تصريحات أيضا غاية في الأهمية للرئيس الأمريكي قبل قليل من على متن طائرته عودته إلى هنا إلى فلوريدا بعد أن استقبل جثامين الجنود الأمريكيين الستة الذين سقطوا في العمليات العسكرية المتبادلة مع إيران. الرئيس ترامب لم يستبعد خيار استخدام القوات البرية داخل إيران، وقال إن استخدامها يتم فقط عندما يتم التأكد من أنه لم تعد لدى النظام الإيراني القدرة على القتال البري، وكان أن هذا الخيار وارد على طاولة الخيارات بالنسبة لديه. وأكد بأن العملية العسكرية ما زالت أمامها بعض الوقت، أي أنها ما زالت مستمرة ولا يوجد أفق قريب لانتهاء هذه العمليات العسكرية. الرئيس الأمريكي تحدث عما وصفها بإنجازات مذهلة خلال هذه العمليات العسكرية، تحدث عن خفض قدرات إيران في استخدام المسيرات الإيرانية لأنها تقلصت بشكل كبير، تحدث عن تدمير ترسانة البحرية الإيرانية المقدرة ب44 سفينة حربية، تحدث عن الكثير من الإنجازات. ولكن لدى سؤاله من قبل أحد الصحفيين عما إذا كانت الولايات المتحدة وراء قصف المدرسة في إيران التي ذهب ضحيتها 170 شخصا معظمهم أطفال، قال الرئيس ترامب بأن إيران هي التي فعلت لأن أسلحتها غير دقيقة. طبعا هذا يعني
So I don't always do live translation. Like, first of all, I only speak some Arabic. I've been listening to Al Jazeera for probably since like 2011. So like I listen to the English, I listen to the Arabic. I understand a little bit of Arabic. I understand a little bit of French, which helps me with the Arabic. I understand a little bit of Spanish, a little Russian. I'm working on Farsi. I don't know any Chinese. But my primary language is obviously English. So yes, sometimes what I do is I'll be watching the Al Jazeera Arabic, and then although you hear me talking at a pace that sounds like I'm translating what they're saying, what I'm doing is listening to them talking, and I'm kind of describing what I'm like hearing, and I'm also describing what you're seeing. Like what they're talking about is not always what you're seeing. They have 6 images on the screen. They have like Tel Aviv in the top right. They have replay footage of missiles over Tel Aviv earlier. It's actually over Jerusalem. Might be Haifa. They have a live cam of Beirut below. You have to know like what's live and what's replay. In the bottom left, they have replay of bombing of Tehran in the past like hour that we already looked at. And in the top left, they have a live cam of Tehran zoomed way in so you can't see the bombing around it. That camera in Tehran has zoomed more and more in as the bombing creeps in on the camera location because Al Jazeera has a reporter. They're kind of friendly with the Iranians. Qatar, this is the national network of Qatar. They're kind of friendly with the Iranians, so they try not to show the bombing of Tehran live, but, you know, I get around the blackout pretty easily. The point is I don't always translate what they're saying. Sometimes I just listen to it and, like, tell you whether, like, I don't always want it for the audio. What I want it for is the live cams. Like, they have pretty decent live cams of Tel Aviv, of Beirut, of Haifa, of Jerusalem, of Ramallah, which is south of Jerusalem. It's harder to get like the reporters like live. They don't always like have their reporter talking, but they always show the live cam, which is why I get frustrated at Al Jazeera Arabic because they'll catch like the bombs dropping, but I'm like, bro, cut away from your reporter in Washington or like Saudi or Doha. Go to the woman in Beirut. They don't do it though. I'm watching the live cam. I want to be like yelling at the Al Jazeera Arabic producers, but I can't do that. So instead I just go get you the live footage from the ground. You will often see on this stream live footage from Arabic countries that goes up here, and then you'll see it on Al Jazeera 5 minutes later. Why? Because, I don't know, like they have to do a lot of work to like actually get something on stream. You have to like find it, you have to know what you're looking at, you have to speak the language, you have to get it to your producer, you have to get it to the news desk, you have to get it to the anchor has to be ready to talk about it, you got to roll it on there. Me, like, I know who my sources are in the Arabic world. I find it. I know if I'm looking at something new or old because I have a photographic memory of most of the footage. So then I'm like sourcing it, bringing it up for you, telling you what I'm seeing, and then Al Jazeera Arabic will get it 5 minutes later. I use that to confirm my accuracy. I have about like a 99% accuracy rate on most of the stuff. God bless you to those people who have been supporting me. If I have not been saying thank you for your donations, it's because my phone doesn't actually load them until I open my phone. All right, so I have new footage. Oh my goodness, that oil refinery is tonight. I was wrong. I thought it was last night. It is tonight. Oh my word, wait till you see this footage, ladies and gentlemen. I have never seen scenes like this. Tehran looks like one of those movies that you would see involving zombies. That's the best way I can describe this. I am not being over dramatic. I am literally going to show you scenes in Tehran that your brain may not be able to process. I want you to look at it. I want you to embrace it. By the way, if you want to geolocate this, it is latitude 35.79079, longitude 51.53923. All right, repeat, latitude 35.79079, longitude 51.53923. This is right now, ladies and gentlemen, in the past 23 minutes, just, it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Tehran is a zombie movie. I don't know how else to describe this. This is Tehran, the oil facility in the south of the city. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, Tehran right now does not have a sky. It has blankets coated in the smoke from American bombs. It has taken over. You are looking right now at the most recent footage 23 minutes ago from the oil refinery burning in Tehran. You are watching some man drive up a highway off-ramp. I don't think he should be there. Probably not a wise life decision. He's very, very close to a bombing site. He's just kind of like hanging out. Bro, I would not be there right now. You should go home. Man, I don't think you should be on the highway near that. I mean, he should not be there, bro. I'm just telling you, that's some very good footage. But, like, man, you need to go home. Citizens of Iran, if you are within the sound of my voice, stop driving on the highways near the bombing zones. We're not trying to hurt you. I promise you. Listen to me, citizens of Tehran. Get off the roads. If you can hear my voice on some kind of guerrilla radio channel or some kind of YouTube stream that your people got to you in Iran, stop driving on the highways. We can't protect you if you're outside. Please, please go home. Please, we just want you. We will not hit your residential buildings, Mr. President Trump has said very clearly. Please go home. Stop driving on the roads. I don't know why you are doing that. Listen, civilians in Iran, please, if you can hear my voice, go home. Please don't drive on the roads. Like, if you are there and we bomb them again, they're going to hit you. You must go home. Please, citizens of Iran. There's only a few of you who watch this, I think, but just go home. You can take videos from your apartment building. We're not going to bomb you there. But I'm pretty sure if you just drive up to the bombing site, we're going to bomb you. So please go home for your own safety, for the love of God. Please, please go home. Stop doing this. I know you want to get the world footage, but please go home. This is a very bad life decision by this Iranian man. I mean, he's got ice, he's just got so much courage, but he should not be there. We cannot protect him. Mr. Iranian man, Mr. Civilian, please go home. I know you are sympathetic to the American cause to overthrow your government, but you must go home, Mr. Iranian man. I mean, I like your music choices, but still, sir, I beg of you, please go home. It is looping. No. Trust me, I'm looping this for a reason, because I don't think you're ever going to see in real time. This is probably within the past 30 minutes. You are looking at footage of a man in Tehran, Iran. We have just bombed an oil refinery. This man, which I am just going to play for a few times, because that's what Al Jazeera would do. When they get this, they will play it, I promise you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at a man in Tehran who has decided, which, I mean, it's simply incredible. We're seeing a lot of incredible things right now. The Iranian people are just like rising up against their government. He has decided to, in all of his infinite wisdom, I mean, he doesn't care anymore about, I think he just has this like, sort of like, you know, it's happening attitude, who cares? Like, he's very bold. He's driving. He is right next to where we have just pulverized, the American military has just pulverized a oil refinery, to the point where the Turanian skyline in Tehran is lit up red. There is no skyline. It's just clouds of like burning oil and red flames. And what you are watching in the past 30 minutes is a man, it's on loop, but again, this is incredible footage. You are watching a man just drive at the bombing. He is just intent on showing the world the result of what the Americans are doing to his government. I don't think he likes his government, frankly. He wants to get this footage out there to show us what's happening, but we cannot protect him right there. So I'm telling him he should probably not be there. It's a little too late. He already did this. He has gotten the footage for the world that should win a Pulitzer. It's better than anything the New York Times has ever done in their history. You're literally looking at footage from an unnamed man who history will forget, that captured for you images that, if he were a Western journalist, would win him 50 awards. And where his name will never be told. Incredible courage. But also, like, like borderline just like not want to live courage. I mean, I wouldn't do this. I'm telling you, I'm a pretty like ballsy reporter. I wouldn't do this. I would not. I would have driven the other way. I might have gotten you a video standing at the base of that on-ramp. Like, I might have. But, bro, I would have been... First of all, my adrenaline would have been so high. I don't think I could have done anything, like, cogently. And I think my only, like, instinct would have been to get in the car and drive the other way and hope that another bomb doesn't fall from strafing. This man is like, meh. Look at the other guy. The other guy's pulling away. This guy's like, well, you know, I'm here. You know, I'm only going to see this once in my life. Screw it. I'm just going to drive right up to it. Just incredible. It's not a movie. It's not AI. That man actually did that. He just does not care. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking for incongruities. I know that is the oil refinery. I saw the bombing of it. That is real footage. That is very real. I'm telling you, if you don't have respect for the Iranian people after this, they want their government to fall. I think they don't care if they live or die anymore, which is scary, but they want their government to fall, I'll tell you that. Do you understand the Iranian government put out a threat last night to all its citizens saying, if you do this, if you film footage and send it out to they call us infidels, the Western channels that show this footage, they really hate us. They literally called us infidels in the statements. They were like, if you submit footage to the infidel channels, we will declare you like a traitor and get you. This guy's like, ha, how about that, IRGC? I'm telling you, it's a strong political statement. It may seem like a dude driving up like with a death drive, like driving up an on-ramp towards like an oil refinery that's on fire. It is not. It's a political statement against the IRGC to get this footage out to the Western world. He's like flipping off the government, but he's doing it like with his life on the line. Like, so I think Americans and those around the world who like don't understand the distinction between the IRGC and the Iranian people should watch this. Like, does this Iranian man look like he is very sympathetic to his government? No. He wants you to know that we are destroying his government. And yes, I'm definitely on the infidel list. Yeah, the Iranians have declared like this channel and other channels infidels. Like, they said that if we show footage of Iran from our sources in Iran, we're infidels. So like, I think Iran's a little mad at me. But you know what, Iran? You know, I like your people. I am sympathetic to the people of Iran, but I really don't like the Iran Revolutionary Guard. I'm sorry. I think they're very tyrannical and dictatorial, and, you know, they killed a lot of my people, so no, we can't be friends. I can be friends with the Iranian people, though. They got, like, stones of steel. Look at these people. I stand in solidarity with the free people of Iran. I want you to be safe. You know what? If you really feel that what you have to do to overthrow your government is be out there, like Mr. President Trump has said you should not do that yet, but like, I'm not going to stop you, bro. You live in Iran. Like, it's your government. You want to take them down. God bless you. Like, we're trying to help you. I'm just saying, like, if you go into a war zone where we're trying to bomb your government and you're near it, like, we got to do the bombing before you overthrow the government. I think that's what Mr. President Trump is trying to relay to the Iranian people. So, like, you know, like, we're getting there. I love that this man is making a political statement. He represents to me, like, you don't understand. I'm not harping on this for no reason. My profession, it is embodied at the apex of its calling. The very highest manifestation of its vocation is doing something like this. I don't know this man. I will never meet this man. I probably will never even get to know his name. Maybe this footage will go down as in some history book as some footnote of an impressive like act of civilian journalism. But for me, what I am seeing right here is just the epitome of human bravery and will and political resistance. It is the typification of what the Iranian people like are going through right now, and they're willing to drive into the literal flames of war to overthrow their government. And I will stand as a proud infidel if their government is mad at me for sharing images of it. How about that, IRGC? I'll call you an infidel. Damn infidels. Calling me, and they really did call us infidels, though. They're really mad. I don't know if the Iranians are mad at this specific YouTube channel, but like, bro, they're really mad. Like, they got so mad last night at people because their citizens started getting footage out to the world of what the Iranians were going through, like how we were bombing them. Alright, so I just want to let you know that, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, I proudly embrace the designation of infidel by the Iranian regime, and I do not run from that title, and I will continue to platform the videos from your people showing the decimation of your terroristic government targets. So, the more you know what? Now I'm even more emboldened. If the government of Iran doesn't want me to do something, I'm gonna do it. And if the government of Iran doesn't want the people of Iran to do something, they should do it too. I think that's my new general life position. Iran, oh my God, that was a bomb. Oh goodness. I'm going to play you live the footage from Beirut.
وبالتالي بشكل عام نحن نتحدث عن أخبار في مساحة غير المتمكن من صدقيتها أو الأخبار غير اليقينية.
Why did that feed just shake? What is going on? What is happening right now? Oh dear God, I think that's the oil refinery. Okay, who was right? Alright, who was right? Okay, who was right? I told you, ladies and gentlemen, I have beaten Al Jazeera again. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking 3 minutes to 5 minutes after I showed you the footage of Al Jazeera Arabic showing you that oil refinery on fire. I already got you footage of the fire and the guy on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, I have done it again. I don't mean it's a serious subject, but listen, we've gotten to the point I don't know what to do anymore. Al Jazeera Arabic actually speaks the language. They have people on the ground. Yet I, a man in Boston with a computer, literally one person who stays up for 12 hours with no co-host and no breaks and no commercials and no sponsors, got you this footage 20 minutes before they got it. And they're going to show you the guy on the ground. Watch in like 10 minutes. I got it first. This is live. I nailed it. I nailed it. All right, how much? I don't know what more I can do for you. Like, yes, I can continue to report every development, but when we're at the point where I am getting you confirmed footage of oil refineries on fire in Tehran before Al Jazeera can flash it, and I'm then showing you on the ground footage from an Iranian man driving up to that very fire at this very time before they can show that, I mean, at a certain point, I think you kind of like reach the apex of international reporting, and then you become the standard bearer. So I guess I have to live up to this duty, and God bless all of you for your support. Needless to say, you don't even need to watch Al Jazeera Arabic. What's the point? You already know, by watching this, you already know what they're going to put on. You can see, I guess the reason we need them is for confirmation, but we don't even really need them, to be honest. I mean, I'll take the confirmation from them because it's useful to make sure that I'm constantly relaying to you correct information. But who is Yolanda? I don't know who Yolanda is, Nanya. I don't think that's actually a person. I hope you... No, I have a bathroom. Thank you, CPC. CPCP40Z wanted to know if I have, like, access to a bathroom. Yes. Sometimes I put Al Jazeera on for 3 minutes and pause the camera, like, so you think I'm here when I'm not. And then I go to the bathroom. I do have a bathroom. I am grateful, and I am actually grateful. I may seem like I'm autistic, first of all, so my brain just processes information. That's what it does. I may seem like I'm just like in the zone all the time, and that's kind of true. But really, like, you know, I do my best. You know, it's hard for me to not do my work, and the subject matter is very serious, but I do, like, try every day to at least, like, allow myself to have, like, water and Gatorade and a little bit of food, but I don't do a great job. It's a long story how I got to this point doing this reporting. I'm a political scientist, I suppose. I also know philosophy, and I went to law school. I'm very physically disabled, though, so this is my way of trying to... I feel hopeless to stop this conflict, so I'm trying to educate the wider public such that they can make informed decisions about how to best participate in the war effort and support the service members and the civilian populations under fire. But yeah, I need a lot of help right now. My net worth is negative for a lot of reasons. I don't have really any family. The one family member I have actively tries to undermine me. Her name's Wenda Murphy. I think she doesn't really like that, like, I'm a prominent public intellectual, so she sabotages me. It also has to do with this case, the Karen Reed case. My mom kind of, like, may have been involved in, like, a public narrative to cover up the real, like, person who took John O'Keefe's life. He was a Boston police officer. And, you know, my mom started dating this man who was the uncle of one of the investigators, and it was just this, like, really bad situation. And then when I started talking about corruption in the state police in my state, my mom started, like, telling me she didn't love me, and she said that, like, she made me, like, lose a lot of money, and she took away my car, and I'm just very dependent on you all. You all may be like, how is this possible? Like, why would people not cultivate this man and, like, want him to thrive? Well, you know, when you have, like, a mom who, like, is jealous and she tries to undermine you and doesn't want the world to know, like, just try to dim your light kind of thing. But you all make my light shine very bright, even among the intensity of this conflict, and I wanted to express my appreciation. You're like my family, my very big 179 countrywide extended family. I wish I could meet all of you. I've never really had a family. I was just on my own for a long time. I would go around and kind of like talk to people. My Nana always thought I was very smart. She'd be like, Grant, you're so smart, you know about all this stuff. I'd be like, thanks, Nana. We'd talk for like 4 hours. I would do like this for her. I'd like just tell her lots of things and she'd just listen. And she'd be like, you're very smart, Grant. I'd be like, thanks, Nana. I should really do something with this, you know. Like for years, I would just talk to my Nana. You know, I was doing my work and learning and doing some journalism. I helped set up a regulatory agency in my state. I helped legalize adult and medical use. We brought in $9 billion in total revenue over the past 7 years. Then I set up a dedicated levy on the excise tax so that there could be no interest actually, grants for mom and pop companies trying to enter the sector. I wanted to break up market oligopolies, and I didn't like how vulture capital was preying on people and getting money at 12% and lending it out at 20%. So I just put a dedicated levy on the excise tax of 15%. And then every year, $30 million goes to the Executive Office of Economic Development, and they give it out to local companies in the form of no interest grants between $50,000 and $500,000. Then I went to the oligarchs and I was like, see, it's subsidies. So anyway, that's the work I like to do, and you can support it and help me. There are like donation links. We have a Discord. I'll drop my donation links. I need a lot of help right now. I haven't, even with all the help people have been giving me, I just go day to day. I'm very embarrassed by it. Please don't judge me by my autism. I have decent analytical intelligence, very low emotional intelligence, and executive functioning. So like I do things like rent cars because I think I'm going to get one and then never get a car and then all my money's gone. So I'm kind of dumb. Please don't judge me on that. My whole life my mom's just beat up on me because I don't know how to manage my financial affairs. I'm trying really hard, I promise. Put towards dinner tonight. Thank you for your war coverage. God bless you, Shannon. You are so kind. Anyway, I'm sorry for giving you all that context. I went on a bit of a rant there. Sometimes during my transitions in the segments while I'm waiting for updates. Oh my goodness, I was right. Look, I told you they were going to play the video. They played the video. I told you. Oh my God. Listen. Oh my God, they played the video. Ladies and gentlemen, they played the video of the on-ramp. I did it. Oh, please allow me to take this moment you don't understand as a journalist. I don't understand. I have outpaced my journalistic heroes. I have outpaced the state of Qatar. I have outpaced not just the English language Al Jazeera, which is not even trying to fucking cover any of this. They're just on some replay program. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. They played the on-ramp video. I called it. I did it. Oh, I'm so... Just allow me this moment after 8 days of intense war coverage. They played the on-ramp video. Oh, you don't understand. That is that video. I called it. Oh, it is a very proud moment for me as a journalist among the suffering and the intensity. This is probably one of the prouder moments of my journalistic career. You have like 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Who's that pest? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I am intervening. Let's not address other users, please. Among the compassion, I'm just gonna intervene. Okay, so it's like a referee in wrestling. Separate. Okay, both of you are fine. No use of personalities. Consider this like the House of Commons. You may address the topic at issue, but I'm gonna separate you two. Okay, you two know who you are. You can continue to both stay here. I'm getting my towel gavel. I have swungeth the towel gavel. Allow me to return to the focus of the conversation. Thank you. It is not a problem. Both of you are appreciated. Both of you are appreciated. But let's show compassion. Okay, you both know who you are. This is the moment where I want to talk about how the footage that I just showed you of downtown Tehran was put up on Al Jazeera 7 minutes after I showed it to you. I kid you not. You are looking at that footage. You saw it here. All right. Let's talk about issues, not other users. Thank you. Again, you are seeing the live pictures from Tehran here before they go up on Al Jazeera. And now I'm going to... Oh, word. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, my word. We're going to take a look at the most recent live report. I believe this is from Iran.
هذا الأمر ليس مؤكدا حتى الآن، لكن بطبيعة الحال أيضا في غرب مدينة السليمانية كان هناك قصف بمسيرات. تقول مصادر كردية هنا أنها مسيرات إيرانية استهدفت مقرات لقوات البيشمركة على طريق كركوك. قبل ذلك بحوالي أيضا نشاهد الآن مضادات أرضية، طائرة مسيرة. إذا نشاهد الآن هجوم هناك الآن هجوم. نشاهد الآن قصفا
This might be Lebanon. Hold on.
قصف كثيف الآن في مدينة السودان السرمن. قصف نشاهد الآن إطلاق كثيف للرصاص في مدينة السليمانية، بالتحديد في هذه النقطة التي نحن متواجدون فيها. حقيقة هناك الآن إطلاق كثيف للنيران في مدينة السليمانية. سمعنا بوضوح طائرة مسيرة قصفت هذه البناية التي تبعد عن هذا الفندق حوالي بضعة أمتار. بعد ذلك أيضا شاهدنا نوعا من المضادات والتي رصدت والتي أطلقت النيران على تلك الطائرة. إذا نشاهد الآن أيضا عدد من القوات الأمنية. نلايفا نشاهد الآن تسجيله. نشاهد الآن أيضا القوات الأمنية تقوم بالقدوم إلى هذه النقطة بكثافة. يبدو أن هناك انتشارا كثيفا للقوات الأمنية. أيضا قاموا بتحذيرنا وضرورة الابتعاد عن هذه النقطة. ربما قد تكون هناك هجمات أخرى أيضا على هذه المنطقة. نشاهد أيضا يتم إخلاء هذه المطاعم أيضا في مدينة السليمانية.
So again, I think that was a live report from Lebanon. These were exclusive pictures from Al Jazeera Arabic. I think you just saw a Lebanese reporter like not shot personally, but like almost shot at around his reporting. Let's watch that one more time.
السليمانية سنعرضها أيضا بعد قليل. لكن بما أنك تحدثت عن استهداف الطاقة، وهنا العميد دعني نشرك جوني، ما الغاية من هذا الاستهداف المتكرر؟ طبعا الحسبة الاقتصادية واضحة، يعني مضيق هرمز، ما يحدث، عمليات نقل الطاقة، استهداف.
Again, this is going to be a report from Lebanon. It just aired, and it looks like, I think it was Lebanon. I'm trying to confirm. It looks like the man was shot at, or at least shot around. And also that footage I showed you of the Iranian man on the highway is confirmed, 100%. Let's take a look at the Lebanese report, I believe.
3 هجمات متزامنة وقعت خلال نصف ساعة في مدينة السليمانية ومحيطها. كان آخرها تفجير وقع على هذه البناية البيضاء بالقرب من هذا الفندق في مدينة السليمانية. نشاهد هنا سيارات إسعاف وسيارات أمنية قدمت إلى مقر أو إلى هذا الفندق. لم يؤكد بعد حتى الآن فيما إذا كان التفجير قد وقع بمسيرة قد تكون إيرانية أو قد ربما يكون صاروخ. هذا الأمر ليس مؤكدا حتى الآن، لكن بطبيعة الحال أيضا في غرب مدينة السليمانية كان هناك قصف بمسيرات. تقول مصادر كردية هنا أنها مسيرات إيرانية استهدفت مقرات لقوات البيشمركة على طريق كركوك. قبل ذلك بحوالي أيضا نشاهد الآن مضادات أرضية، طائرة مسيرة. إذا نشاهد الآن هجوم هناك الآن هجوم. نشاهد الآن قصف كثيف الآن في مدينة بني سرمن. نشاهد الآن إطلاق كثيف للرصاص في مدينة السليمانية، بالتحديد في هذه النقطة التي نحن متواجدون فيها. حقيقة هناك الآن إطلاق كثيف للنيران في مدينة السليمانية. سمعنا بوضوح طائرة مسيرة قصفت هذه البناية التي تبعد عن هذا الفندق حوالي بضعة أمتار. بعد ذلك أيضا شاهدنا نوعا من المضادات والتي رصدت والتي أطلقت النيران على تلك الطائرة. إذا نشاهد الآن أيضا عدد من القوات الأمنية. نلايفا نشاهد الآن تسجيله. نشاهد الآن أيضا القوات الأمنية تقوم بالقدوم إلى هذه النقطة
Okay, so this is Iraqi Kurdistan. You're hearing ground fighting. It might be between militants and U.S. forces. It's unclear. It could be between. This is Iraqi Kurdistan. Okay, so it could be between like U.S. Forces and Iraqi forces, Iraqi militants sympathetic to Iran. But again, this is just in. This is exclusive to Al Jazeera. You're not just going to see this on the news. This is a man standing in Iraqi Kurdistan, and he gets interrupted by the sound of actual conflict.
كان آخرها تفجير وقع على هذه البناية البيضاء بالقرب من هذا الفندق في مدينة السليمانية. نشاهد هنا سيارات إسعاف وسيارات أمنية قدمت إلى مقر أو إلى هذا الفندق. لم يؤكد بعد حتى الآن فيما إذا كان التفجير قد وقع بمسيرة قد تكون إيرانية أو قد ربما يكون صاروخ. هذا الأمر ليس مؤكدا حتى الآن، لكن بطبيعة الحال أيضا في غرب مدينة السليمانية كان هناك قصف بمسيرات. تقول مصادر كردية هنا أنها مسيرات إيرانية استهدفت مقرات لقوات البيشمركة على طريق كركوك. قبل ذلك بحوالي أيضا نشاهد الآن مضادات أرضية، طائرة مسيرة. إذا نشاهد الآن هجوم هناك الآن هجوم. نشاهد الآن قصف كثيف الآن في مدينة بني سرمن. نشاهد الآن إطلاق كثيف للرصاص في مدينة السليمانية، بالتحديد في هذه النقطة التي نحن متواجدون فيها. حقيقة هناك الآن إطلاق كثيف للنيران في مدينة السليمانية. سمعنا بوضوح طائرة مسيرة قصفت هذه البناية التي تبعد عن هذا الفندق حوالي بضعة أمتار. بعد ذلك أيضا شاهدنا نوعا من المضادات والتي رصدت والتي أطلقت النيران على تلك الطائرة. إذا نشاهد الآن أيضا عدد من القوات الأمنية نلايفا نشاهد الآن تسجيله. نشاهد الآن أيضا القوات الأمنية تقوم بالقدوم إلى هذه النقطة بكثافة. يبدو أن هناك انتشارا كثيفا للقوات الأمنية. أيضا قاموا بتحذيرنا وضرورة الابتعاد عن هذه النقطة. ربما قد تكون هناك هجمات أخرى أيضا على هذه المنطقة. نشاهد أيضا يتم إخلاء هذه المطاعم أيضا في مدينة السليمانية.
Again, latest report from Iraqi Kurdistan.
تسجيلا لزميل محمد حسن والذي تابع هذه الأحداث لحظة وقوعها في محيط السليمانية بالقرب من مدينة السليمانية كما أشار في استهداف واضح. عميد حسن جوني، تابعت هذه المشاهد ودعني أذكرك هنا مرة أخرى بأن الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب رفض فكرة مشاركة الأكراد وقال أن الأمور معقدة بما يكفي.
Thank you to everyone who helped translate and helped us get that. They're now showing overviews of Iranian drones on Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera English, by the way, in case you're wondering, like, what's going on, some networks, they are not even trying to cover this. Okay, we know that there are attacks in Beirut. We know that there are shelling, extreme explosions in Tehran. Al Jazeera English is just airing last night's interview with the president of Iran, where the IRGC, like an hour later, disclaimed everything he said. The president of Iran isn't even like that powerful of a figure. He doesn't control the military. They're like way out of date. So let's see what they have to say.
Saying the Islamic Republic of Iran has always emphasized the maintenance and continuation of friendly relations with the regional governments based on good neighborliness and mutual respect for national sovereignty.
Just so you understand, immediately after this, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard pulled back his statement. So he doesn't even have that much power. It's kind of ridiculous. Here's the latest from Doha. Let me get you more footage as Al Jazeera kind of lies to you about what's going
on. The attacks have continued. Tell us about the regional strikes we've had today.
That's right. There have been many attacks across the region. And now we're hearing from Saudi Arabia. The defense ministry there said they have intercepted the drone heading towards the capital, and it was intercepted east, particularly in the eastern area of the capital. There are no reports of any casualties at the moment. We also heard the United Arab Emirates. They say more ballistic missiles were intercepted. Fighter jets were deployed to intercept incoming drones. According to the Dubai media office, we understand that falling debris hit a car in the Al Basra area of the city. Also, we hear that more debris landed on a residential area in the Dubai Marina part of the city. In Bahrain, we're getting updates that authorities there have intercepted more projectiles coming from Iran. They say that those projectiles hit commercial stores in the capital. Also in Bahrain, not long ago, we heard the report that U.S. naval base was targeted there, and Iran says that particular facility had been used for operation against a desalination plant inside Iran. Here in Qatar, the security alert was on high level. That was because of incoming missiles. Those missiles were intercepted, and that security level was lowered a little bit later. We heard the Iranian president. He said the Gulf states would not be targeted anymore, but despite these assurances, there's still many countries in the region. They are seeing drones and missiles coming in their airspace tonight.
So what have the Gulf countries been saying, though?
Well, we're actually hearing there are some diplomatic talks at the highest level. This one is coming between the Emir of Qatar and U.S. President Donald Trump. According to the Qatar state news agency, we understand that both leaders were talking about developments and the continued attacks across the region. During that call, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani said Qatar would not hesitate to take all necessary measures to protect its safety, sovereignty, and national interest. Just a little before that, we heard the UAE president saying that the country is in a good shape despite the fact it's facing a conflict, and they will emerge even stronger after this.
Axel, thank you so much. Axel Zemovic joining us there from Doha. Right, well, Turkey's Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has warned the United States and Israel against involving Kurdish groups in the conflict with Iran.
It has been the intention of Israel for many long years. They have always sought to exploit and use the Kurdish factions. Now, Israel is conducting the same with the Kurdish factions in Iran. However, is the American position in line with the Israeli strategy, and how? Are they aligned with each other in this area? We are continuously monitoring this matter. This is the wrong approach, and we stand against the involvement of any element or introducing any new scenarios.
Meanwhile, loud blasts were heard throughout the day near the U.S. military base in Erbil. Anti-aircraft fires also been reported, and it comes just hours after a strike killed one person in nearby Nineveh at the headquarters of the Iran-linked Popular Mobilization Forces. Al Jazeera's Asad Beg is in Erbil with the latest.
Well, the situation remains extremely tense near Erbil International Airport, where we are standing just outside that airport. And I can tell you, in the last few moments, we heard and saw the air defenses trying to engage something that was coming in. Now, we heard a series of explosions, but importantly, what we did see what looked like an impact and a fireball going up into the sky. And also in the last hour, we heard...
I'll show you that in a second.
...like a projectile, like a missile flying overhead, followed by a loud thud. Now, the Kurdish regional security say that they shot down early in the last few hours an unidentified drone near the airport. Now, the airport is particularly sensitive because it hosts Kurdish forces as well as a base used by the United States forces. Now, the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Force linked to Iran, that they say that they targeted a US base inside the airport. Now, there's been no official confirmation of that, but what I can tell you is earlier when we were driving around, we saw a considerable amount of smoke coming from that airport. And as I said, we've just seen in the last few moments the air defense is trying to shoot down something, whether it's a drone or missile, but also we did witness...
I'll show you footage of that in a second.
Elsewhere in the country you've just mentioned, there's been airstrikes targeting the Popular Mobilization Forces linked to Iran in Mosul, and a source has told Al Jazeera one person was killed and 2 people injured, and that just highlights just how volatile the situation is here in northern Iraq and how this conflict is being played out on Iraqi territory.
US President Trump has taken to social media to criticize the UK Prime Minister. He claims the UK was, quote, thinking about sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. He went on to say, that's okay, Prime Minister Starmer, we don't need them any longer, but we will remember we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. This post to Truth Social comes as the United States has begun using UK air bases for operations against Iran. That includes RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire and the Diego Garcia base in the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka's government says it is following international law in its handling of Iranian Navy personnel. Its forces rescued from 2 vessels in the Indian Ocean in recent days. The first warship was torpedoed by the US on Wednesday, killing at least 84 soldiers, and the second sought assistance days later in the same area. Meanwhile, fuel is believed to be leaking from the sunken warship. Minal Fernandez reports from Colombo.
These are the second group of Iranian sailors to be rescued by Sri Lankan forces in recent days. More than 200 have been brought to shore after they sought assistance at sea. They were rescued from the same area of the Indian Ocean where days earlier the US had torpedoed another Iranian warship, killing at least 84 sailors. There are reports now the US has been pressuring the government here not to send the sailors back, saying it doesn't want Tehran to use them as propaganda. Asked about US pressure, Foreign Minister Vijitha Herath stressed his country's priority was to ensure the safety of the rescued sailors.
We are following that international laws, and we have taken all steps according to the international laws, and I think we need not support any part. We took all steps as humanitarian way.
The International Committee of the Red Cross has reportedly been approached to help send back the bodies of those killed at sea. The torpedoed warship sank about 40 kilometers off the southern Sri Lankan coastal city of Galle. Closer to the shore, authorities are investigating a substance that's been drifting in near Hikkaduwa.
I received complaints about a yellowish substance floating on the water close to the beach and debris that had washed ashore.
The head of the Marine Environment Protection Authority told Al Jazeera that samples have been collected for investigation. The area is a tourist hotspot, famous for snorkeling and coral reefs. For now, these Iranian survivors are relieved to be safe and receiving medical treatment. But Sri Lanka will have to carefully balance its responsibilities at sea while navigating a complicated conflict far away. Minal Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Kuwait Petroleum Corporation has declared a reduction in oil production. It's the latest in a string of output reductions from some of the world's biggest energy producers in response to the region.
Okay, now I'm going to take you around the most recent footage. A lot of these networks are being censored. I know a lot of you are probably very confused by that. It's like a war, a hot war, so there is a lot of what's called military censorship. We, Americans, I know there's 179 countries that have been watching in the past week. Americans are not used to military censorship. A lot of other countries are. So they're very used to like their news showing them what's happening. They don't really understand what to do when the news censors stuff because they're so used to the news like telling them big news. If they don't hear it on the news, I mean, they're learning now, but this is like a new experience for them. So bear with some of us from the United States. I'm working on it, obviously. This is the most recent scene from Tehran, okay? And I got this before Al Jazeera Arabic. This is the scenes in downtown Tehran now. Right now. Okay? This is the scenes in downtown Tehran now. So again, I had this before Al Jazeera Arabic. You are looking on the ground in Tehran now. Maybe 45 minutes ago. We saw when it was like 10 minutes old. But it's confirmed by Al Jazeera, but I had it first. This is on the ground in Tehran now. Yes, it is, Quakebox. God bless you, Mad P. Mad P's one of my supporters. Mad P's an excellent super cow. Thank you, Mad P. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed footage confirmed. When I first brought it up, I told you I knew what it was. Now I'm telling you Al Jazeera Arabic had it about 15 minutes after me. This Al Jazeera English has just given up. This is Tehran right now. It is an Iranian citizen driving into an oil refinery that is on fire. Now you might say, okay, can I see the strikes? Yeah, I got this too. You want to see the strikes on the oil refinery in Tehran right now? This is what that man just drove into. Mind you, that man from the previous video drove into this. That is the oil refinery the man just drove into. These are the latest scenes from Tehran. Again, I'm going to show you this because you also are about to see an actual image from the ground of that strike.
نزدیک پالایشگاه شهرره امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند چند اسفند زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهرره. او چیکار داره میکنه پشمام. نزدیک پالایشگاه شهرره امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند چند اسفند زد نابود کرد.
This is now in Tehran. This is now.
شب دقیقا شهرره. او چیکار داره میکنه پشمام. نزدیک پالایشگاه شهرره امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند چند اسفند زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهرره. او چیکار.
Now again, this is right now. It's not last night, it's not earlier today, it's now in Tehran. You can hear screaming from the street and the call of prayer eerily in the background.
نزدیک پالایشگاه شهرره امروز.
Now let me show you, if you're wondering, like, do you have any other images of that? I think I might. Hold on. I think I have one more image of the strike on Tehran, okay? Of that strike. Give me 1 second. Not just an image. You want to know what it's like on the ground? Like right now, what you just saw. Do you want to see what it's like on the ground? This is that strike on the ground. A man drove up to it. Yes, that is probably 40 minutes ago in Tehran. You watched the bombs fall in the last clip. Now you are looking at a man drive up to that explosion that just happened. And yes, this is all verified. I got it first. So I guess, like, is it really fair, like, if I get it first to say that Al Jazeera verified it? I think it's probably better at this point to say I verified it and then Al Jazeera confirmed it after that. The point is, you just saw the strike. Now it's almost incredible images that you are looking at the strike and then right after images of a man driving up to it. And again, you saw it here before Al Jazeera Arabic. Yeah, it wasn't a precision strike. They leveled that oil refinery, as the Pants Maestro says. I'm just telling you. Like, this has not been happening over the first week of the war. The Iranian citizens are pretty fed up with their government. And, like, that is very real time footage of that explosion. Let me see if I have one more image of it for you. Give me 1 second. Ah, yes, the oil refinery. Here you go. That's a very nervous Iranian man filming that oil refinery burning.
رفتم چایی بریزم پنجرمون شبیه صبح شد من دم پنجره بودم پنجرمون یهو شد صبح شد گفتم
Again, right now in Tehran, it's still burning. You are watching just incredible scenes coming in from Iran. Now let's check in on Israel. I will show you, I will show you the footage from Erbil. Remember how we heard that reporter live on AJ English? You know what he didn't show you about Suleimania province in northern Iraq? Let's watch the footage of the drone, like American forces trying to shoot down the Iranian drone over Erbil just in the last hour. Intense firefight. This is American forces trying to shoot down an Iranian drone in northern Iraq. This is in Suleimania province, northern Iraq. Then I think this is the U.S. base at Erbil. Again, this is active firing. You're looking at the conflict in northern Iraq right now, where there's an attempt by the U.S. allies to shoot down Iranian drones attacking the Erbil base. You're actually watching the efforts by our fighters. These are our allies and our soldiers attempting to defend our base. This is right now. I mean, incredible images. This is right now in Erbil. They're trying to get the drone before it hits the base. It's very scary. Pray for our soldiers. Those are our allies. They're like militias. And then that's our base. We're there too. Again, actual footage right now, probably within the last hour. This is what that reporter was talking about. Again, if this war isn't real to you yet, I hope it's real to you now. This is the M249 being used to defend American soldiers. Remember, our soldiers are under fire and they are trying to protect our people. I mean, it is chopping up the sky. It's called the Saw, apparently. I don't know small arms. I rely on the experts in the channel. God bless all of the people who have served and understand what you're looking at. It is our boys, though, trying to defend our base. It may be our, militia allies, but it's our guys. I mean, it just shreds the sky. I mean, it's wild to watch them actually using hand-to-hand combat to shoot down drones. I mean, they don't even need to fight other soldiers right now. They're shooting from the ground. They're not using, batteries of anti-aircraft fire. They're shooting handheld weapons that, chop the sky up. I mean, this is right now in Erbil. This is the American base. It's almost shocking footage. I can't believe there's just a guy standing there watching these guys do this and filming it on a cell phone. Again, no matter how many times I watch it, I'm still just stunned. Like, it's just, I guess people in the service, God bless them for their service, will be like, oh yeah, Grant, like, when we do our drills, like, yeah, you got to go out there and, like, chop up the sky. All right, I didn't know you actually, like, chop up the sky. There was a hit in Bahrain, ladies and gentlemen. There was a hit on a U.S. base in Bahrain. Here are the latest pictures from, this is the bridge, I think, from Saudi to Bahrain. It's like the Friendship Bridge, I'm pretty sure. That is an image from the Friendship Bridge looking towards Bahrain, where a U.S. Base has been hit in the last hour. Here's the confirmation footage. U.S. base in Bahrain has been hit. I'm very sorry to report. It is just past 6:12 Eastern Wartime, Saturday, March 7th. Now, those are actually cats. They're not looking at the explosion, but those cats are just hanging out in that lawn. Like, those are actual cats in war. They're not really looking at the explosion. They're just kind of being cats. They don't really care about the explosion. There's a lot of AI cat footage of, like, cats looking at explosions. I promise you, the cats don't care. Like, if you actually see cats in war, they're just kind of like, well, it's not near me. That's their general approach as a cat in war, okay? If you've ever wondered what does a cat do during a war, it kind of just sits there. It doesn't really do anything. It's not very concerned about the fire. It's kind of just secondary. Most of them are just kind of like, the humans seem to be a little concerned. They don't really care, though. Like, the cats are just kind of sitting there. That might be a dog and a cat. It might be a dog. I think it's a cat, though. It's a pretty big cat. It does look like a cat, though, not a dog. But my point is, like, that is a real footage. That might be a dog, but there's one cat in the end there. That is what a cat does in war. It does not do anything. It doesn't stare at the footage. It doesn't stare at the bombs. It doesn't really even know there is a bomb. It's just a cat. It continues to be a cat. You have to save your animals. They don't really understand. So if you ever get into a war situation, this is kind of a lesson to you. Your animals aren't going to know that it's a war. They're going to just kind of think, that's a bonfire or something. You probably should get the cats and take them out of the war zone because they're just going to sit there. Their bombs could probably fall next to them. They would be like, oh, I don't know what to do. I'm a cat. Oh, they definitely love their cats in the Middle East. I want them to protect the cats. They are very important animals. I just am telling you, like, for you cat owners, if there is, like, a war, the cats are just going to sit there. They don't care at all. They're just going to sit there. I just want to let you know this is the first time I've seen it. It's the government that is refusing to call this a war, 100%, Scott, and God bless you for keeping that on people's minds. You are a very good soul, Scott. Don't you let people forget it. There's an effort to not let people see the extent of this war. Even the cats don't realize how bad it is. You don't understand. It's also a hit on a U.S. base in Bahrain, notwithstanding the fact that there are cats. It is a hit on a U.S. base in Bahrain. Here's closer footage within the last hour. God bless our troops. I'm telling you, our troops are under attack. That is a hit on the U.S. base in Bahrain. We can't just pretend that this is not a war. Our soldiers are dying. Their families are going to find out. People are going to start knowing we have to do something. Okay, I showed you that footage over Suleimania. Let me make sure this is that same one. I think it is, yep. And then here is, this is from, I think this is Israel. Let me give you. So this was, I'm not positive, I can't confirm it. I think this is a view from Palestine. No, I'm not sure. Oh God, that might be real. Oh God, that might actually be real. Oh God. Oh, I hope this isn't real. I hope this is not real. I'm not positive this is real. I'm not positive this is real. I really hope this isn't real. I mean, that is a substantial amount of hits. I don't think this is real. I hope it's not real. Oh dear God, that cannot be real. I don't believe that's real. I have to verify this. That can't be real. Oh my word. I have to verify. I'm not just accepting this as real. Oh my God. Oh my God. This cannot be real. Oh my God. No, this is not real. Oh my word.
Okay.
No, I don't believe that's real footage. No, I do not believe that's real.
Guys, we got to get off the roof. These are
No, I don't believe that's real.
coming down right next to us here.
I refuse to believe
They're
this is
coming
real.
down. One just about. We got to go inside.
Until I see independent confirmation these actually happened, I refuse to believe this is real. Oh God! This can't be real! No, it is not real!
נפילות קשות בנבטים, שומע? וואו, וואו!
Oh my God!
וואו! הכל נופל לנבטים, אני אומר לך מתקפה.
Oh my God!
אימא'לה, זהו, למקלט. תבדעו.
للمطار دخل مطار للمطار ندخل يا ولاد ضله للمطار ضله
I'm not saying that listen, before I'm willing to confirm any of this footage, I need to understand what happened in the past hour or two. That's an exceptional amount of missiles. I don't think this is last year's war. It could be. Allow me to see the fact check of this before I confirm what I just saw. But, you know, I have an obligation when viewing footage to verify it. And my brain, okay, processes a lot of footage. It has not processed any footage that looks like that. If that is fake, which I pray it is fake, I need to be able to determine it. I need to figure out if it's this year or last year. I need to geolocate it. What I'm worried about is that there's lots of angles on like the same thing happening, and I really don't want this to be like Israel in the past few hours. I have a duty to determine if this is recent, if it's old, if it's new. So please do not take me showing this to you as confirmation. There are reports. Yeah, it did look like one of it was from last year, but I can't confirm it. It is very new footage. It is very fast. It is a lot of strikes. Please be aware that Israel and Iran did have a war in June of 2025. There were hits on Tel Aviv during that time, which makes a lot of footage tough to independently verify. I also do not live in Palestine or Israel, so you need to give me some time to react to this. Thank you. I also have people in the chat that do a lot of independent verification, so me showing something does not mean that it is verified. We are doing that in real time. Thank you for your patience.
المطار دخل لا المطار ده يمنع عن تحرك 200 المطار يا رب الله يا يا الله يوه يا قرب الله
يا ابوي وصلنا الضل
Okay, guys,
That's
we gotta get off the
Jerusalem.
roof. These are coming down right next to us here.
Dude, I hope this is not real.
They're coming down. One just about. We gotta go inside.
That looks like the highway in Jerusalem. Or like Tel Aviv. QuakeBox is in Kuwait. There are sirens right now. I'm trying to verify when these hits came down. Okay? This is Arab al-Dakhil. So if you know like where al-Dakhil is, okay, the Arab section of al-Dakhil. Also, we are praying for Quake Defender. Quake Defender, please keep us updated. Or QuakeBox. QuakeBox is in Bahrain right now, and there are sirens. Okay, so QuakeBox is in Bahrain. I'm reporting to you that there are interceptions happening live in Bahrain right now. We are all praying. So there is someone reporting to us from Bahrain in real time. There is no delay on this reporting. I'm telling you that there are sirens sounding in Bahrain right now. There are active intercepts. We are praying for the people of Bahrain and the troops there. I'm reporting this. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm reporting this to you live. It is 6:23 p.m. Eastern wartime, Saturday, March 7th, 2026. The time in Bahrain, Manama, the capital, the time in Bahrain is 2:24 a.m. right now. Bahrain, the country in the Gulf, the Middle East, hosts the U.S. 5th Naval Fleet. The capital, Manama, has been shelled heavily in the past few days by Iran. Right now, there are. Sorry. Pause. I read Kuwait as Bahrain. Switch. There are sirens sounding in Kuwait. Okay, Bahrain was hit. The reason why I'm getting confused, the base in Bahrain was hit earlier. There are now sirens sounding in Kuwait. There is also a U.S. base in Kuwait. QuakeBox, please forgive me. I have a lot of countries to keep track of. I will make sure to read the comments very closely. QuakeBox is in Kuwait, where there are sirens sounding. There are also U.S. bases in Kuwait. Iran has also, and again, you will not be surprised to hear, I can repeat the same thing about multiple countries because of the scale of this conflict. Iran has also been attacking the people of Kuwait. We pray for the people of Kuwait as well. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, QuakeBox is reporting active intercepts over Kuwait, and we appreciate that real-time reporting, and I appreciate you all for assisting me in relaying this information as I monitor a number of different feeds and pray for the people in harm's way around the world, including people in this chat. And QuakeBox notes that they live near a power station in Kuwait, and these kind of interceptions happen a lot. So QuakeBox, you stay safe. Report generally to us, please. And we pray for the people of your country as well as the American and allied troops stationed therein. Obviously, follow the instructions of all local authorities, and please just keep us abreast of your safety. Sirens off. Nothing has happened. The interceptions have ended. And obviously, my primary concern is with the well-being and safety of the troops and the Allied troops and the U.S. troops and the Allied troops and the civilian populations in these affected regions. So if I ever do pause and someone is in a situation where I'm concerned about their well-being, you will pray my indulgence for that interruption. The information needs to get out, but the safety and well-being of humans comes first. Thank you for your understanding. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to now, so that was Kuwait, okay? I want to correct. Initially, I thought Bahrain because I was monitoring this specific I was monitoring Bahrain. I can now show you the strike on Bahrain, the Bahraini capital Manama. This was the Al Jufar base. Okay, this is up close footage again. The Al Jufar base, the American base in Manama, the capital of Bahrain. I had Bahrain on the mind as a result, but again, there was also interceptions over Kuwait. So let me, I believe I already showed you this one. No, this is more footage of the, let's see, the first two videos are the American installation in northeast Iraq in Erbil, and then the bottom one is going to be from the fire in Bahrain. So let's take a look at the Erbil footage again. We already saw this one. This is Erbil. Again, this is Erbil. Alright, that was the strike on Erbil. So Erbil was hit. Despite the fire, Erbil was hit. Okay, Erbil was hit. There was a strike on Erbil. In northern Iraq, the U.S. base was hit. Northeast Iraq. That is a hit. You can see, like, they tried to intercept it, but it hit. Insane footage. That was more attempts to intercept it. And then this is the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. This is the base in Manama. That was the CAT video. Okay, so 2 hits, at least 2 hits on 2 different U.S. bases. Here is the most recent footage out of Lebanon, okay, South Beirut. This is the most recent footage. This is not an air cam. It's the most recent on-the-ground footage out of Beirut. He's 1.6 miles from that explosion, because you can judge it roughly by, like, light travels 5 times faster than sound. He's 8 seconds away from that explosion, so 1 mile per 5 seconds. So he's like 1.6 miles from it. Like, if you've ever wondered, if you're 1.6 miles exactly from a bomb like that big, how long does the sound take to reach you? This is how long. 1.6 seconds. Excuse me, 1.6 miles in 8 seconds. The shockwave, that's the actual shockwave traveling across Beirut. Here's more footage of, oh goodness, here's more footage on the ground out of Beirut right now. Again, Beirut right now, maybe the last hour. Beirut, the last hour. Oh, God protect those people. The innocent civilians in Beirut. Again, Beirut within the last hour. Just very distressing scenes coming out of Beirut. Here is the attempt to shoot down over Erbil. It did not work. Multiple drone, at least one hit. You're watching American... Iran has hit Haifa's refinery in retaliation. I'm going to check the live streams now. Okay, we are now updated on that. I'm going to take you live. We are not getting a lot of good live coverage from the major stations, to put it lightly. Like, I'm ahead of Al Jazeera Arabic, so I'm going to take you live, but I do not have pictures from Haifa. They're still showing the the Tehran oil refinery attack, which was very brutal. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm going to check in as well with Al Jazeera English. Let's see if we can get a report from Tehran. I don't think they have had one. Let me check right now. Yes, they have. We have a report within the past 10 minutes from Tehran. Let's go to, he's very censored. They have finally the oil refinery, which you saw here before the entire world's media. I don't know how. I suppose, like, I've now kind of taken this kind of position. Now, it's a very high duty, and I take the responsibility seriously. I've taken this kind of position where you are starting to see things here before the Arabic language channels, the English language channels, the Western news. So they're starting to, like, follow this. I can tell. I honestly can tell, like, that they will use this because it's easier than having their people try to translate and figure out who's a real Arabic source and who's not. They know my accuracy rate is so high. So I don't really know. I guess I can set the tone a little now, and there's an obligation, an ethical obligation on me to be very accurate, as I have been. But please be aware I am cognizant and aware of the scope of the impact of my reporting and getting you pictures, even of Tehran, before Al Jazeera Arabic is showing them to you. Again, we had that footage on this stream probably 15 minutes before Al Jazeera Arabic. And it's not just a matter of getting it. You have to be right. If people are going to actually, like, if we're going to be an hour ahead of the Western news, I'm very cognizant, and I will continue to try to do my best to live up to those expectations and standards that I put on myself, and that also I feel I owe to you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am going to take you live now, about a 10-minute delay, to the man in Tehran, with Jazeera English, heavily censored though he may be.
Kurds involved.
Let's also listen to the latest comments from President Trump. 1 second. Latest comments from President Trump on Air Force One, maybe about 30 minutes ago.
President Trump threatens he will escalate attacks further against Iran while paying tributes to American soldiers killed in the conflict. And Gulf states experience more Iranian strikes despite an apology and an assurance by President Pezeshkian that strikes will stop.
Port of Bahrain is on fire. The Port of Bahrain is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, the Port of Bahrain is on fire.
Now, we've just received video of US President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Special Envoy Stephen Witkoff, I should say, speaking on board Air Force One.
Hello, everybody. It's a very sad day, and glad we paid our respects. It's a tough situation. Great people, great parents, wives, family. And a beautiful ceremony. I guess you got to see that, at least mine. Any questions?
President Trump, did what you just witnessed make you think differently about going ahead with this war or even putting troops on the ground in the Middle East?
We're winning the war by a lot. We've decimated their whole evil empire. It'll continue, I'm sure, for a little while. But very proud of the people, the parents. The parents were so proud of their boy, as they call him, my boy. In case the young lady, the parents are so proud. Many of them are military parents, as you know. So but it's always a very sad thing. The war itself is going unbelievably. It's as good as it can be. We have Pete here. Pete, and you have Steve Witkoff here. We have some additional questions.
You're 1 week in now, sir. You're 1 week in at this point. How long, as of now, do you expect?
Well, I think we've accomplished more in 1 week than anyone thought possible. We've wiped out their Navy, 44 ships. We've wiped out their Air Force, every plane. We've wiped out most of their missiles. You see, the missiles aren't coming much anymore. We've also hit their manufacturing areas where they make the missiles very hard. Their drone capacity is way down. And we've hurt them where it hurts. including about every form of leadership you can have, we've wiped out.
You still expect up to 6 weeks total?
I don't know. I never reject that, whatever it takes. But the military is almost non-existent, if you look. We could hit the military itself very hard, but maybe we will, maybe we won't. We haven't made that determination.
What do you think about gas prices? Gas prices right now? Are you worried about gas prices right now?
No. This is a short excursion into something that should have been done for 47 years. 47 years it's taken to do this, and no president had the guts to do it.
Are you worried you're going to end up coming back to Dover for more of these such dignified transfers?
Sure, I hate to do it, but it's a part of war, isn't it? Who are you with?
The Washington Post.
When you say it's a part of war?
The deaths are part of war,
yeah. It's part of war. It's a sad part of war. It's the bad part of war.
Mr. President, did the United States bomb a girl's...
He's such a good man. I don't think people understand. He's not a warmonger. He really isn't. He may seem like he is very belligerent in his rhetoric, but he's kind of like, I don't know how to explain this. He's a very, caring man. And if you told him, Mr. President, our forces aimed at, one building and we hit another, he's the type of man that would actually go out there and say, we did it, I'm sorry, it's a casualty of war and I apologize. He would not stop bombing. He would own it. He's just very kind of he really it weighs on his conscience. I don't know. It's hard to explain. You have to be around the man. He just actually cares. He's not a regular politician. He's not like a general. If you tell him you actually hurt civilians, he will own it. He will not stop, but he will be upset. It weighs on him. It's strange. A lot of people don't think of him that way because of his bellicose rhetoric, but he's actually a human. He's now going to answer a question about the girls' school, and I do pray you will listen to Mr. President Trump when he does.
Elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegson? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Can you give us an idea?
Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions.
So he's not, I'm telling you, he will not risk it. If he thinks that they've misfired a missile and it hit that school, he has intel that shows the launch of the missile trying to hit our missile. Their missile missed our missile and it hit a school. I'm telling you, he has intel. He's not going to say it because it's probably very sensitive, classified intel, but they can watch the Iranian missile go up at our missile, miss our missile, and then hit a school. He's going to eventually wait for the Iranians to walk too far down the path of blaming us on that and then show the evidence that they did it. I know he's holding his cards close to his vest, but I see what he's thinking.
They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Can you give us an idea of what unconditional surrender looks like to you? I mean, what do you want from Iran?
I said unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle or when they can't fight any longer and there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
Mr. President, can I ask you what Peter asked you a question yesterday? You said it wasn't the right time in that event, but he was asking whether you have indications of whether Russia is supporting Iran somehow in this.
No, I have had no indication of that whatsoever. If they are, they're not doing a very good job because Iran is not doing too well.
What about the Strait of Hormuz? There's no traffic really going through it.
Well, that's the ship's choices, but we haven't cleaned out. We've wiped out their navy. The navy is now at the bottom of the sea, so that's the choice. This is an excursion. We figured oil prices would go up, which they will. They'll also come down. They'll come down very fast, and we will have gotten rid of a major cancer on the face of the earth. We will have taken out a cancer. Don't forget October 7th. Don't forget all of the things that have happened over the years. All all caused by these people. So what we're doing is a great thing, not only for our country and not only for Israel, not only for the Middle East, but for the world.
Secretary Bessent announced some moves to temporarily allow certain Russian oil sales to India. Are you considering any other moves, including the SPR?
If there were some, I would do it just to take a little of the pressure off. But I think that the oil pressure, but there's a lot of oil. We've got a lot of oil. Our country has a tremendous amount, and there's a lot of oil out there. That'll get healed very quickly.
Would you consider using the SPR or tapping into the SPR at some point?
Strategic reserve?
Yeah.
Well, I'm the one that built them up. Biden used them so that he could get some extra votes in the election. It turned out it wasn't even him that ran, it was Kamala. And she obviously didn't get any extra votes because we won in an absolute landslide. So he shouldn't have used it for that. He used it to I filled it up, and he brought it down to the lowest level it's ever been. We will start at the appropriate time, which is basically a gut instinct. We will start filling up these strategic reserves.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, it's. I don't think it's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Are you thinking about the oil facility there? There's an oil facility kind of on the coast of Iran that could be secured by ground troops. There's been some speculation that could be a target.
I don't know what the speculation is, but I certainly wouldn't be able to tell you that. I'd be in trouble with myself if I told you that.
Mr. President, don't you need ground troops to secure the enriched uranium at the nuclear sites?
We'll find out about that. We haven't talked about it, but it was a total obliteration. They haven't been able to get to it. And at some point, maybe we will. You know, that would be a great thing, but right now we're just decimating them. But we haven't gone after it, but something we could do later on. We wouldn't do it now. Maybe we'd do it later.
You said you want to be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran. Can you talk to me?
Well, because I don't want to just come back every 10 years, and mostly you'll have presidents, that won't do that because they don't get it. But we don't want to come back every 5 years or every 10 years and do this. So we want to pick a president that's not going to be leading their country into a war. Do you have any questions for Pete or Steve? Come on up.
Mr. Wickoff?
Steve, come on up.
Mr. Wickoff, is there still space to do a deal with whatever is left of the Iranian government?
I think there is. I think that's going to be up to the president. That's what I think. But they didn't seem to be very amenable in those first set of negotiations. You heard what I said. They said we have the inalienable right to enrich. They bragged about having 60% enriched fuel, enough for 11 bombs. And they told me and Jared, we're not going to give you diplomatically what you couldn't take militarily. So, you know, I think they're going to need a change of attitude.
What sort of thing do you want to see in a deal? I mean, do you think you have maximum negotiating leverage at this point?
I think the president has proved that we have.
Iran today accused the U.S. of hitting.
A lot of negotiating leverage, maybe maximum, but we're not looking to settle. They'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle.
Iran accused
the British government has now offered use of the British government has offered use of some bases now, and you had previously said you were very disappointed in them.
Aircraft carriers?
I mean, about British bases. They said.
See my response that I just put out? I just put out a response. Give me the offer to send 2 aircraft carriers. Maybe, but they're not sure. I just put out a response to them. I said, we don't need them. It's not the right time. It would have been nice to have had them 2 weeks ago, but the response I put out, I think, says it very well for you.
Iran today accused the U.S. of hitting a desalination plant in Iran, and they said that might open the door to other strikes on infrastructure, non-military.
Allow us to also open the door to other strikes against them.
Look, in response to that allegation, did the U.S. hit the desalination?
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. what they did. Take a look at October 7th. Take a look at what they've done over the last 47 years. So I know nothing about a desalinization plant other than to say, if they're complaining about a desalinization plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off, okay?
Mr. Wikoff, have you communicated to the Russians not to send targeting information and other assistance to the Iranians?
Strongly said that.
And do you believe that they are?
I hope they're not.
Do you see any evidence?
We don't know, but it's not doing very well. If they are, it's not helping much. If you take a look at what's happened to Iran in the last week, if they're getting information, it's not helping them much.
What would it mean to you if they were? I mean, even if it's not helping the Iranians particularly much, it's still involving themselves in a conflict that they're not directly.
They'd say we do it against them, wouldn't they? Huh? Wouldn't they say that? We do it against them? I don't know. Look, they can give all the information that they want, but the people they're sending it to are overwhelmed. Russia would be overwhelmed too. Anybody would be overwhelmed. We have the greatest military on earth, and I built it in my first term, and unfortunately, I'm forced to use it now. But when you look at what we did with Venezuela, when you look at what we did with the B-2 bombers, that was a very big moment because Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon within 2 or 3 weeks, and that stopped it, and it stopped it cold. And you ask about maybe going back and getting that, something could happen at the right time.
Is Iran running out of missiles and drones, or do you expect those counterattacks to continue indefinitely?
Not only that, manufacturing capability also. We've hit the manufacturing very hard. They're at about 9% of what they sent out in the first 2 days, and we think that's because they don't have that much. We've knocked out about 70% of the launchers. The launchers are a big deal. Very hard to get, very expensive.
I want to talk about leverage. With every passing day, we have more and more leverage because we have more and more capabilities. We're hitting them harder and harder, and they have less of an ability to defend themselves. So we're pressing the offensive every single day, creating all the leverage the president needs for the outcome he wants.
So it sounds like you think they're running out of water, both of the drones and the missiles.
When you look, I mean, they're sending in much less drones. They're being decimated now. You know, at some point, I don't think there'll be anybody left maybe to say we surrender, but they're being decimated. And when you look also, all of a sudden they apologized to the Middle Eastern states that they shot at them. I was very surprised to see they did that, but you mark that down as a victory for us and for the Middle Eastern states who are really friends of ours. But I guess they're not going to be shooting at them anymore. They apologized, and we'll see what happens. But that's a big loss. That's a surrender right there. I called it a surrender today. When they apologized and said they're not shooting at them anymore, that's really a surrender to those states and to us. Okay, anything else?
Some Iranians are concerned that the Kurds will carve out kind of an autonomous region as they did in Syria and Iraq.
We're not looking to the Kurds going in. We're very friendly with the Kurds, as you know, but we don't want to make the war any more complex than it already is. No.
You've ruled that out?
We don't want, I have ruled it out. I don't want the Kurds going in. I don't want to see the Kurds get hurt, get killed. We've had a good relation. They're willing to go in, but I've told them I don't want them to go in.
Do you think the map of Iran will look the same?
The war is complicated enough without getting the Kurds involved.
And do you think the map of Iran looks the same after this is all done?
That I can't tell you. Probably not.
Do you know if any shipping companies have taken the U.S. up on its offer of insurance to go through the Strait of Hormuz?
No, we have it set up. We have a great insurance and reinsurance system, but I don't.
Sorry, when you talk about...
When this ends, we're going to have a much safer world, you know that. So, you know, this is a minor excursion, but when this ends, we're going to have a much safer world, and we will have gotten rid of a lot of sick and demented people, the leadership. So we got rid of the one leadership, then we got rid of the second level of leadership. Now they're on their third or fourth level of leadership. And they have leaders right now that nobody even knows who they are. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Donald Trump speaking on Air Force One just a short while ago. Now, our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is live for us in Washington.
Okay, now while we wait for the update from Tehran, Let me just, I want to explain a few things. So I know this is a heightened time of international tension. Me personally, so President Trump in 2009, way before he was president, was hosting a dinner at his house, and through a weird series of events, my grandfather, who was a very blue-collar fireman, he actually was a bricklayer that became the fire chief in Newton, Massachusetts. May God rest his soul. He passed this year. My grandfather was a very simple man. He liked to golf with me at the Leo J. Martin golf course. A splurge for him was going to the Commonwealth golf course. Like, he only golfed at public golf courses. He was a fire chief. He was a very, very humble man. He drank his medium. He actually only drank a small hot coffee every morning. I never understood how he got through the day with only one cup of coffee. Needless to say, he was down there at Mar-a-Lago because my mom, who's relatively well-known, Bill O'Reilly wrote the foreword to her last book. It's a long story. I don't have time to explain. So just by some conflagration of circumstance, I ended up down there. And my grandfather, he was sitting at this table in the ballroom of Mar-a-Lago. And my mom was doing her, Wendy Murphy thing and just talking to all the powerful people. But I didn't want to do that. And I don't know. I don't really remember all the details. I was a lot of places as a child. We kind of went around a lot. But this one was interesting. My grandfather, as he tells it, was sitting at, as he told it, God rest his soul, was sitting at the table alone in the Mar-a-Lago ballroom because he didn't really like socializing with these hoity-toity people either. And he's sitting there being his normal self alone at a table. And all of a sudden, Mr. President Trump, who was not president at the time, this was like 2008, 2009, he comes into the ballroom and he's got these people around him and there's all this rush of activity. And he just kind of shoos all his yes people and staff away and they go away. And he just sits down at this table alone. There was no one with them. He did not have an entourage. He did not have people coming up to him. It was just him and my grandfather at a table alone. Now, I didn't really think too much of this at the time. I just was kind of worried about my grandfather, getting back to the hotel afterwards because he drank a lot of wine. So I was like, Grampy, I have to get you to the hotel. But anyway, my point is, so I'm watching my Grampy, but I'm not I'm within 50 feet so he doesn't wander off, but I'm not listening. I'm just kind of looking at them. And Mr. President Trump and my Grampy talked for 3 hours. They were having a grand old time. I don't really know, at the time I didn't really know what was going on. And then my Grampy comes up to me afterwards and he says, Mr. Donald Trump is a very nice man. He just talked to me about golfing and our families, and he gave me 3 hours of his time, and he's a billionaire. And my grandfather was, a man, not a man of means. He lived in Natick, very simple, one store house. He never really, had a lot of money. And Mr. President Trump gave this humble firefighter that was my grandfather, I love oh so dearly, 3 hours of his time. Got nothing from my grandfather, was never going to get anything from him, could not possibly have done a thing for Mr. President Trump, who was not the president at the time, but gave my very simple grandfather, who I loved my whole life, his whole life, 3 hours of his time. And all they did was talk about golf and Mr. President Trump's family and my Grampy's family, which included me. So, I'm just saying, it's hard for me because, I knew Mr. President, I guess not directly, but I knew of Mr. President because of that. So, I always, that's the first impression. He was nice to my Grampy. He didn't know anyone was looking. There was no one in that big ballroom because everyone else was on the dance floor. It was just Mr. President Trump and my Grampy, and he was kind to him, and my Grampy was a fireman. And, I judge people according to Matthew 25:31 through 46, which is how they act when people are not looking. And I wouldn't say my Grampy was the least among us by any means, but juxtaposed to Mr. President Trump, I would say my Grampy was a very simple man, and Mr. President Trump treated him well when no one was looking, or he thought no one was looking, but I was looking. And so therefore, God bless Mr. President Trump. And I don't agree with anyone on everything politically. That would make me like a lemming. But on, I don't know, 7 out of 10 issues, Mr. President Trump and I, America, and not liking communism, and, America and our military, and America and Jesus, we agree on a lot of issues. And, you know, I'm never going to agree with someone on 100% of things, but I agree with Mr. President Trump's general approach to ensuring the American public is informed about the ongoing developments of the war, and that's more than I can say about our media and the Congress, that's for damn sure. So, in short, you just have to give me a little indulgence because first impressions mean a lot, and also I judge people by how they act when they think no one's looking, and Mr. President Trump passed my test, so I pray your indulgence on that, and I'm grateful for that, and God bless Mr. President Trump, who is, of course, I mean, he's my commander-in-chief. I'm not in the army, but, like, you know, he's the leader of a country that I live in and love dearly. I respect the office. I don't care who's in the office. I probably disagreed with Mr. President Biden, before more than I disagree with Mr. President Trump. So, on the whole, you know, I can't complain right now. Like, it could be Biden, it could be imagine Hillary Clinton or Biden running a war. I'm telling you, they'd be worried about the alpacas. They'd be like, we can't drop that cluster munition. It's going to cause greenhouse gases to go up by a 0.1% in like 40 years. You don't understand. Like, we can't do that. Iran would be like, these morons. I'm being very gentle, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Like, you can't just judge based on one policy. You have to think about the best interests of the United States of America and the Constitution and the pluralistic views of a number of different people, and look for overlapping consensus, and ideally respect Jesus. And if you don't love Jesus, that's okay, but like, his principles are pretty good, and you know, I would like to think having Jesus in our lives is a good thing, so let's just keep working on that. Or at least, like, if you don't worship Jesus, that's totally okay. You can worship the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. You can worship, like, trees, like the pagans. I don't really understand the pagans, but we have a nice number of pagans here. They're trying to teach me about, like, harmony with nature and, you know, trees. I don't understand, but they're very nice. Trees seem very nice. So, you know, if you worship trees, that's good. God bless you for that. You know, the trees need some allies. They're just out there producing oxygen. You know what I'm saying? They need some people defending them. I'm not saying you should chain yourself to the trees, but, you know, if you want to worship trees, there's, you know, it could be worse. You could worship like Baal or something, so it's not really Jesus, but it's like part of Jesus's philosophy. So my point is, I'm trying to understand the pagans. It's really hard for me. I don't get the whole, like, tree thing, but I'm working on it. I'm being very respectful, and if I can do that, ladies and gentlemen, if I can try to understand why the pagans worship trees, then you too can understand viewpoints with which you don't agree. Yes, someone must protect the trees you don't understand. God bless you, pagans. Well, I don't know what you say, nature bless you, or however it may be, but just know I'm working on understanding the pagans. So if I can do that, you know, I would just say, this is your sort of top of the hour kind of reset. It's about 7 p.m. Eastern War Time on Saturday, March 7, 2026. We're about to go to a report from Tehran, but I just wanted to weigh in a little bit there, you know, so God bless you and thanks for that.
Have been hit. Large fires have been reported across the capital. The latest strikes come as President Trump threatens to expand the operation. Mohammed Val is in the Iranian capital for us. Oil refineries hit. We've got a desalination plant possibly here as well. And I think Tehran has come under bombardment in the last 6 hours as well.
Well, that's right, Richard. This is a new development in this campaign on Iran. This is the first time probably in this war that such a wide range of targets that are related to oil facilities has been hit, oil depots and also an oil refinery, the biggest one near Tehran called Ray. That's one of the biggest targets that have been hit. We saw, and everybody in Tehran saw the balls of fire in the skyline, and so it was such a spectacle, reminiscent of what the Israelis did in Yemen, also to show to here in Iran it is considered an act of terrorism. It's considered an act of drama that is supposed to be intended to be a source of fear for the people and an indication that everything is going to be destroyed and everything is going to crumble. So lots of places have been hit, particularly related to oil depots and so on. And that's a part of this campaign. Also, other cities were hit here We have Isfahan, we have Boroujer, that's before this wave on oil refineries and oil depots. So it's a continuous campaign on different targets in Iran, but the Iranians are defiant and they are talking about their 27th wave of retaliation against the targets in Israel and also targets across the Gulf region. There is no indication of a reduction of the amount of power that Iranians are deploying and using in this war. Until now, we have seen those missiles with clusters of heads above Israel over the last couple of nights. So Iranians are promising that this is going to continue and defying the American and Israeli campaign, saying that it is not going to reduce their resolve, it is not going to cause them to bow down or surrender under any circumstances.
Also, Mohammed, I mean, we had the Iranian foreign minister saying that Tehran's openness to regional de-escalation was almost really immediately shot down by President Trump.
Yes, Sayyid Abbas Araghchi was explaining what President Pezeshkian said, explaining it firsthand to the neighbors and also to the Americans and also to the Iranians, because some people thought, according to him, according to the other officials, that what the president said was an act of, it was like it was a change of course for Iran, and Iran is apologizing, and that might be the beginning of something or an indication of Iran probably, coming under the pressure and showing it probably going to change its course in this war or surrender. But that's not the case, according to the highest officials here in Tehran. That was just a gesture of friendship towards the neighbors. And that has been said, by the way, from day one. The Iranians have been saying from day one that they're not intending to be aggressive against their neighbors, that this is not an act of war against the Arab countries, but it is an act of self-defense. Also, we have Ali Larijani, the Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Security here in the country, talking further to this point and saying that, Iran knows what's going on here. It's not related to any of the objectives that have been mentioned by Donald Trump and the Israelis over the last few days. The main purpose of this campaign, he said, was the disintegration of Iran, the division of Iran, the breaking of this country, and that's not going to happen. He said that Iran is a big country, and that for Israel it is intolerable to see such a huge, big, powerful country in the region, and that has to change. So they tried many means. They began by the decapitation of the supreme leader of the country, thinking that that act alone would cause a total disintegration of the country, but it didn't happen. Then they were pinning hopes on the street to rise the opposition in Iran, to take matters into its own hands and rise against the regime. That didn't happen. They also began to talk to the Kurds, the separatist Kurds, trying to push them to invade Iran and cross the border to help this campaign succeed. That didn't happen. And tonight, I'm sure that Iranians are listening with a lot of consternation to what Trump said about the map of Iran probably going to change after this war.
Mohammed Val there for us in Tehran. Now, in Lebanon, the Israeli army has been issuing repeated forced evacuation orders for parts of the capital. More than 330 people have been killed by Israeli attacks in Lebanon alone in the last week. 45 people have been killed on Saturday by Israeli raids. Now, the Norwegian Refugee Council estimates that 300,000 people have been displaced. The Israeli military says it's carrying out another wave of strikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut, and these are the latest pictures we're seeing from the capital there. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalated since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader last week. Heidi Pett is live for us in Beirut. Now, what's the latest on the situation there? Because there were some absolutely gargantuan explosions taking place there in Beirut earlier.
Yeah, a couple of hours ago, we heard the sound of a smaller explosion. So it's normally known as a roof tap or a warning strike. And then about 10 minutes after that, an enormous explosion that once again sent black smoke over the southern suburbs of Beirut. The Israeli military has said that another wave of attacks on the capital will be occurring tonight. So far, it's just been that one major strike. But once again, people here in Lebanon, it's a tense night. People are waiting and watching to see what will happen. But around the rest of the country and during today, we have seen intensive airstrikes in the south, particularly around the city of Tyre, but a number of other locations. Dozens of places have been hit, including the Bekaa Valley. And as you were mentioning, the raids in the Bekaa killed more than 40 people when an Israeli helicopter, a number of them actually, landed near the Syrian border, dropped off a load of commandos and sent them into a Lebanese village. Now, the Israeli military says that the purpose of that operation was to recover the body of a man who went missing in the 1980s. He was a navigator on a plane that was downed over Lebanon, and that they were looking for his body. But once Hezbollah engaged them on the ground, the Israeli military started bombing heavily in order for their forces to get out. And as a result of those airstrikes, more than 40 people were killed just yesterday here in Lebanon.
Heidi, thank you so much. Heidi Pett there joining us from Beirut. Now, Iran has fired another salvo of missiles at Israel. Interceptions lit up the sky over the central and northern part of the country. There have been no reports of damage on the ground so far. Iranian strikes over the past week have caused extensive damage to Tel Aviv. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will continue the war with, quote, all our force. Now, Rory Challant is following developments from Amman, and he joins us live from there. Now, widespread attacks, but we don't know how much damage is actually being done on the ground, do we, Rory?
No, because the Israelis are keeping a very tight lid on the information that they allow to come out into the public sphere. They ask people to not share videos, not reveal the extent of any damage. What we do know is that today, since morning time, there have been at least 9 or 10 volleys of Iranian missiles. Now, that is a bit more than previous days, although when you compare that to the early days of the conflict, the Israelis feel like things have eased off. Today's strikes or attacks have been focused on the northern part of the country, particularly around Haifa, where the Iranians say that they've been targeting an Israeli oil refinery there in retaliation for the Israeli targeting of oil infrastructure inside Iran. We don't know of any confirmed damage, though, to the Israeli oil refinery. Now, one thing we do know is, or this is being talked about in Israeli media, is that the warning time that Israelis now have for incoming missiles has gone down to about 4 minutes. And that is because of pretty widespread damage to American radar warning stations in Jordan, where I am, and in other parts of the Gulf that have been damaged by the Iranians, which suggests that there has been a pretty successful campaign from the Iranians to degrade essentially the US eyes across the whole region, and that has an impact on how long Israelis have to run to a shelter. One place where they have no time to run to shelters at all is way up in the north along the Lebanese border, where they're so close to the Hezbollah launchers when they launch these rockets, and they have been a lot recently, that they really don't have any time at all to get to any sort of safety. And the Hezbollah has been warning Israelis to get out of various towns on that northern border, which the Israeli government says they're not going to be doing. Elsewhere, we've heard that the Israelis have extended a state of emergency for another couple of days, although several days ago that state of emergency was relaxed a little bit so that you now can go back to your workplace, and there are groups of people can congregate in groups of up to 50 as long as they are close enough to a shelter. That's the imperative, being close to shelters.
Thank you, Rory. Rory Challant there for us in Amman. Now, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has issued multiple statements today discussing Iranian attacks on Gulf countries, and this was his message early on Saturday.
Here I feel it necessary.
No, all right. So, first of all, a few things. One, that man in Tehran has never said that the sky was lit up orange. Like, Tehran is actually burning tonight. And that man in Tehran is a regime spokesperson. To hear him say, the Iranian English reporter who's standing there with the IRCG, to hear him say Tehran is under a terror bombing is, it's horrifying. It's for the civilian population. Remember, I am not sympathetic to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. I want you to be very clear. There is nothing in my coverage that is sympathetic to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. You know what I am sympathetic to? Civilians. Why? Because I believe the Iranian civilians deserve the right to choose their own government, not under the influence of the Iranian dictatorship and not under the influence of a foreign government. So when they die, it makes me sad. Do I understand that they are put in positions where the government of Tehran has started bombing civilians indiscriminately in 13 countries, so Tehran is being made to suffer? Yes, but it makes my heart pour out for them. The Iranian people do not deserve what is happening to them, regardless of whether you blame the Iranian leadership or the American leadership. The Iranian people, I have met so many of them over my time. You'd be surprised when you're in academia. You meet a lot of displaced Iranians. Do you understand? There was an Iranian, let me tell you a story. I'm going to speak very broadly. None of this is true. I'm speaking apocryphally. None of this happened. So let's just say randomly, you know me, I'm kind of like a talker. So say, this isn't about me. Let's just say there's this random person who's this man that you might know, but you've never talked to, and it's not me. All right, so this man is just kind of going about his day, and he's at a gas station. And let's just say he's kind of a friendly man, so he starts chatting up the man at the gas station. And let's say, just by happenstance, because this man likes to he likes Jesus, so if you say you need help, he'll take you to the coffee stand. So say he takes this nice man from the gas station who was pumping the gas out to coffee, and let's say he finds out he's an Iranian dissident. And this is, an apocryphal story that did not happen. And let's say, I'm like, I mean, not me, this man, who this story did not happen. And let's say this man says to the gas station man, are you an Iranian dissident? And how did you get here? And let's say, apocryphally, the Iranian dissident says, well, etc., 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 redacted, yada, 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 etc., jumping forward very far in the story for various national security purposes. I'm not part of the government. I don't represent the government. I never worked for the government. I don't know what you're talking about. This is not about me. So anyway, jumping forward in the story, let's say the hypothetical Iranian man who was part of the Iranian resistance starts talking to this hypothetical other man about, how he's part of the Iranian resistance. And then the other man's like, wait a minute. I know exactly what you should do. I don't think you should go back to Iran. And then redacted, jump forward like a bunch of stuff, redacted, etc., etc. And let's just say that was a very nice Iranian man who cared a lot about America. Okay, everybody understand? Okay, redacted, some more redacted stuff. And that man was a very good man, okay? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm laying down here? Were you able to follow? It had nothing to do with me. I don't know what you're talking about. It was a very nice Iranian dissident. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes things just happen, okay? Everybody on the same page. Iranian dissidents, totally not me. Hypothetical man. The Iranian citizens are very nice. They like America. Do we all get what I'm trying to lay down here? I don't know what to do. I have to tread lightly. I should just stop talking. Okay, let's go back to Al Jazeera English. Thank you very much.
Plants and oil refineries being hit by Israeli airstrikes. Could this be a new approach by Israel in terms of its target selection across Iran?
Yes, Darren, some of that could be for the drama of the war, Israel and the United States. It's a psychological war against the Iranians to make them frightened, to make them believe that this is going to be really the end of it for them. We saw that in Yemen. Israel tends to do this kind of big strikes and balls of fire. They tend particularly to strike at oil refineries and oil depots and so on. They did that, as I said, in Yemen. But also this is going to be very hurting to the Iranians because these are fuel facilities. These are fuel supplies for Tehran and for the other regions. Probably the Israelis are planning to to cause a situation of crisis in terms of fuel supplies in Iran, and that's an act of war. It is Iranians consider it an act of aggression, of terrorism. This is going to affect the lives of ordinary individuals, not just the army. But for the Israelis, it is going to be to help them reduce the capability, probably the movability of the troops and of the machinery and so on because of the oil crisis. But Iran is a big country and it has very many facilities like this around the country, and it is doubtful that these strikes tonight will cause such a crisis.
Yeah, Mohammed, and we've heard some mixed messaging from various Iranian officials about the attacks on Gulf Arab states and the progress of the war. Talk us through what's being said by officials there.
Yeah, it began with the president saying that there might be some kind of change of course regarding the strikes against Arab neighbors. But he did not give that without clarification or without conditions. He said Iran is going to strike back against any source of aggression against it. But it was understood in the United States, particularly by Donald Trump, according to the Iranians, as a gesture of weakness, and as an attempt to change course here and probably to apologize. The Iranians, they deny that this is an apology or a change of course of action here in this war. So we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs yesterday talking about it, trying to explain this and saying that Iran is not changing its course. And also we have today Ali Larijani, the Secretary General of the National Supreme Council of Security, saying that Iran is going to continue to do what it is doing as necessary, and it has the right to do it. And he said that the goals of this war are not what the Israelis and Americans have announced. They're not about the nuclear program. They're not about Iran's intervention in the region or and so on, but they are about the destruction of Iran, the disintegration of Iran. He said that Israel as a small country cannot tolerate the presence in the region of such a big and powerful country as Iran in the region, and the purpose of this war is to break Iran. They tried to do that at the beginning by the decapitation of the supreme leader, thinking that that act alone will cause such disintegration to happen, but that didn't happen. The country is still united and the leadership is still in place, and the running of the country, of the affairs of the country is still going on smoothly. And then they resorted to the street. They were thinking that the street is going to rise against the government. That didn't also happen. And then they were talking to groups like the Kurds in on the border with Iraq. And that situation also is a desperate attempt to cause trouble in Iran. But the Iranian government has the means to prevent that from happening. So they consider that the Israelis and Americans are resorting to desperate acts to destroy Iran, and that's their purpose, not anything else.
Mohammed, thank you. Well, 1 week into the conflict, more than 1,300 people have been killed.
Okay, I'm getting caught up.
And has apologized.
I want to. All right, so there was a strike on the Kuwait International Airport. I needed like 10 minutes to kind of breathe. We also started talking about Amsterdam, and then like regulatory codification of the statutory legalization of adult medical use in Massachusetts, how the industry generated $9 billion, how I wrote the statute in part and then had to work on the regulatory implementation. Then we were talking about my travels through UNIV at Oxford, and then how I met a particle physicist. And then we were talking about how I dated this Lebanese princess and how she liked macaroons, which I thought were a form of nut. It turns out that they are a dessert. That's not really relevant to anything we're talking about. I just wanted to let you know I love the people of the earth. I kind of traveled around. I don't know, did you ever find yourself in the basement of a bar in Prague watching a man smoke some kind of class A narcotic from a glass, and then you're like, can I have some of that? And he's like, no. And I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? I've been around. I don't do any of that anymore. But, you just kind of walk around the earth. You're at the astrological clock, and there's a bar under there. I don't know. It's around the corner. My point is, you just find yourself in places and things happen. I met these blood diamond traders in the red light district in Amsterdam one time. I was smoking a cigar, and I kind of rolled the cigar, and I gave it to them. And I just thought they were regular men. And I was like, what do you do? And they told me they were blood diamond traders. And I was like, that sounds dangerous. Then we had a nice little talk. They didn't really speak good English, but we talked, I'm a very international man. It was an interesting experience. They liked Jesus, they had crosses on. Told me they were in Amsterdam for business. I tried not to ask too many questions. I'm just saying, I just kind of go about my business. You put me in a random city, I'm probably going to be okay. I just kind of go talk to people. They tell me interesting things. I'm shocked. Well, one time that guy in Amsterdam, I suppose I have had guns stuck in my head occasionally, but I lived. You have a gun stuck in your face once, and live. You don't really care anymore. It's like, well, I lived through that one, so who cares? My point is, you got to be a little careful in some of these cities. You can't just be walking around all the time. And if you do, you have to be willing to accept some guy's just going to stick a gun in your face, probably. And you just got to get out of it. If you can live down while staring down the barrel of a gun and remain calm, you can basically go to any city on earth. I don't recommend it, but you got to live hard and fast sometimes, get these experiences, go about your business, just kind of, I don't know. I lived pretty hard and fast. I like that I'm home now. I don't want to go out in the earth anymore. You humans are very interesting, and I like talking to you like this. It's just fine. Just fine. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, I think they were selling diamonds in Amsterdam. Yes, I think they were doing that. All right, taking you back now to the important updates. I'm sorry that we got a little distracted with the towel lore. You're going to find I've been around. I don't know. I'm a towel. I do lots of things. I'm involved. I just exist. My brain rebels at stagnation. I report on lots of things. I don't know what to tell you. I wish I had a better explanation for why I am the way I am. I really don't have one for you, though. I just kind of am this way. Anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You're watching a one-man independent news channel that apparently can get you verified footage before a lot of the rest of the major channels. There's no sponsors here. The only ads that run are from YouTube. There's no merch. There's no editorial structure. It's literally me relying on my intelligence and my ability to ward off headaches and focus on the information flying in at real time and present it to you from on the ground as fast as I possibly can. In order to do so, ladies and gentlemen, benefit from your assistance. We only do it once an hour. But if you like this channel, if you want to help me stay alive, I got to get a new car rental tomorrow. It's a long story. I don't want to go down the explanation. Just know that there's a lot going on in my life. Don't donate if it would be a burden. Please do not deprive your family of food. Or if you are helping different efforts, please do not take that away from them and help me. But if you're out there, if you are thinking to yourself, oh yeah, I struck it rich in crypto, there's this man in Boston who's very smart and he needs my help. He has nothing. He has a negative net worth. I don't know how it's possible. Probably because he wants to wander the countryside in a robe preaching to people for food, which is kind of the only way that someone that intelligent would end up being able to do this if he just didn't sell out, and I never sold out. So I rely on your donations. It's kind of like alms for the poor, but alms for the towel, you know what I'm saying? So God bless you for your support. Please don't donate if it would be a burden. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo @ Grant E1, and you can also donate on PayPal for our international towel friends, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless each and every one of you for supporting independent journalism. You don't understand. All I want to do is 40% educate the public, 40% inform the public, and 20% entertain the public, such as to 100% ward off the usurpation of our representative or otherwise forms of government worldwide. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. That was a pretty good kind of 30-minute bumper. My friend Lynn will be very proud of me. She helps me and Mad P, but Lynn has the copy paste function down. So once an hour, Lynn will drop the links in the chat. God bless you, Lynn, and God bless each and every one of you who support independent journalism. I'm just praying there's some oil sheik out there who's you know what, this kid is better than Al Jazeera. If I can give them a lot of money, I'm going to give this kid some money. He's helping me stay informed, and he cares about the civilian populations of these countries. You know what, Mr. Oil Sheik out there, God bless you. This channel has reached 179 countries in the past 6 days. If you don't believe me, I will prove it to you right now. You might be saying to yourself, no, sir. No, sir, your YouTube channel did not reach 179 countries in 5 days. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I have the proof is in the data. Okay? You know what? I bring receipts. I am telling you right now that this channel, since I haven't even updated, we might have reached the penguins in Antarctica right now, but the channel you are supporting, okay? You are not just supporting me. You are supporting You are supporting literally hundreds of thousands of people across the world. The top 50 countries are on your screen right now, okay? I want to say hello to the Towel friends in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Canada. Hello, India. Hello, Australia, and the Philippines, and South Africa. God bless our South African towels. You know who you are. Towel loves you very much. Our Malaysian towels, it's great to talk to you. Hello, Germany. I've always wanted to say hello to the German towels. Nigeria. God bless you, Nigeria. I hope you're doing well. Singapore, I've always wanted to say hello to Singapore. Ireland, we know we have our wonderful Irish towels. The Netherlands, we talked a little bit about Amsterdam today. Jamaica, of course, Jamaica, we love our towel friends in Jamaica. The United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, New Zealand, and France. Look at that grouping there, the UAE, Indonesia, New Zealand, and France. God bless all of you. Pakistan, it's nice to talk to you, Pakistan. God bless your people. I hope you are doing well. Sweden, I like Sweden. It's a pizza spina. God bless you very much. I only trust Towel Jazeera for my war coverage. God bless you, Random Brandon. Random Brandon is my hype man. Thank you, Random Brandon. I also would like to say hello to the Towel friends in Trinidad and Tobago, Italy, Kenya, Mexico, Ghana, Spain, Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, and Denmark. Now, I'll tell you what, there is actually a list of 179 countries. You only saw the first 50 there. I'm not going to do all. There's only 195 countries on Earth, so I cannot just sit here and read the list of every country on Earth. But just know that all 179 countries are actually enumerated. Those are not states. Those are country codes. You are looking at 179 different countries that have watched this feed over the past 5 days, okay? So 7 to 8 days of this coverage. I appreciate all your support. God bless you for staying informed. May God protect the innocent. And if you're thinking to yourself, what am I supporting? Well, you're supporting people in 179 countries learning about the war effort from a man in Boston who can't get out of his chair and sits there for 12 hours while informing you about the state of the world. Isn't that a beautiful thing to support? I think it is. Now, that's enough. I know. Listen to me. If you watch PBS, you get that like every hour. With me, you get it like once every 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? Now to the bad news. I don't mean to do this to you. I will show you Tehran in a second. But here is the Titanic Hotel. This was mentioned earlier in chat. This is in northern Iraq. This is the latest footage from the moment that the Titanic Hotel in Sulaymaniyah was hit. Okay, this was an American a hotel hosting American soldiers near Sulaymaniyah. Okay, it's near Erbil. Oh, that's a drone. It's going to get loud. Oh, that's not good. So that is the confirmation of the hit on the Titanic hotels in Sulaymaniyah. Yes, LA Matrix, and also Towel. We love Towel. But yeah, towels are versatile utilitarian objects. You know, it's a portmanteau, a towel man too, you know, of the towel from South Park. And also Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But really, in 2024, someone said my pronouns were towel, so I was like, okay, fine. This is the latest footage of Haifa within the last hour, 2 hours. I cannot confirm that this actually was the strike, but this is the most recent footage from Haifa. That is Haifa tonight. I am very concerned. I have not seen confirmation of this from independent sources, but if that is Haifa, I am very concerned. I have heard reports. Okay, so this is the latest from Kiryat Shimona, which is, I believe, in the north. This is Kiryat Shimona. So that is the latest footage from Kiryat Shimona. I believe that is a border town in northern Israel. That is a very active situation. I'm delaying the footage a little bit. Yes, QuakeBox, 100%. I'm delaying the footage a little bit right now because this is a very active situation. This is, I'm not exactly sure. I think it's Kurdistan. I'm not sure. I don't think it's Beirut. Excuse me, Bahrain. I think this is Iraqi Kurdistan. Okay, that was within the last hour. That's actually the person who filmed it, that man himself. And then this is Suleimania. We saw some of the footage of the Suleimania attack. This was the strike on the hotel. I believe this may be actually the actual on-the-ground footage near the hotel. Okay, but I cannot confirm that. The Titanic Hotel was hit, either near it or at it. This was the efforts, if you missed it earlier, by American forces and our allies to defend this base. Again, that was the effort to defend the base in Iraqi Kurdistan near Erbil. That was like our allies attempting to stop the drone. They were unable to do so, at least in one instance. This is the port in Bahrain. Alright, so I can confirm for you that Bahrain's historic commercial port, the home of the UK Royal Navy base HMS Junfar, which handles general cargo, customs, and military logistics for the UK and US, has been struck. The port in Bahrain is burning. I can report to you that that is footage from within the last hour, that the port of Bahrain is burning. The attacks on the other Arab countries by the Iranians have not stopped. The port in Bahrain is burning. Here's the moment of the strike. This is tonight. Another hotel in the Bahrainian capital has been hit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
يلا ننزل يلا ننزل يلا ننزل. يلا ننزل يلا ننزل يلا ننزل.
Dude, that is real firepower. Iran has real firepower. God bless them. They're just crying. That is an Iranian drone without any resistance striking the capital of Bahrain. It is they have some real firepower. Oh, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is very concerning.
يلا ننزل يلا ننزل يلا ننزل يلا ننزل يلا ننزل يلا ننزل.
We're in a lot of trouble.
يلا ننزل يلا ننزل يلا ننزل.
We're in a lot of trouble. Oh, this is just a massacre. We are in a lot of trouble. Listen, we all have to... they can't black this out much longer. People are going to start to realize we all have to kind of have a discussion. You all are going to be some of the most informed people about it. This is a massacre. They're blacking it out because they don't want the population to panic. Iran is very well armed. Those are very powerful. That is not their most powerful weapon by any means. They are capable. Those are just expendable drones. Listen, we need to get on a war footing immediately. People are not listening to me. We are wasting very precious time. What you just saw is a shocking set of circumstances. Just shocking. Just shocking. That's just shocking. I'm shocked. I think, I have watched a lot of footage from this war, and you see, like, a lot of what you see is, like, the civilians can't catch the moment of impact of a lot of these Iranian drones, because they'll just catch, like, they'll hear it hit, and then they'll film the aftermath. To actually see it flying, and what it's capable of doing, and their production capabilities, if they actually sustain in this war, there are only so many times they can do this before there is just massive, like, humanitarian crisis everywhere throughout the Middle East, if they get, God forbid, they get close to Europe. These things, when they launch them, are entirely capable, if you don't have the right air defenses, and even if you do, of just striking at will. They are cheap, they're mass-produced, and they cause an extensive amount of damage. They are not like little, Israel uses precision munitions to get, like, one room. That is not what this is. Iran does not care. They might want to target one room, but what you just saw is a cheap, mass-produced, like, very dangerous drone that it's targeting one room, but it is killing like 50 to 100 people, probably more, They do not care. They're not trying to be precise. They want to hit their target, and they don't care about what else is around it. And if you put your target in a civilian hotel, they don't care. They're going to bomb the civilian hotel in the middle of Bahrain, and they're just going to let it burn. These are massive munitions. We're not really seeing, they are blacking this out because our people are dying, and they do not want us to know. And we can't have that because the U.S. population, maybe you can do that if like it's a one-off like lone wolf and you don't want to let the enemy know to keep attacking that. But that's not what this is. This is rolling attacks at will on our soldiers and people with munitions that, again, they are blacking out a lot of this footage on a lot of the stations, but that you can't do anything about the extent of the footage getting out there. That is an Iranian drone easily striking at will American military officers in hotels in Bahrain, and they're not telling us about it. And that's what I'm concerned about. I know Mr. President Trump is trying to get the warning out. I know Mr. Secretary of War Hegseth is doing the same. But I'm on day 9. I'm on day 8. I can keep doing this. I will. I have a duty. But I don't know if people understand how serious this is and how this country of Iran is not going away. We must come to terms with this as a domestic population. Iran is not going away. They're not going to stop doing this. It's going to be like you can't, no matter what we do, until literally we invade them with ground troops and storm their capital and raise the flag above it, they are not going to stop doing this. There's nothing that's going to make them stop. Even if you decimated their buildings, they're not going to stop. Their command and control is underground. They are just not going to stop. And that's it's not even about, I don't believe either side, just so folks know. It's not even about me taking either side at their word. I just have to look at the reality of this. We're 9 days in, and it's getting worse every night in every city. So we have to confront, as a domestic U.S. polity, a world population, what our plan is. The plan cannot just be to pretend that this isn't happening. That's not really a plan. In fact, that's the opposite of a plan. That's just kind of pretending this isn't happening. I feel like I'm in the movie WALL-E. I'm walking around, all my fellow Americans are just sitting in their chairs. Oh, I think I'll turn on the sports ball game tonight. Oh, that man made a very nice basket. Oh, that's pleasant. There are not people dying by the tens of thousands. There's nothing going on. We can't have this. We must be on a war footing. I'm telling you as an informed and cogent and erudite analyst of this ongoing conflict. As the man who has watched, I'd say, 52 hours of this conflict live, and has reported footage that the news will not show you over and over and over again, and is so accurate that he gets the footage before Al Jazeera Arabic. I am telling you that we have no choice. I feel compelled by the powers that be, something bigger than myself, to go out on the stump and let the American public know that they must get on a war footing. I'm taking this into my own hands. You must understand, ladies and gentlemen. I can't take every country. I can't take responsibility for all 179 countries, but I can take responsibility for my own. And the American public is not ready. They are not being prepared. There will be no off-ramp. There can't be, because there's so much conflict. There are so many dead. How can you stop what? No one's going to stop avenging their dead. We are in the cycle of revenge. It is a death spiral. They cannot get, there is no off-ramp. They can't do it. No, I wish I could say. I don't, let me be clear. I take what I call Orson Welles' approach from Citizen Kane. I do not take anything at face value. I study reconstructive hermeneutics. I look at Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer's Dialectic of the Enlightenment, specifically Chapter 8 about the culture industry and Adorno's explication of degrees of simulation, as the most important structural framework since Hegel's syntactical dialectic for understanding history in form and content. It has been said that the form and content of Hegel's philosophy met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 1944, because Hegel's form inspired the radical Marxism and his content inspired Heidegger's Being and Time and the rest of that tomfoolery. Okay? That was the young Hegelians. They were all hanging out in Vienna in the late 1800s. You don't understand. So anyway, Hegel's form and content met at Stalingrad on the Volga, and true to the historical dialectic, it birthed the emergence of the post-World War II era. Okay? Now, of bipolarity, you could say. Now, let us juxtapose that. Okay? The emergence of that form and content with what you are seeing here, which is not a first degree of simulation perspective. We can't smell and hear and feel and sense the atmosphere. But that is just a video from the second degree of simulation, absent the narrative contextual framing of the human written word, absent even my qualifications and rhetorical precision, presented to you for your perspective and designed to allow you to see that which is being obfuscated as others talk about it, clip it, and present it to you out of context. What you do with those various amalgamated perspectives is a reflection of your autonomy. You either rise to the moment and are able to understand and parse narratives from facts and facts from narratives, or you get swallowed whole by the propaganda machine of either side. I prefer to look at all of the primary and secondary and tertiary source evidence and reconstruct for myself an understanding of what's going on. That's the best I can offer you in these uncertain times, and I do hope it is helpful. Sorry for the soliloquy. I become a Southern man sometimes. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. We have very serious updates. As you can see, Ali Hashim, upon seeing the video that we shared earlier from, this is the oil refinery in Iran. If you're just tuning in, this just came out within the past 2 hours. Iran is very upset about the targeting of its oil refinery, and in turn has started targeting the Bahrainian port in the capital of Manama, along with other civilian infrastructure in the Gulf. Okay? Ali Hashim, who used to live in Tehran, he's an analyst for Al Jazeera Arabic, has this to say: "This war isn't ending anytime soon. I lived in Tehran. I know its streets and its alleys almost by heart, and I know its people, their kindness in the smallest exchanges. Kaste Nabashid, Daste Somla Dard Nakonad, Kabel Nadarad, words I heard everywhere. Tonight, as bombs fall on their city, I answer them from afar. Salamat Bashid." I hope I have done justice to that pronunciation. I probably have not. Here is the situation in Bahrain right now.
Drone! Drone, Ariasta, drone!
That was the hit on the Bahrainian port. Oh.
Drone, Ariasta, drone!
That was the hit on the Bahrainian port.
Drone! Drone, Ariasta, drone!
So they didn't just hit the hotel, they hit the port too.
Drone, Ariasta,
This is a very active night of conflict. A very active night of conflict throughout the region. That's all I can say. If you're just tuning in, the night has barely even started, and it is intense. Let me show you the latest scenes from Tehran, okay? This is the latest scenes from Tehran. Actually, I'll show you this first. 2 Iranian planes crashed into each other at the Shiraz Air Base in southern Iran. Alright, these This is footage from Al Arabia earlier today. Two planes at a southern Iranian airbase crashed into each other. That was reported by the Saudi Al Arabian network. And then this is the image of Tehran. These are the images of the oil refinery burning. As you can see, the sky of Tehran glows orange. I did think I heard a little bit of small arms there. I'm not really sure, or if that was backfire. Let me play that for you one more time. Well, that was in Bahrain. It might have been intercepts. Let me bring you live with how much is going on. Let's take a look at Al Jazeera Arabic Live. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Saturday, March 7th, 2026. It has been a roller coaster. We're listening in live over Beirut.
يؤكد إذا تعرض المنشآت المدنية في العاصمة الكويتية لأضرار نتيجة سقوط شظايا وحطام بعد عمليات الاعتراض التي قامت تحليق هذه المسيرات في المجال الجوي الكويتي. الجيش الكويتي يتحدث عن موجة من المسيرات ما زالت تحلق.
You're looking at Lebanon in the bottom right. You're looking at, I can't tell what the bottom left is. You're looking at Tel Aviv in the top right. Now, if you are monitoring Norway, wow. Did you say embassy in Norway or Norway embassy? I will check. I have not seen reports of that. Thank you for... oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, per Reuters, not just from another YouTuber, per Reuters, ladies and gentlemen, March 8th, oh my word, I can't believe that this is happening. This can't be real. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe what I am about to report. There was a loud blast heard near the U.S. Embassy in Norway. Ladies and gentlemen, this cannot be happening. Per Reuters, a loud blast was heard near the U.S. Embassy in Oslo on Sunday, 3 minutes ago. We do not have any footage. 3 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. This report, if you are in Norway, God bless you. I don't know what you should do. I don't know if Norway has plans. Norway should definitely have plans. Do we know anybody in Norway? I know we know people in Denmark and Finland. I'm a little bit concerned for the people in Norway. I don't really know what to do right now. I only have the Reuters report. From 3 minutes. I would not have reported this if Reuters did not flash this on my little wire machine. I'm telling you that Reuters 3 minutes ago has flashed that a loud blast was heard near the U.S. Embassy in Norway. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, thank you to John Lira. Welcome to the channel. I have it from Reuters on the wire. 3 minutes ago, a loud blast was heard near the U.S. Embassy in Oslo early on Sunday. Norwegian police said it was not immediately clear what caused the blast. The Oslo police said in a statement, the police are in dialogue with the embassy and there are no reports of any injured persons. I am monitoring. I don't know if Iran can even reach Norway. But this is certainly a very rapidly developing situation. Norway, of course, is a European country, so the second get updates for you beyond the flash from Reuters. Israel has targeted the Ramada Hotel in the center of Beirut. Ladies and gentlemen, let me attempt to confirm for you. Oh goodness. I have more strikes in Beirut, and let me confirm for you about the situation in Norway. I only have a flash from Reuters. I only have a flash from Reuters. I do not have confirmation. I do not have either of the live stations. If you have Norwegian television, that would be great. I don't know what Norwegian. I don't speak Norwegian. I do not know if this was an attack by a small group of people. I do not know what this was. Television. If you are in Norway, it would be really nice if you could let us know. If you're in Oslo, please do let us know. I'm going to try Dirk T. Okay, I don't speak Norwegian. I really don't speak Norwegian, so I'm going to try NRK TV. Okay, I don't. In Norway, if you could just, give us your news. If you could just, I don't speak Norwegian. If you could just do this as a public service, Norway, right now, I would really appreciate that. Let's see. I don't know how to speak Norway. Why can't you give me a stream, Norway? It's very important. I would really appreciate if you would give me, Norwegian news. I would like that. The Norwegian police, yes, I saw that 845 Bear. The Norwegian police have said that there are no casualties initially. I'm trying to look for streaming source. So there's TV2 News, but they both need VPNs. It would really be nice if they could, offer like a Norwegian news channel, without that. It'd be very nice. I really would like that right now, without requiring a VPN. I don't really want to tunnel into the country in Norway. I mean, I can, but I would prefer not to. It causes all sorts of issues when you got to be doing SSH tunneling during a live stream, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't want to watch Oslo live. I don't, oh yeah, actually, I will take a webcam. You got a webcam? Okay, I have a webcam. I don't think it's of the embassy. Oh, no, hold on. Okay, well, do you have any, oh, they don't have DVR. Can you show me the embassy in Oslo? It's showing me the fjords. I don't see any smoke, but it's not really showing me the embassy. I could really use a, I'm sure the people in Oslo are not expecting me to use their live cam, but I really would appreciate. Okay, I have some views of Oslo. Okay, no promises here. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do my best. I do not yet have any images from Oslo except for this webcam, which doesn't really show any damage per se. It is more just a very high quality webcam of the city of Oslo. I will see if we can look live at it. It does seem to be a live webcam, so we'll look at it. I don't know if it's going to tell us anything. I don't live in Oslo, okay, so you can't DVR on this, but it did just kind of show the city center. I don't see any fires. Hello, Neo Mortal Girl. We are looking, I found a live cam in Norwegian of Oslo, so I think that's where the embassy is. Okay, I think that's where the embassy is, and I am trying to see. So this is downtown Oslo, but I don't know if the embassy. I've never been to the embassy in Oslo. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I don't have any pictures. Is this a picture? Yes, but it doesn't look. Okay, I have a picture outside the embassy in Oslo. Okay, I believe this is the latest picture from outside the embassy in Oslo. It does not look like there is a fire burning, so I don't think this webcam is necessary. If it becomes necessary, I will let you know. But I'm going to show you the picture I have from outside the embassy about 2 minutes ago. I cannot confirm that this is the embassy because I haven't been to Oslo. However, if you have been to Oslo and you can confirm whether or not this looks like the embassy in Oslo, that would be appreciated. Give me 1 second while I reload. It needs a little time. Yes. Okay. There we go. It's reloading. Okay. Is this the embassy in Oslo? Is anyone from Norway at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo? I cannot confirm these images. Is that the U.S. Embassy in Oslo? Hold on. Thank you for that stream, RX. I'll check it out now. I think this is Norwegian. Oh, yes, it is Norway. Yep, here we go. Yes. And then I'm going to translate it into English. Hold on. Let's see if we can get the latest report from Norway. Give me 1 second. It's having some issues translating. I'm going to try one more time. You can do it. Okay, here we go. This is the latest report I have for you from Norway. Thank you very much to X1R110. I do not speak Norwegian. Let's take a listen. I translated it to English. That's it.
Now, Bang and Smoke at the American Embassy in Oslo. Published 8:03.
That's literally it. Here's the rolling coverage. The police, here we go. The police have large resources in the area around the U.S. Embassy at approximately 0100 hours. So what time is it in Oslo? Time Oslo. So 1 hour ago, at approximately 0100 hours local time, so 7 p.m. Eastern, a loud bang explosion was reported at the site. The police are in dialogue with the embassy and no injuries have been reported. There is currently no information about what exactly happened or who may be involved, per Ivan Ersten at the Oslo Police District. VG has received a number of tips from nearby residents describing a loud bang and then a blanket of smoke that covered the area where the embassy is located in Husby in Oslo. I was watching TV when there was a bang and the whole house shook, one of those who lives nearby tells VG. So that is there are at least 5 or other report. There are at least 5 or 10 police cars arrived one after another. Another neighbor tells this. I was sleeping and was woken up by the explosion. It was really powerful. We also saw heavy smoke from the embassy, helicopter in the air, and lots of police here now. According to witnesses, the police have set up a roadblock approximately 700 meters from the embassy. They stop everyone driving down Holmen Kolivien, turn on their lights and check the cars, a tipster tells VG. Yes, Lu Yang, it is, they're stopping cars on Holmen Kolivien. I think someone should alert the American media nearly immediately that the American embassy in Oslo in Norway is like smoking. It is unclear, ladies and gentlemen, according to this Norwegian reporter, who is probably, her name is Kari Arastad Ase. She's literally probably the only human being in the world who has the ability to text people in Norwegian right now next to the U.S. Embassy, and she is reporting that they were woken up by a loud explosion. It is so early in the reporting that she doesn't actually have any information. All she has is this picture from out. This is the confirmed picture. There is something at the U.S. Embassy. It is very serious. We do not have initial reports. All we have is this picture. If you are just tuning in, something very serious, ladies and gentlemen, has happened. So I'm watching Tel Aviv right now as well, but something very serious has happened at the U.S. Embassy in Norway. Oh my God! Oh, one of the Israeli interceptors did not do a good job. Oh, it did not do a good job. Oh, it did not do a good job at all. Oh no. Oh goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, I have video from on the ground outside the U.S. Embassy in Norway. I repeat, I have video from on the ground outside the U.S. Embassy in Norway. It is not that picture, it is this video. It is coming to me right now. Why VG is a Norwegian news media. Vendengag means world's course. Okay, thank you very much. The Mike C1N, I appreciate you. If you're just tuning in right now, I have footage from on the ground. It is 2 minutes old. This is the latest. This is on the ground. If you are concerned about the U.S. Embassy, if you are concerned about the people in Norway, here is what's happening. There is a lot going on. Okay, there is a lot going on. I'm trying to get it to load. All right, this is the latest. It will not load. It's literally that new. It will not load. 1 second. I think it says this is loading so much, so let me just take this. Alright, let me show it to you now. I'm going to refresh. This is the latest on the ground. It literally is so new. It was 2 minutes old. I'm going to make it refresh and load. Give me 1 second. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is the latest from the ground in Oslo. I am trying to get it to load. Here we go. This is the U.S. Embassy in Oslo. This is it right now. I don't see any smoke. Here it is. This is the video from outside the U.S. Embassy. Thank you, Celtic Linda. I appreciate you. So here it is. This is the, I don't have any smoke yet, but this is the scene right now. Okay, that is on the ground. All right, I'll show you the video. There are missiles over Haifa right now, 12 minutes ago. Yep, there is no reporting right now about oh goodness, there's no reporting right now about what is happening in Norway. I have this report about Kuwait. This is the please forgive me, this is the Center for Government Communication, the state of Kuwait. I'm quoting this 30 minutes ago. Kuwait. The Public Institution for Social Security announces that the institution's main building was targeted, resulting in material damage to the building. The institution apologizes for receiving visitors today, Sunday, corresponding to 3/8/2026, at the main headquarters, provided that visitors are received at the institution's other branches with the continuing of completing transactions through electronic services. So, Kuwait has been hit. The Public Institution for Social Security was hit in Kuwait. I'm telling you that from the government communication department in Kuwait. So this is a statement from the Kuwaiti army just now. I'll have it read out to you. Okay. Give me 1 second. This is a statement from the Kuwaiti army just now. Again, you're looking at the latest scenes outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, in Oslo. God help us. I cannot believe I'm saying Oslo. If you are in Kuwait, here is the latest update from the Kuwaiti army. I'll have this is translated to English. I'll have it read for you now.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Statement No. 20. Issued by the official spokesman of the Ministry of Defense. Colonel Saad Abdulaziz Al-Otaibi. Kuwaiti air defenses continue to engage a wave of hostile drones that have breached the country's airspace. Some civilian facilities have sustained material damage as a result of debris and shrapnel falling from the interception operations. The General Staff of the Army confirms that air defense systems and combat aircraft belonging to the Kuwaiti Air Force continue to engage hostile aerial targets, as part of the defensive measures taken to protect the country's airspace. The General Staff of the Army urges citizens and residents to adhere to the safety and security instructions issued by the competent authorities.
That is the end of the statement from the Kuwaiti Air Force 20 minutes ago. That is the statement from the Kuwaiti Air Force 20 minutes ago. I'm going to take us over to Al Jazeera English. Leif Erikson says, the reason that the embassy is so heavily fortified in Norway is because this is not the first time it has been attacked. Thank you very much, Leif Erikson. That makes me feel a little bit better in the sense that I know that they are ready for these kind of attacks. I would still like more information to soothe my concerns. The initial reports are just that. They are very preliminary. Let us go live on Al Jazeera English.
conflict. They were brought back in 6 flag-draped caskets while the U.S. president presided over that. We often call him, he's the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military, but in this role, he is the consoler-in-chief. What we know is that these individuals were killed when there was an Iranian drone that came down and attacked the command center that they were working on. There were 5 men, 1 woman, the ages of 20 to 54. What we do know about this is the U.S. president has called this a very sad day. But what this really is for the American public, it's the first time they're seeing these images across their screens since this conflict began. And the question now is, it's called a Dover test after Dover Air Force Base, whether or not the American public, at least those that do support this conflict, whether they will continue to do so as they see the human cost.
Yeah, Kimberly, and with pictures of dead U.S. service members coming home, how is this likely then to play out in terms of the public mood? I mean, Trump campaigned to end these civil wars, and the polling numbers are showing that many Americans do not support this war.
That's right. The latest poll numbers, and they've been pretty consistent since this started, is a majority of Americans oppose this conflict. More than 50%, somewhere around 30% do support it. But the big question, even for those that do support it, is where this is headed, for how long. And many expressed that they didn't believe that Iran was a threat to the United States or U.S. interests in the region. So this is the challenge for the U.S. president, who is carrying out, as you point out, a promise to do just the opposite of what he's doing now. He's ramping up and promising to hit Iran very hard in the coming days. And there are deep questions about the president's authority with regard to this. This week we saw the U.S. Congress put that to the test.
Oh, no. Listen. If our friend in Kuwait, listen, I think our friend in Kuwait should take cover. My friend in Kuwait, I think you should take cover. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, I need to pause. I have a friend in Kuwait. We have a friend in Kuwait. Do you understand? Your friend in chat is in Kuwait, along with the situation going on right now at the U.S. Embassy in Norway, which I am monitoring. I need to tell our friend in Kuwait he needs to take cover. My friend in Kuwait, please take cover. This is what's going on in Kuwait. Your buildings are burning, my dear friend. My dear friend, your country is burning. Please take cover. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest pictures from Kuwait. Ladies and gentlemen, Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, Kuwait has been hit. There is a serious situation. We have friends in the chat. We have friends in the chat. Kuwait has been hit. There is very serious damage in Kuwait. It is very serious. God bless you, Mimi. I appreciate you. I'm doing all my best. I'll order some food, maybe. I might have to stay. We're only 5 hours in. Listen, I might need some energy. This has been one of the hardest nights of the war. I've never seen this level of destruction during the 8 days of the conflict. The lack of emotion in my tone is only so I do not break down crying. You must understand. God bless all of you for your prayers and emotional support. I will try to eat. It's hard to eat. It's hard to not be numb watching the extent of the human toll of this war unfold in real time. I must convey to my American people, we must support our soldiers and the people of these countries. They are dying for us. I tell you that there are people dying for us out there, ladies and gentlemen, and we must support them. We cannot dilly-dally. We cannot wait any longer. We must support them, whatever it takes. We must support the people of Kuwait. I have a friend in Kuwait. He is here right now. We must support him, okay? We must support the free people of Kuwait. We must support the civilians of Bahrain. We must support the civilians of Qatar and Israel and Lebanon and Saudi Arabia and Oman and the UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a very serious situation. It calls for the complete and total mobilization of the American domestic politics, and I will not stop until each and every one of my fellow Americans has found a way to help. I don't know what to do. Grow victory gardens. Petition the government to allow you to buy Series E war bonds. Tell them you want to buy the same ones that were created in 1941. It will facilitate the easing of inflation and also facilitate the war effort being sustained. Go work for missile production factories. I don't really know what to tell you other than it's not just this footage. It's not just the other footage. It's not just Norway. It's not just the strike on Tel Aviv and Haifa. It's not just that. It is the persistent, ongoing nature of this conflict. There is I don't think we can, if Iran, the tit for tat of this war, if the leaders will not back down, then we must do what we can to help the innocents. Nope, you think? No, I will not. This is a very nice channel. The tone I am using, by the way, is because I've been covering this war for a very long time. But we do not tolerate that kind of behavior, okay? That's just offensive. That's just mean, okay? You don't have to use mental illness as an insult, you know? You know what I'm saying? That's just mean, all right? So I had to hide him, all right? I don't appreciate that kind of language. Imagine how people who are nervous feel. Imagine there is a person in this chat from Kuwait. I'm concerned for the people of Kuwait, and I have a right to. Needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply concerned. These are the interceptions over Haifa just 17 minutes ago. Again, over Haifa 17 minutes ago. The juxtaposition of the peaceful music with the missiles and the no sirens. I think radars are taken out across Israel because their sirens are just not sounding. There should be sirens blaring over Haifa. And it's so quiet. He just has dude, do you hear the music he has in the background? I'm sorry to use that word, but it's so sad to listen to this. It really is really sad. He's sitting there in Haifa, and he's just playing this soft piano music. It's the saddest thing. It's like watching the world end every night. And you can just hear it, he's clearly smoking weed too. He doesn't care. I wish I could play music on this channel. I would like to play music for you at certain times. YouTube does allow it, but you have to get certain versions of the song, and it's just a lot of work. I think I'm gonna put some extra tobacco in my cigar. That little pain in the back of your throat soothes the tension. It's so sad. It's like they just have given up. He's not scared, he's sad and numb, and he doesn't care. He's just playing that sad music, and he's like, if it happens, it happens. I didn't think this is what it would be like. I thought it would be louder, more at once. I didn't think it would be set to the perpetual sounds of death in real time. I should have known. I don't think anyone was ready. Even if you watched this stream during President Trump's State of the Union, you can go back and kind of watch like how I was talking about all this. I was very concerned, but I didn't know how brutal the reality of it was going to be. It's not this video or that video or any one video. It's just the totality of it. And setting aside the incredulity of what they're hiding from the public, the just raw human toll is just so sad. There's nothing that can prepare you for this. And I don't even know if my own countrymen and women are going to be ready. I think a lot of them are just going to cry. And they don't know what to do. And they just are rudderless. I saw people just walking around today like they were just waiting for someone to tell them what to do. And I think that's what a war leader has to be in the modern age. You have to be like all too human. The public isn't going to care if you're up there in a suit. They're not even going to care if you're up there in a military uniform. They're going to think it's just another conflict. To get them to actually get this, you must humanize the toll of this war, which is what I have done for 9 days, and I won't stop. Whether this war goes for a week, a month, a year, 2 years, I will not stop. People must understand what is happening. It is a duty. They must understand. This man understands. This man in the video understands. He's not yelling. He's not mad. He's contemplative and sad. And that is the appropriate reaction. He's the only one who gets it. Me and my kindred spirit sitting somewhere in Haifa. Young man, wherever you are, I understand. God bless you, real Major Glory. God bless you for your kindness and support. I just want to listen. I just want to sit with him, this man. Feel a very kindred connection to this man. I hope he hears this. I hope somebody's like, hey, bro, like that's your video. This guy in Boston, he was showing it. And he wants to come and meet you. He wants to sit with you and listen to piano music and smoke. He wants you to be okay. It's like the Lebanon Jets account, alright? There's this man in Beirut, and he loves planes. He loves planes so much, you don't understand how much this man loves planes. And he has all this nice equipment, and he sits there above the city of Beirut, and there are no planes anymore, and he just films the bombs. So sad. feel for them all so much. I wish I could tell all their stories. I just wish people would know. It finally got to me. After 9 days, there was this video. It was the piano music, and there's something about just, I really like views of cities, and you think about, especially the man in Beirut, but this man too, he must love that view so much. He must feel so blessed every day to wake up and look at it. And now 9 days of shelling, and there's something about that music, just soft, and I just know how he feels, and I feel very, very, very sad for him. I feel not just for him, it's that there are so many civilians who feel so helpless and have just a similar view. You can look at Beirut or Haifa or Tel Aviv or Jerusalem or Manama or Bahrain or Abu Dhabi or Doha or Tehran. It doesn't matter. There are civilians sitting there who have just seen so much death and so many missiles that they don't care anymore. And the only thing they have left to do is smoke cigarettes and play like soft piano music. And that is this war in a video. And it broke me. I mean, I'm here, I'm fine. But it broke me. After 9 days, after all of that, after so many bombs and so many attacks, I kept it together. I reported the facts day after day, but that was the one that got to me. That made it very human. I hope that man is okay. I'd like to meet him someday if God would allow that. I would like to tell him about his video and the impact that it had on me, and I would like to tell the world. I'd like to tell the world about his story. I would like them to know what he saw. Do you know how many millions of people are experiencing things that are... It's like the feeling when you get sick with the flu. At the beginning, you just want it to go away, and you take solace knowing the symptoms will go away. When you're disabled, you feel that way. You feel like trapped because it doesn't go away. It's very scary at first. And then after like 5 years, you're like, oh, it's never going to go away. And so you just kind of accept it. And that's what that video is, by comparison. He doesn't want to stop it. He doesn't know who to call. He can't call anyone. There's no one to call. What are they going to do for him? They have other things they need to worry about. He can't. What's the point of crying? What's the point of yelling? What, are you going to yell at the missile? So he sits there the only way that you can, smoking cigarettes and playing soft piano music. Now, I will say, if you've been watching this stream for 9 days, you will know I've done a good job. I've done a good job reporting the facts of this war over and over. I will still do it. But I hope you will understand that we are all human. And whether you felt that feeling you just saw me express, those were the first tears I have shed during this war. I am very hardened by war coverage. You don't understand. I channel my incredulity into action, and I cover things to make myself feel better about the horrors that I see. I have done that for 9 days. I have done it with diligence, duty, and honor. I have lived up to what I felt was what I needed to do. That was the first time, and it's not because anything in that video was so shocking, or anything in that video was, just bodies falling from the sky on fire. No, it's not a car blown into a building, although I have seen that 3 times now. No, it's the humanity of it. And if you haven't felt that humanity watching this war, if all you've done is just for 9 days straight binge adrenaline and dopamine off the horrors, and you haven't been able to confront that emotion, that's okay. I don't judge you for that. That was me for 9 days. If you've been in that emotional state for 9 days, I don't judge you for that either. However you react to this is absolutely fine, and don't you ever tell anyone, don't you let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't you let them deprive you of that humanity, and don't expect perfection from our leaders either. They will show you a strong face, but don't think for 1 second that they have not cried. You're not human if you haven't done so, I'll tell you that right now. You are simply not human. Same thing with the Epstein files. As soon as I saw that doggy video, some of you weren't here for the Epstein files research, I understand. As soon as I saw that doggy video, I was out. Can't be doing that with little doggies. And the little, oh, don't get me thinking about the doggy video. It traumatized me. I'm a hardened war reporter, and the doggy video took me right out. If you don't know what the doggy video is, just don't. I'm taking you live on Al Jazeera.
Families are sheltering on the streets. The Norwegian Refugee Council says around 300,000 people have been displaced. The fighting in Lebanon is spreading towards the north, near the Syrian border. This is Bekaa Valley, where there's been serious confrontations between Hezbollah and Israeli forces. And Hezbollah says Israeli helicopters have also been seen in the area. Speculation is growing that Israeli forces are preparing for a ground incursion. And as you can see, these images clearly show Israeli tanks amassing at the border. The Lebanese Prime Minister says his country has been dragged into a conflict that it didn't start nor want, while Israel is vowing to continue until Hezbollah is disarmed.
Well, Syrian forces have bolstered their presence on the border with Lebanon to help with the return of refugees. The UN says more than 33,000 Syrian refugees in Lebanon have been forced to return back to their home country. Abela Hito has more now from the Syria-Lebanon border.
As Israeli attacks in Lebanon escalate...
Okay, I have more footage from you. I've composed myself. I understand my job right now. I'm going to show you what I have. Okay, I'm going to show you what I have. right now. These are the latest pictures on the ground from Haifa and also from Kuwait. Kuwait, listen, I need... Oh, wait, hold on. There's a note. There's a note. I got to check the note. Okay, I know that's not from Tehran. I'm not... Oh, I see. They're just... That was... The person's trying to repost footage of the Tehran attack to say that it's... Like that the Haifa attack was in response to it, but they posted the wrong video of the original Iran attack. Conflict Radar didn't get the right one. But that's not relevant to the Haifa video. I was very confused. I don't post things with notes, but that's not a note on the Haifa video. It's a note on the video that's not the correct video of the Tehran refinery burning. 3 updates for you. This is Kuwait right now, okay? This is Kuwait. Remember that attack we saw in Kuwait? This is Kuwait right now. If you're in Kuwait, I need to tell you that your building is gone. That building is not going to make it. I'm sorry to the people of Kuwait. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how this has happened, but that building is not going to make it. You understand? That building is completely on fire. I'm telling you, hey, I don't want to see... And Static, you're going to lose your wrench. And only warning, talk about people, talk about ideas, not people. Was that a statement to Neo Mortal Girl? I don't want to see that. Only warning, talk about ideas, not other people. And I especially don't want to see mental illness as an insult. Not right now. Thank you, Celtic Linda. God bless you. I appreciate your strengths and positive vibe from all of you. Redwater, the UNIFIL in South Lebanon has been killed or shelled, so I don't know if they're trying to help. They've kind of given up. But yes, this is Kuwait right now. So I'm sorry, the people of Kuwait should know. I don't know if their news is showing it, but that building is not going to make it. They've lost one of their buildings. There's no way they're putting that out. They're trying, but there's no way they're going to put that out. That building is going to go down. Who is it, Neo Mortal Girl? I'll keep an eye on them. I don't want to see another attack like that from them. Neo Mortal Girl, I got your back. But I just want people to know this isn't one of those attacks that hits a room and goes out. Iran has seriously escalated their level of attack after the refinery was hit in Tehran. And I'm telling you that in Kuwait right now, that building is burning. Okay? Oh, God. Oh, God. I know why this is happening, so I have an update for you. So, the video was real of the fires on the side of the road. The Sahran oil depot in northwest Tehran that was hit. The fire has actually started burning Kusar Boulevard, and just the whole block is burning. The whole block is burning. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you why Tehran just is burning down Gulf capitals right now. I have very concerning footage for you from Tehran. Listen, this has started, ladies and gentlemen, this has started to seriously escalate. Civilian homes are burning. I'm going to give you the geolocation. This is confirmed by the BBC. Latitude 35.760525. Longitude... I understand 845 Bear. I missed those comments. God bless you. I'm keeping an eye now. I don't mind if people express their opinion, but I do want people to try to always be compassionate and remember whoever is speaking on the TV is a human too. So, but all opinions are welcome here, as long as they are respectful in nature. I don't want to see slurs. The rules in the chat are no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no trolling, no sea lioning. You're all doing a good job with that. I appreciate it, and I'll keep an eye if I see certain things I may miss the context of. of them, but I'll just intervene, and generally I'm amiable, and on the whole, this is an intense situation, and I think people should remember the different countries that are in the chat will sometimes have different ways of expressing themselves, and it is entirely okay if you have a misunderstanding, just as long as it does not devolve into personalities. Hold on. And I 100% miss the exchange, and it has nothing to do with donations. I will step in and look back. So Neo Mortal Girl, I didn't see what happened. And I did not see what happened either. So I'm just going to take a look, if you don't mind. All right, I'm going to personally review this, okay? You'll forgive me as well, Anne. I was having a moment there right now. All right, let's see. I'm personally intervening as my towel. Oh, hello, Triple Bob. God bless you. I'm personally intervening to check the exchange. I don't have mods here. I just do this myself. You'll beg my indulgence. All right, hold on one second. Hold on one second. You will forgive me. I appreciate your patience while I personally look into this. And I am very sorry. I should have taken more time. All right, I'm jumping in. All right, and after review, I entirely understand, and I am sorry for jumping in before reviewing the context. Neo Mortal Girl, it is entirely understand. I entirely understand. I just want to apologize to Anne personally for not taking the time to scroll up. I see now that Anne was just expressing themselves as well. So, and as a setting aside the your comments or your opinions and previous support, all of which I appreciate. Just on a personal level, it could have been any person in the chat, and I appreciate you. God bless you, Anne. Some people, I take it all very personally, and I just wanted to let you know you're appreciated. And I absolutely, it's okay. You can, just refresh. We're good. We're good, Neo Mortal Girl. So I just want to let you all know, you can always, if we have a moment in the chat where you just want to say, hey, Grant, like, you might not have seen what actually happened, just do it. Don't hold back. Just say, Grant, you might not have seen the context. I will immediately stop and do it. I don't abdicate. I don't delegate. I personally will look into it. Thank you, Anne. God bless you. And yes, I entirely understand some conversations can get intense, but to me, I just want people to feel comfortable. So if I have to step in and we move forward, that's totally okay. I don't mind it. I don't want anyone to ever feel like they can't speak up. All right. It is tough out there. Intentions are very high, and I totally understand. I don't hold it against you. I was just crying myself a few minutes ago. I think Jenna Ferrari has a very nice sentiment, which is smile, be kind, and be grateful. I would like to make that a slogan for my channel. I think I may have set the tone there a little by crying as well, so I hope you will forgive me. I am one man. I don't get the luxury of being able to kind of go decompress. I go right to bed. I wake up, I digest the morning news, and I have to model good behavior. But then again, emotions are very real, so. I absolutely understand. Everyone has their ways of expressing themselves. The only time you will ever see me intervene is if I see a slur or something derogatory, and even then I'm more than likely willing to listen to you explain, because I know all of you. I try to remember you, and I appreciate you all. So thank you for being compassionate and understanding, and just know I'm grateful. No, I understand. Don't worry. I think the best way to do it is I'll keep an eye on things all the time, and I'll just take personal responsibility for it. So everybody just feel free to discuss what's going on in the way that you feel most comfortable, and if you need to raise an issue with me, please do. Now let's take a look at the footage with Tehran. God bless you. Rezaran. Now, Rezaran earlier had said a comment I didn't necessarily agree with, but Rezaran is a very compassionate member of the chat as well. You'd be surprised if you just listen to people, what they have to say. And listen, we have 179 countries here. You are occasionally going to see someone from a country with a leader you've never heard of, and they may have an opinion on that leader that you don't understand. That's okay. Likewise, they may have an opinion on your leader that you don't really like. That's okay. I know it's going to be weird, like they're not actually loyal to our Constitution, for example, in America. My president is President Trump. I understand there are people in France who are like, well, he's your president, but he's not mine. And I am grateful for those people, because even though they may disagree with me, they teach me about what the people of France think. So how can I get mad about that? I love the people of France. They have baguettes in Paris and the Louvre and the Opera. You don't understand. I like the Place des Vendôme. So my point is, I like the people of France. I don't really know what the relevance was, but God bless you, the Eden Farm. I will certainly get some donkeys tomorrow. We're going to start a little late tomorrow. If you're planning for scheduling purposes, tomorrow's stream will start a little bit late. I have to switch rental cars. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I had a rental car for so long they have to do an oil change. So I have to get a new one. So if you want to contribute to the rental car fund so I don't have to think about things, you don't understand. I don't have an assistant. I don't have like a booker. Like I have to book my own interviews. Like I have to invite guests. I have to think about all this administrative things. And I have a negative net worth. So imagine like having a bank account at zero and all you want to do is focus on your work. And all the great people here are so grateful to support me. But like, yeah, I went really negative during law school. If you're wondering, I'm a one-man journalistic operation. I just got out of law school in December. I tried to start working and then my mom took my car away. It's a long story. My mom's Wendy Murphy. You can look into the Karen Reed case. She's kind of mad at me because I'm exposing corruption there. It's a long story. But yeah, I do need some support every now and again. And while we're taking this moment to pause before I show you some intense scenes out of Tehran, I will remind you this is the Public Information Service, and any and all of your positive vibes in the chat, your compassion towards each other, sharing the stream, supporting the stream, those are all of the things that allow me to keep relaying this information to you, even as the emotional toll of this war begins to truly set in. So, coming right back to the scenes. These are BBC verified in Tehran after the oil refinery strike. Latitude 35.760525, longitude 51.284933. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and show you this. This is loud, but it is in Tehran. And the impact on civilians is intense.
بلوار کوسار از این ته همت این منم تا این بالا همینجوری داره میسوزه.
To protect him. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do we do that?
بلوار کوسار
Oh my god, we set the whole street on fire. Bro, is that a gas line? Oh my god, we set the whole gas line on fire. Oh my god. Okay. Folks, I don't know if you realize what you're looking at. That footage is real. from Tehran. It is not fires like creeping over the side of the road. We set the gas line on fire in the main district. Dude, that is the gas line. Oh my God, that goes to people's homes. Oh my God, we've actually firebombed the city of Tehran. Oh, you don't understand how bad you are. Conde, we are trying to wait to determine how Norway was hit, and I will try to weigh in on that. What I want to let you all know right now is you are looking at yes, Miss Missy, Norway's embassy, which has been attacked before, so we don't know what kind of hit it was, whether it was like someone throwing a pipe bomb at it, or we don't know. It's unconfirmed. Listen, what you are looking at in Tehran, that is a gas line under the road. Yesterday, I was very concerned about this, okay? Because I saw what's called an incendiary munition. Exactly right, John, exactly right. I was very concerned about an incendiary munition that I saw used, okay? An incendiary munition, we're way beyond that. Like we are so far beyond that. What I want to let you know right now, this is going to get really bad. I need to use different words. What we have done to Tehran in the past 3 hours is unlike anything I have ever seen anywhere in any conflict at any time ever, including my entire coverage of this war. I am telling you right now, you are looking at what is, for all effects and purposes, it's a style of firebombing that I'm not even sure has ever happened in war ever. You are looking at the main gas line in Kusar Boulevard, which goes to people's homes, on fire. The whole gas line, the whole street, miles. You're looking at hundreds, if not thousands. I think we just killed hundreds of thousands of people. And it's not just the stunning nature of the images. I am deeply concerned because I'm telling you, that is not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, you can't go back from this. I'm telling you, there's no off ramp. You are looking at no less than 100,000 people about to die. They're dying right now. It's probably 250,000. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We just slaughtered the civilian population of Tehran. We firebombed. It's not firebombing. What is it called when you bomb the gas line? I don't know what that's called. That doesn't have a name. Yeah, but Nick-Tech, I totally understand what you're saying about Dresden. This is not Dresden because, as far as I'm aware, Dresden wasn't hit in this way. It was incendiary bombs over, which was horrifying, but I at least could describe the use of massive incendiary bombs as firebombing. We did not firebomb Tehran. We set the gas line on fire, which goes to everyone's homes, and they're burning. The whole gas line, everything attached to that gas, it's not going to stop burning. The whole city's going to burn. I'm telling you, last night when I was saying I'm worried about the city burning, let me just explain. We saw an incendiary munition last night, used once. One incendiary munition. And I said, listen, it's not firebombing. I mean, it is firebombing, but it is not until it sets the blocks on fire of the city, which it can do. It is not a firebomb. It is an incendiary munition on a building. What you are looking at right now, listen, Iran is gonna, we just killed it's not half. What is the population? What is the population of Tehran? realistically, a tenth of the civilian population is going to die tonight. Realistically. They're going to go... Let me tell you right now that Iran is just going to... They're going to go nuts. We just killed at least 250,000 people, maybe 1 million. I don't know how to describe this to you. I don't know how to put this into words to you. I don't know how to report this. That entire city. This is the BBC. This is not, like, I promise you, this is not me over-exaggerating. I would be standing here saying to you, I think this is, maybe it's unconfirmed. Nope. Cheyenne is from the BBC. No, it will not. I don't think that it will burn out when it's out of material. It's burning all the way to the airport. It is burning I'm telling you, the city is seriously on fire. I'm not joking. The BBC would not report this if it were not actually burning down the city of Tehran. Yeah, they left the gas on. Somebody figured it out. I'm telling you, they did this on purpose. You think that was an accident? That's why I'm so concerned. Grant, what we are seeing is oil and gasoline from one of the refineries that has seeped into the sewer system. Okay, thank you. Same concern. It is oil and gas in a main pipeline. I thought, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to think, that it was a gas line. It's somehow stranger than that, although it is a similar concept. It is gas and fuel in the sewage system burning up from the sewage system, which also goes to people's homes. So I want to thank Real Major Glory for the clarification. These images are just coming now. It is active gasoline that has gone into the city's sewage system from the explosion from the refinery and is now flowing through the streets. Well, yes, Standing Stone, I agree with you, but this isn't BBC's footage. It's someone who, professionally geolocates footage to verify it for him. He's like a hired geolocator. He's very good at what he does. Cheyenne is one of the best. Tal Higuan is better, but Cheyenne is one of the best. Cheyenne takes more time. Tal will verify in 20 minutes, man, everything. Cheyenne is very methodical. If Cheyenne posts something, it's because Cheyenne found the geolocation and confirmed it on his own. He's a very methodical researcher. Kevin, I understand. But Kevin, come on. Leave some room for Jesus, Kevin. Thank you very much. All right, let's take a look at the on-the-ground footage now.
بنزینا رو ریختن تو جوبا همینجوری آتیش گرفته مغازه و خونه‌های مردم.
That makes sense, actually. Redwater says it makes perfect sense. If it were a gas line, they could just use the emergency shut-off. This must have been something unanticipated. And frankly, now that I know it's not a gas line, how would you even think this would happen? The explosion was so fierce, it sent gas through the sewage tunnels, which are now burning the city down. I've never seen anything like it. Thank you again to Real Major Glory, but I just want to reaffirm, it's almost the kind of thing that when you say the sentence doesn't sound real or possible. That the explosion at the oil refinery was so intense it sent gas into the sewage system, which is now burning the city down.
بنزینا رو ریختن تو جوبا همینجوری آتیش گرفته مغازه و خونه‌های مردم.
That's not burning out, man. That's not burning out. No, it's going to catch all the buildings. It's a wall of fire. Nick Tech, we'll check the live footage, but I am highly because this was only at 8:21 Eastern, and this was probably within 30 to 45 minutes, I'm doubtful. I'm sorry, I'm doubtful. I'm not saying, I'm not going worst case scenario right away, but I'm doubtful that that's out. I'm sorry. Here are the strikes on Haifa's refinery in response. This is what Israel did to Haifa in response. That is Haifa's main refinery. I agree, Serena. Ana Primo, if 100,000 civilians die, I will cry one tear for every one of them. I'll lay roses myself. Big Ray was very kind to translate the Farsi. The man in the video said, gasoline has spilled into the sewage houses and homes are on fire. Whatever side of the conflict you're on, pray for those civilians. Pray for them. Oh, I understand, Primo. Thank you. God bless you for your question. This is Haifa. It's what Iran... I told you that Iran was mad about that strike. They hit Haifa's refinery. I'm telling you, this is footage from the ground in Haifa. We haven't seen this before. Iran hit Haifa's refinery in response to that. And this was one of the missiles. No, I do not want to make a post. Sorry about that. This was one of the missiles. Haifa. How much does gas? How much gas does Haifa have? I'm not sure. It's a big refinery. All right, so this was the hit on Haifa. That's the missile that hit the refinery. You're watching it travel, and then you're going to hear the hit. You might see it too. Yeah, he doesn't film when it hits. Oh my God, yeah, he does. That's the hit on Haifa. I'll tell you how far he was from it. Hold on. He's about a mile or less. Tripoli Bob, God bless you, my friend. You've been a source of light in a very dark time for me, my friend, and I hope you enjoy your towel emojis. God bless you. Should go to coffee or something someday. I would love to meet you and give you a towel hug. Matt P, I love the towel emojis. Thank you. I needed that in this moment. You're watching a view from probably less than a mile from Haifa's port, where an oil refinery was struck by the Iranians. It is just after 9 Eastern U.S. wartime, and it is wartime. Saturday, March 7th, 2026. John Alina, I am wondering, what more civilian infrastructure is next? It is again, this is Haifa's oil refinery on fire. Very sad scenes out of Haifa. Kevin. I'm going to give you a big hug, Kevin. God bless you. You are a towel, Kevin. That is true. Kevin is a towel. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I thank you all for your compassion towards each other during what is, without question, it's not a debate. This is the most intense night of this 9-day conflict. Tehran's sewers are burning because the U.S. bombed a oil refinery so intensely that it led to these scenes you're seeing in Tehran now.
بالفعل محمد والجيش بنفسه أصدر.
I'm going to check in with Al Jazeera English.
In the Gulf, which is
this is the latest live report from Tehran. All right, so let's actually listen to someone in Tehran and find out what's going on.
You can have, we've wiped out.
That's Mr. President.
I never.
That's Mr. President Trump earlier.
Dubai.
All right,
Well,
here's
Iran's
the
been carrying out
update on
retaliatory
Iran.
attacks across the region. One person's been killed in Dubai in Iran's latest wave of strikes targeting Gulf nations. The UAE says it came under attack from missiles and drones. Debris from missile interception damaged a tower in Dubai Marina. Elsewhere in Saudi Arabia, the defense ministry said it intercepted and destroyed 8 drones, including one over Riyadh. Kuwait and Bahrain were also targeted. Well, we have correspondents in Amman, Beirut, Doha, Washington, D.C. and Tehran, which is where we begin with Mohammed Val. Mohammed, so reports of water desalination plants and oil storage facilities and refineries being hit by Israeli airstrikes. Could this be a new approach by Israel in terms of its target selection across Iran?
Darren, it seems to be a new approach, and it is a dangerous approach that has been received here with condemnation and also with concerns. The oil plants, particularly the Tehran refinery, is one of the biggest in the country, and it is supplying Tehran with fuel and also the others. There is about almost half a dozen places like that. Most of them are oil depots, fuel depots have been struck and exploded. That's a new approach, and apparently Israel is trying to make 2 things here, achieve 2 goals from this. One is shock and awe. That fire, those fireballs in the horizons of Tehran are very frightening to the population, and also at the same time, these are vital facilities for the livelihood of people. That's one thing, and the other thing is Israel probably is trying to impact the capabilities of the Iranian army by striking at the oil facilities, fuel facilities, probably crippling the movability and mobility of the Iranian machinery and so on. But it has been condemned here, and also particularly the strike against the water salination plant. I have this tweet from the Foreign Minister, Saeed Abbas Araghchi, saying the U.S. committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater desalination plant on Qashm Island. Water supplies for 30 villages has been impacted. Attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. The U.S. set this precedent, not Iran. So it seems to me that there is a kind of hint there that talking about precedent means that probably Iran is thinking of something of the kind. And we know that one of the most vulnerable points in the Gulf is water desalination plant, and Iran considers that Gulf countries are aiding and abetting this war of aggression on their country. So, I mean, is that a hint by the Iranians that after this precedent by the United States, they are accusing the U.S. of doing it? Is Iran going to strike at water desalination facilities in the Gulf, which is really a dangerous situation, since we know that the Gulf relies on water desalination for 90% of its drinking water supplies?
And Mohammed, we've heard some mixed messages, haven't we, from various Iranian officials about the attacks on Gulf Arab states and the progress of the war. Talk us through what's being said by officials there, Mohammed.
Well, the trend from the beginning was that the Iranians are adamant that they will strike back against any location from which an attack on their territory has been launched. So that was their promise, and that was their method, and they have fulfilled it from the first day of the war. They struck back against U.S. facilities and U.S. bases across the Gulf region. But 2 days ago, after a lot of condemnation from different parts of the world and also anger in the Gulf, Iranian president seemed to have made a kind of apology and also a kind of promise not to continue to do that type of things, particularly the civilian facility.
Yeah, tell that to my friend in Kuwait and Bahrain right now. That president of Iran has no power, and his promise was false.
He's like oil and gas, and so he was not specific, but that's what was understood from his statement. But then the foreign minister came to explain that this has been misunderstood, particularly by the U.S. president, as a gesture of weakness from Iran, and that Iran is about to capitulate. But that's not the case, and also it's not the case that Iran is going to stop striking back at those areas or locations from which attacks are waged against Iran. So there is this conflicting interpretation, conflicting understandings of what the president said. Also, we have the security chief, Ali Larijani, doubling down on this and saying that Iran is now targeted as a country, and that the goals that were announced by the Americans and the Israelis are not the real goals. The real goal is the disintegration of Iran as a nation, and that's why Iran is not going to compromise about its own self-defense.
Mohammed Val, live for us in Tehran. Thank you. Let's go to Lebanon now, where at least 4 people have been killed after Israel struck a hotel in central Beirut. Al Jazeera's Heidi Pett is live for us in the Lebanese capital. Heidi, so Israeli airstrikes have been ramped up across Lebanon over the last few hours. Just bring us up to date with what's been happening on the ground, Heidi.
Yeah, so we're outside the Ramada Hotel in central Beirut, which is, I can't emphasize enough how much of a downtown area this is. We're surrounded by a number of large high-rise hotels, international chains. This is right by the waterfront of Beirut, close to the city's most famous landmark, which is Rausheh. And earlier this evening, we had an Israeli strike on that hotel. It looks to have been a targeted assassination attempt. Just one room was targeted. There's a little bit of blast damage to the other rooms as well. The hotel has been evacuated, and actually in the last couple of minutes, police on scene told us that there is unexploded ordnance somewhere else in the hotel, the floor below, and so they are evacuating the rest of the hotel. We've seen people coming with their belongings, babies in women's arms, and people gathering the few small bags that they brought with them, because many of the people who were staying in that hotel had actually already been displaced. It was people who live in Beirut's southern suburbs, Dahia, and also parts of the south of Lebanon and the Bekaa. And all of these people are some of the hundreds of thousands who have been subject to forced evacuation orders by the Israeli military in the last couple of days. They reissued one of those warnings for the entirety of Beirut's southern suburbs earlier this afternoon. And we saw earlier this evening a very large airstrike on Dahia. But this one here in central Beirut is very significant because what it represents is a further widening of the targeting area by Israel, and a widening not just geographically, but also in terms of Lebanon's sectarian map. So the people who have been targeted, Israel says that they're targeting Hezbollah, and they're living among their support base, which is Lebanon's Shia community. And this airstrike here in Rausheh is a traditionally Sunni area. And we've also seen strikes in Christian and majority Druze parts of the country as well. And so what that is doing is increasing the level of fear in the country that people have about welcoming in these hundreds of thousands of people who have been displaced. There's a great deal of fear and suspicion and tension, which Israel risks inflaming, or indeed when we talk about risk, it's possibly an aim to inflame that kind of tension, because now there is a feeling that A, nobody in this country is safe, and B, that it is not safe to welcome in displaced people in case Israeli airstrikes follow those people who are fleeing them.
All right, Heidi Pett, live in Beirut. Thank you. Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. She joins us live from Washington, D.C. Kimberly, so we saw earlier the bodies of the first U.S. service members killed in the war returned to the U.S. A very somber occasion, wasn't it? Tell us more about what happened, Kimberly.
Yeah, it all unfolded at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. And what I can tell you is that it was a very solemn ceremony. The U.S. president, as commander-in-chief, presided over what's known as a dignified transfer of the first 6 people killed in the Operation Epic Fury. There were 6 caskets, flag draped, that were offloaded. What we know is that inside were the bodies of 5 men and 1 woman between the ages of 20 and 54. They were killed on the second day of this conflict when an Iranian drone targeted their command center in Kuwait. So this was very solemn, but also what this is a bit of a test for the U.S. president, not only as consoler in chief, but also these are the first images the American public is seeing of this conflict and the casualties inflicted. The U.S. president acknowledging he expects there will be more. And this is known as the Dover test, given this happened at Dover Air Force Base, whether or not the public, who are already not thrilled with this conflict, whether the support that does exist will wane even further.
Yeah, Kimberly, and with pictures of dead U.S. service members coming home, how is this then likely to play out?
I
in
hate
terms
how
of the
he
public
says
mood?
that.
I mean,
He
Trump
needs to use a
campaigned
softer
end these
tone.
forever wars. The polling numbers are now showing many Americans don't actually support the war.
Yeah, the polling all week has not been good for the U.S. president. Not only are Americans struggling to see how Iran was a threat to the United States, but also why their tax dollars should be used for a conflict in, as you point out, a war so far away that Donald Trump promised to pull the United States out of foreign entanglements and not start any others. So 56% of Americans, according to the latest polling, are opposed to this. Only 36% in favor, but some polls have that number even lower. What I can tell you is that the U.S. president is promising to hit Iran very hard in the coming days, and that is likely, along with these images of bodies in caskets, to push the support from Americans even lower in the polls in the coming week.
Kimberly Halkett in Washington, thank you. Well, Iran's fired another salvo of missiles at Israel. Interceptions lit up the sky over central and northern Israel. There have been no reports of damage on the ground so far. Iranian strikes over the past week have caused extensive damage to Tel Aviv. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will continue the war with all our force. Iran's launched a series of attacks on Israel in the last several hours. Al Jazeera's Rory Challens is following developments from the Jordanian capital, Amman.
So, I'm sorry for interrupting that guy. This host is in Doha. I get that he is not American. I understand. But I really would appreciate he not use that, like, his tone when he was talking about the American soldiers who have fallen. It was just like it was like he was casually reporting on a guy walking down the road. It was so... just no compassion. It wasn't even like he was talking about dead people. He did not, and not to mention U.S. soldiers. He just did not care. And I just had to intervene. I'm not really like tone policing him, Mattless. By the way, welcome to the channel. It's more just, my grandfather's in the Navy. I really care about our servicemen. The guy on Al Jazeera English doesn't owe me anything. It's just not how I would have delivered that line. All right. Let's listen to the report from Doha.
And what we understand that the Riyadh diplomatic area, that the area that's housing many international foreign embassies and international missions over there, that was targeted, and also no injuries were reported in that attack. In the past few hours, we got the latest updates from the Qatar's defense ministry. They say that 12 missiles have been intercepted in related to those explosions that we heard earlier today. What we understand that most of them, all of them were intercepted, but 2 of them actually landed in a remote area without causing any damage over there. And also in the United Arab Emirates, They've been dealing with a large number of missiles and drone attacks. That was the reason why some of the fighter jets were deployed to take them down. We also understand that falling debris hit a car, killing one Pakistani national in that incident.
Yeah, Axel, we know the Emir of Qatar had a phone call with President Trump earlier. What more have Gulf countries been saying then?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of diplomatic activities, I would say, on the very high level. So what we understand that is I'm just getting that statement that we got from Qatar's state news agency. They're saying that the Emir of Qatar had a phone call with the U.S. President Donald Trump. They discussed the latest developments and the increased attacks across the region. And during that call, this is really important, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani said Qatar would not hesitate to take all necessary measures to protect its safety, sovereignty, and national interest. We know that Qatar has been saying this, that diplomacy is the only solution to end this conflict. And also, we heard from other leaders in the region, the president of the United Arab Emirates, he said that his country is in a good shape, despite the fact it's facing a conflict, and they hope they will emerge even stronger from this.
Axel Zamovich here in Doha. Axel, thank you. Qatar Airways has announced it'll operate a handful of flights from Europe to Doha's Hamad International Airport. They're only for passengers whose final destination is the Qatari capital. Air travel to and from destinations in the Middle East has been severely disrupted since the Iran war began. Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed is on a Qatar Airways flight that left from Paris and sent us this report.
I am on board just one of the 5 flights that are heading towards Doha now. These are operated by Qatar Airways, as many passengers who were stranded in Doha wanted to go to Europe, and some of them who were in Europe who wanted to come back. So only a few dozen passengers on this flight. But it just goes to show the disruptions that thousands of passengers have been facing, because 23,000 flights have been cancelled in the Middle East. Hundreds of millions of dollars of losses are estimated, and it is not just flights, it is freight, it is everything else to do with the air. And aviation industry has already been suffering due to the COVID pandemic, and it was on the way to recovery, but it appears that now this is going to have a knock-on effect for months and years to come. Aviation experts are saying it is not just the passengers who are facing this. Qatar Airways is the second largest freight carrier after FedEx, and all of the logistics, because of these closures, is going to have a knock-on impact on a lot of provisions that come from the air. So after the Red Sea closures, a lot of passengers as well as freight was moved towards the air, but it appears that now that too will have to be reconfigured. It appears that now we are going to move towards Doha, and the airspace is going to be accompanied by some sort of air cover. The crew has been telling us that there might be some fighter jets who will accompany these aircraft to make sure that there is safety and security. But it is a situation which has been unpredictable, and people here are confident that the flights have only taken place because the airline feels confident that they will safely land. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, somewhere over the Middle Eastern Airways.
So let's bring in Alan Ayer. He was a senior diplomat on the US negotiation team for the 2015 JCPOA Iran nuclear deal. He's now a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute. He joins us from Washington. Good to have you with us, Alan. So the conflict's been ongoing for a week now. We seem to be seeing a new phase with airstrikes targeting oil fields and other energy infrastructure in Iran. What's this telling us about how the US and Israeli bombing strategy is evolving?
Well, we knew that it was going to be phased attacks. Israel and the U.S. took out first air defense, then they went after missile and defense industrial sites. Meanwhile, Israel, because there's been a division of labor between the U.S. and Israel, Israel's been working on those sites in Iran where police stations or IRGC stations or besieged stations, those stations in urban centers that control the population. And as you said, now what's happening is Israel is increasing its targeting of civilian infrastructure, the desalination plant in Qeshm Island, and as you mentioned, the Tehran refinery. And this is part of Israel's plan to collapse the state, to cause Iran to become a failed state. We still don't know what the U.S. plan is. Every time President Trump says something, it's something different.
Yeah, and Iranian officials have doubled down to continue the fight. One senior Iranian official said they'll never surrender. His words, not mine. What are the options now then, Alan, for any form of diplomatic off-ramp to emerge to end the conflict? Because even the rhetoric seems to be hardening.
Well, each side is not bluffing, but signaling that they're prepared to continue, because obviously if you did otherwise, that would weaken your position. But still, the hostilities are so intense. And most importantly, Iran has to prove, or is trying to prove, to the United States and Israel that it can't just declare a ceasefire and come back 6 months from now and do it again. Iran wants to reestablish the strategic deterrence it's lost over the last year or so, and it's doing that by, as you see and as you've said, attacking a wide variety of targets in the Gulf countries.
And what do you make of those Iranian comments earlier today, Alan? An apology from the president to the region as Iran continues to try and internationalize the impact of the conflict.
This analyst is very biased. Just a very biased analyst. I'm going to show you some footage. By the way, the reason I left it running is I was getting you some more footage from Bahrain and Kuwait. I have some very concerning footage to show you from Kuwait. I mean, the scenes from Iran, Tehran tonight are apocalyptic. I'm going to show you some footage from Kuwait right now. We need to say a prayer for our friends in Kuwait. Please do that if you would be so kind. Whoever you pray to, whatever you pray to, I think it is important. I am concerned. We have people in this chat who were in Kuwait earlier saying, I'm concerned there are missile sirens firing. Yeah, well, we should pray. I pray for these people. That building is not going to make it. Again, these are the scenes from Kuwait right now. Now I'm going to bring up this article that X1R110 just shared. I think it's very important, and I would like to actually have it read out for us. I think we should all take a second right now to listen to this. So thank you to X1R110. I'm just going to have this read out for us. So I just want you to take some time to listen to this. And we're going to just take a pause. It is 9:30 p.m. Eastern War Time, Saturday, March 7th, 2026. So let's just take a listen to this. It's from Data Journalism.
Powered by Translate. 9.2 Tips for Coping with Traumatic Imagery. Written by Gavin Rees. Images from war zones, crime scenes and natural disasters are often gruesome and distressing. When the imagery is traumatic, events that are happening far away can feel like they're seeping into one's personal headspace. Negative reactions, such as disgust, anxiety and helplessness, are not unusual for journalists and forensic analysts working with such material. We know from research that media workers are a highly resilient group. Exposure to limited amounts of traumatic imagery is unlikely to cause more than passing distress in most cases. Nevertheless, the dangers of what psychologists call secondary or vicarious traumatization become significant in situations where the exposure is repeated, the so-called slow drip effect. The same is true when there is a personal connection to the events, if, for example, it involves injury to someone you know. Here are 6 practical things media and humanitarian workers can do to reduce the trauma load. 1. Understand what you're dealing with. The first line of any defense is to know the enemy. Think of traumatic imagery as akin to radiation, a toxic substance that has a dose-dependent effect. Journalists and humanitarian workers, like nuclear workers, have a job to do. At the same time, they should take sensible steps to minimize unnecessary exposure. 2. Eliminate needless repeat exposure. Review your sorting and tagging procedures, and how you organize digital files and folders, among other procedures, to reduce unnecessary viewing. When verifying footage by cross-referencing images from different sources, taking written notes of distinctive features may help to minimize how often you need to recheck against an original image. 3. Try adjusting the viewing environment. Reducing the size of the window and adjusting the screen's brightness and resolution can lessen the perceived impact. And try turning the sound off when you can. It is often the most affecting part. 4. Experiment with different ways of building distance into how you view images. Some people find concentrating on certain details, for instance clothes, and avoiding others, such as faces, helps. Consider applying a temporary mask to distressing areas of the image. Film editors should avoid using the loop play function when trimming point of death imagery, or use it very sparingly. 5. Take frequent screen breaks. Look at something pleasing, walk around, stretch or seek out contact with nature, such as greenery and fresh air, etc. All of these can help dampen the body's distress responses. In particular, avoid working with distressing images just before going to sleep. It is more likely to populate your mental space. 6. Develop a deliberate self-care plan. It can be tempting to work twice, 3 times, 4 times as hard on an urgent story or project. But it's important to preserve a breathing space for yourself outside of work. People who are highly resistant to trauma are more likely to exercise regularly, maintain outside interests in activities they love, and to invest time in their social connections when challenged by trauma-related stress. Some additional tips for editors and other managers. 1. Every member of a team should be briefed on normal responses to trauma. Team members should understand that different people cope differently, how the impact can accumulate over time, and how to recognize when they or their colleagues need to practice more active self-care. 2. Have clear guidelines on how graphic material is stored and distributed. Feeds, files and internal communications related to traumatic imagery should be clearly signposted and distributed only to those who need the material. Nobody should be forced to watch video images that will never be broadcast. 3. The environment matters. If possible, workplaces that deal with violent imagery should have windows with a view of the outside. Bringing in plants and other natural elements can also help. Time to have your say. Sign up for our conversations with data.
Okay, thank you so much for that. That was very helpful. It's a little hard for someone with a photographic memory, but that is very helpful. I do not broadcast any images of people dying. I'm so sorry my colleagues have to broadcast that. I don't show bodies ever. I don't. I just don't show you that. I never will. I realize some people will take issue with that editorial choice and say that I am not showing the human reality of war. Well, I appreciate your input, and there are some times when Al Jazeera or others will make an editorial decision to show bodies censored. I may, with a disclaimer, occasionally show that for very specific news reporting purposes. But no, I do not show you bodies. I never will. You will never see a dead body on this feed ever. I have to look at them. It's very traumatizing, but I will never show them to you. They will never come up by accident. It just won't happen. Every piece of footage that goes up on that screen is reviewed. Every single one. By me, personally, before you see it. And then I take maybe 3 to 5 minutes to make sure that what I'm going to show you is 1, screened, and 2, I know what it is. There are times where people might post something and label it as a city that it's not. I try to correct those people. I can't always. I have to sometimes unpost things because it's the right footage from the wrong city, right footage, wrong day. But on the whole, if you see it, it's because I have a photographic memory and I know what's old, what's new, what's tonight, what's the night before. I promise to you, it is my solemn pledge, you will never, ever, ever see a body on this feed. If you see a body on this feed, it is only going to be with proper warning, and it will be censored, and it will be on a major news network, CBS, ABC, Al Jazeera. You will never just see raw footage of a body. I will not do that to you. I appreciate that there is that advice in there, but that will never happen on this feed. It does happen in newsrooms, unfortunately, but it will not happen here. And when I say, unfortunately, what I mean by that is some of my colleagues have a very serious duty. They're actually like in the war zone, and they have to decide if they should take their cameraman and film bodies to show the world how bad it is. If it gets to that point, we will have a very intense conversation where I will tell you that the news media, because it won't just be this channel, if it gets to that point, I will tell you, please be careful when you turn on the news. I will tell you straight up, because I'll see it before I show it to you. Please be careful, because you will see X, Y, and Z. We will have that. I have not seen it yet. I monitor all the news channels all the time. If I saw something like that, you would know. But you should be prepared for that. You should at least be prepared for moments where you're going to have to turn this stream off to protect your mental health, and I want you to do that. If you hear me say something where I warn you and you just do not want to see it, you should turn the stream off and come back. We'll be here, I promise you. I'm going to show you two pieces of footage. Okay, this is the most recent release from Hezbollah. This is footage of the launch of a 122mm 9M22U Grad rocket towards the Rafael military industrial complex and the Nafali base in northern Israel. This is the most recent footage from Hezbollah. This is Hezbollah. They're showing you what they targeted and where.
يا رب نغير من الصيف.
Oh, we already saw this earlier today.
معنا ضحيت. اللهم سدد بسم الله. يا صاحب الزمان.
This is old footage. This is from like 12 hours ago.
كمان أول رمي منه رمت علي ما صبته وهلا رجعنا زخرنا.
It's Hezbollah showing you proof of their attacks on Israel. I saw this earlier today. They fire 14 rockets. I'm going to unrepost this because it's old. He's got to pay attention to what he's posting. It's not old, but it's 6 hours out of date. Here is some footage from the Iraqi resistance in Iraq. I think these are the Blood Guardians targeting the American base in Erbil. I don't know why they make propaganda videos this way, but they do. What you're seeing is censored footage designed to obviate or obfuscate the source of the firing. Like they have missile launchers that are just in Iraq and they don't want the US to know where they are, so they have like cameras. I don't believe this is a live feed. I think they have a guy out there with a camera and they put Cam 1 over it to make it look like they have a live feed because they're trying to do propaganda. But again, there's no hits or anything in that video. I'm just showing you the most recent update from, I originally thought I had a new Hezbollah update, but it is actually the most recent update from the Blood Guardians. They call themselves the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, but their actual nickname is the Blood Guardians. I don't know how to say it in Arabic, but that's their name. They have been attacking our forces. I'm going to take you to Al Jazeera while I get more updates for you. I'm also getting a little hungry, so God bless all of you for your support. I might order some food or something. I don't know. I'm a little disorientated from that footage that we just saw in Kuwait. I'm concerned about our friends there.
One of the worst hit areas has been Dahia. Let's take a look at what it looks like on the ground. Entire residential buildings have been leveled. The Israeli military has also issued mass evacuation orders, including the entire population south of the Litani River, ordering them to go north. That amounts to around 8% of the country. People have been fleeing in panic. And as you can see, families are sheltering on the streets. The Norwegian Refugee Council says around 300,000 people have been displaced. The fighting in Lebanon is spreading towards the north, near the Syrian border. This is Bekaa Valley, where there's been serious confrontations between Hezbollah and Israel.
God bless all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you a hit right now on Tel Aviv, and I'm going to start giving warnings now that we've gotten that good advice. I'm going to show you footage from Tel Aviv now. if you have family in Israel, if you have family in any of these countries, I urge you to pray. What you're about to see is an intense strike. It is important I show you this. You must know. That is Haifa. Excuse me, let me translate. This is Haifa. This is the strike that hit Haifa's oil refinery. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot sugarcoat it for you. I must show you.
וואו, בבתי זיקוק. בבתי זיקוק, אחי.
That is Haifa. That is the strike that hit the oil refinery. This is Iran's missile hitting Haifa.
וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
Pray for those people in Israel. I'll tell you how far away he is, 1 second.
בבתי זיקוק, אחי.
It's a very powerful missile.
וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
He's 2 miles away. Maybe 1.8.
בבתי זיקוק, אחי.
That is a very serious hit. That's correct, John. It's a
וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
It's an incredible amount of force. Well, you're not hearing, you're hearing it, but it's also a shock wave that is traveling across. Oh, they hit multiple times. Oh no.
וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
That is a very serious, like, we need, I'm telling you, the Israeli media won't show this, but you must know. You must see what is happening.
וואו, בבתי זיקוק. בבתי זיקוק, אחי. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
I want to turn the sound off now. It is very important that people understand there's a media blackout on a lot of this. What you are looking at is Haifa's oil refinery burning from a hypersonic missile strike in retaliation for America and the IDF hitting Iran's in Tehran, the main oil refinery. And two things happened. First, a desalination plant was hit in the south of the country, like disrupting, like taking away water to 30 Iranian cities, or villages as they called them. And then when America shelled Tehran's oil refinery, the bombs set the streets of Tehran on fire because the gas went into the sewer system, and now, like, Tehran, the homes of civilians are burning, like serious fires. So Tehran, in retaliation, right after that strike, did this to Haifa's oil refinery, which is now itself burning. And these are hypersonic missiles from, I hope it is old, but it is not, because I'm telling you that Haifa's oil refinery was hit. I've seen other videos from the ground, and that was the general area. This has not been noted yet. I want to confirm that I have not seen a second angle of the impact. I've only heard the missile coming across and hitting. But yes, I do believe this is Haifa tonight. As sad as that is to say. Can I confirm it? No, because the two angles I've seen of the hit on Haifa were from over the horizon, and I only heard the bomb. I didn't see it fall. This is the only image I have of it hitting. But yes, I can tell you that Haifa was hit. It was hit. I can't confirm this because I'm not in Haifa, that this strike was the one that I saw from the other angles, but I'm telling you Haifa was hit. I'm very concerned. I don't I don't make a habit of just reporting things. If I say it, like especially with hits on Israel, I wait like 10 or 20 minutes after it happens, and then even then, like, I'm not going to just report it. I have pretty good sources. If you see it go up there, I'm more than 60%. I won't put something up where I'm 50-50, but if I'm 60 or more and I've seen other videos that cross-reference it, I'll probably put it up. What you're about to see now is why that strike on Haifa happened. This is Tehran tonight. This is the sewage. I thought at first it was the gas line. It is actually the sewage system of Tehran. It is Kusar Boulevard, burning because gas is in there and oil from the strike. His voice is censored to protect him. They edit the voice so he doesn't get arrested. I'm going to show you again.
بنزینا رو ریختن تو جوبا، همینجوری آتیش گرفته مغازه و خونه های مردم.
Alright, now I'll take you to the most recent footage from Kuwait. This is just coming in from Kuwait. The bombs are falling with such intensity and in so many cities right now. This has been such a marked escalation in this conflict. Remember the Alamo. God bless those folks. Remember the Alamo. Today is the 190th anniversary. To our dear friends in Texas, God bless you. God bless the state of Texas. God bless the Alamo. I'm not kidding you. This is Kuwait right now.
إذن هذه الصور من الكويت تظهر تصاعد الدخان بعد سقوط مسيرة إيرانية في هذه المنطقة. وهذه صور مباشرة من مدينة الكويت، حيث قال الجيش الكويتي بأنه يتعامل مع هجوم بطائرات مسيرة، والشظايا بحسب الجيش الكويتي تسببت في بعض الأضرار للمباني المدنية، وربما من بينها مبان حكومية. إذن صور مباشرة من مدينة الكويت، والتي تظهر كما ذكرنا صورا أو تظهر دخانا بعد سقوط طائرة مسيرة إيرانية. من الواضح إذن أن هنالك عدد من الطائرات المسيرة يتم التعامل معه، وواحدة من هذه الطائرات أسقطت في هذه المنطقة التي نراها في هذه الصور المباشرة، بينما قال الجيش الكويتي كما ذكرت بأنه يتعامل مع هجوم بطائرات مسيرة، وأن بعض الشظايا التي نتجت طبعا عن عمليات الإسقاط هذه تسببت في بعض الأضرار للمباني المدنية. التلفزيون العربي.
Alright, so that is Al Arabia showing you the most the reason I let it play is some people actually speak these languages in our chat, and they will be listening for the updates, and that is the most recent update from Kuwait. So Bahrain has been hit, Kuwait has been hit, Haifa has been hit, Tehran is burning in a way that I cannot put into words. It is the 9th night of this war, and we're getting very close to the point where even I, your venerated single lone reporter, not just in the Western world, but apparently in like most of the world who has covered this, shed tears. I started crying watching the videos of Haifa, and now I'm going to let you listen to an update from Al Jazeera while I get more videos, and frankly, I'm going to listen to some music for like a minute. I'll be with you. You're going to see me just kind of listening, and you know, maybe you should do that too. I'll continue to provide you updates live. I will not be going anywhere. But I think this, after day 9, where it's actually escalating, we all should take some time to pray, to listen to the updates, and to remember that even among the intensity of it all, we are with friends here. We have support. You have a place here to talk. We are with you. I will provide you updates. I will not hide from you what is going on. And as we discuss it, know that you are loved and that God is with us all.
Protesters blame the U.S. and Israel for sparking a war in the Middle East and say it's proof the Indonesian government's decision to join U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace was a mistake.
Just days before the attacks on Iran, Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto was in Washington, D.C. for the inaugural meeting of Donald Trump's Board of Peace to implement a peace plan for Gaza. Shortly after, the Indonesian government announced it would deploy up to 8,000 troops to the Gaza Strip. Now, officials say those plans are on hold.
I would like to reemphasize once again that any decision regarding Indonesia's participation in any international mechanism will be based on the principle of Indonesia's foreign policy and, the most important thing, our national interests.
Indonesia has said it will withdraw from the Board of Peace if it doesn't help Palestinians.
Because the Board of Peace doesn't include Palestinian side, this Board of Peace is camouflage in order to pave the way for the Zionist Israel to occupy more territory of Palestine.
An imperialist project these protesters say they want no part in. And nothing more than an immediate withdrawal from the Board of Peace, they say, will suffice. Barnaby Low, Al Jazeera, Jakarta.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. And US President Donald Trump has launched a plan aimed at combating drug cartels and Chinese influence.
No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. There is too much going on. I'm taking you to Al Jazeera Arabic.
الإعلام العبري هو ضمن خطة معدة مسبقا يراد منها مسألتين: رفع معنويات المجتمع الإسرائيلي وجعله متماسك خلف الجيش في الحرب، ومحاولة ضرب معنويات الطرف الآخر. بمعنى أنه إسرائيل لو كانت تتوقع أن تكون الحرب بهذا الشكل وبهذا الضراوة وتحديدا السيطرة شبه يعني واضحة على منظومات الدفاع الجوي بالساعات ال24 الماضية، هنالك خلل واضح للجميع الذين لا علاقة لهم بالتكنولوجيا وبالسلاح وبالدفاعات الجوية. تسقط صواريخ بدون انطلاق صفارات الإنذار، تطلق صفارات الإنذار بدون وجود صواريخ. هذا يؤكد أنه إما حالة الإرهاق أو ما يسمى بالإعماء، أو أنه هنالك بالفعل تم تحييد الكثير من هذه المنظومات. ولكن
We have some
الأزمة
Arabic speakers in the chat. That's why I play Al Jazeera Arabic from time to time. The commentary is not very pro-Western at all. It's actually very anti-Western. But for those of you in the Arabic world, this is what Al Jazeera Arabic showing. They're not even showing you what's really happening. They're trying, but they're not.
عادل شديد، شكرا جزيلا لك. وباقي الضيوف سنبقى معكم في المتابعة طوال هذه التغطية. إذا قال عضو في مجلس خبراء القيادة في إيران إنهم يأملون عقد اجتماع للمجلس لاختيار مرشد جديد خلال 24 ساعة القادمة. في هذا التقرير نسلط ضوء.
Here's the most recent statement from the IRGC. Translating, it is a wonderful username, the Lumpy Camel. I just want to say it on stream, actually. It makes me feel better as there's so much going on. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, that's showing the attack on the HQ of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lumpy Camel has a wonderful username. Camels are wonderful. I just want to let you know I love penguins, but I love camels too. We're waiting for an update on the next leader of Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here is your most recent statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. This was released at 9:38 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, March 7th, U.S. wartime. The headquarters, quote, the headquarters of the American, I'm not saying that word, they call us terrorists, in the Arfjan base in Kuwait was targeted by precision missiles launched by missile units affiliated with the ground forces of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This country Iran is not stopping. Not only are they not stopping, the intensity of shelling is continuing.
في الحكم. ثالث المرشحين حسن الخميني، وهو أيضا من أحفاد المرشد المؤسس الإمام الخميني، تلقى تعليمه الديني في حوزة قم أواخر الثمانينيات. يقدم في الأوساط الإيرانية على أنه ذو توجه إصلاحي، دعم ترشح حسن روحاني للرئاسة عام 2013 ومنع من الترشح لانتخابات مجلس خبراء القيادة عام 2016 من قبل مجلس صيانة الدستور. ورغم عدم توليه أي منصب حكومي منتخب، إلا أنه يعد أكثر أحفاد الخميني حضوراً وتأثيراً. وعلى رأس قائمة المرشحين أيضاً الرئيس الأسبق حسن روحاني، أو كما يطلق عليه الإعلام الغربي والإيراني على حد سواء.
I'm almost shocked to report this, and I do think I need to eat some food. I'm getting lightheaded. God bless you. I do actually need some support. God bless you. All of you. I know some of you have been sending support. I'm nervous about getting food because I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford my rental car tomorrow. So if you're able to support this stream, like, I don't know, I have to focus on my work. I can't think about like trying to exist. I have no staff. I have no anyone. I just have you in the chat. I don't have like a paycheck. I rely on donations. Tomorrow's going to be bad. Don't ask how I'm so good with analytical reasoning and so bad with executive functioning. I don't know. If I were good, I would probably be in some news organization censored like everyone else. So it's just like a unique historical constellation and a byproduct of your support that I can do this. Don't forget to bring a towel, indeed. You can support me on Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo @Grant-E1, or the International Towel friends can use paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Any donations you send today, they're actually kind of like, I don't say this unless I need it. I've been going for 9 days. They're very important. If you're out there, you're listening, you're like, okay, I have the means. Don't send a donation if it would impact your ability to exist. But yeah, it would be helpful. There's no sponsors. It's just you. I know times are tough. So please put yourself and your family first. Do not take food off your table because of me. However, if you have lots of food on your table, or you're like a crypto millionaire, I don't know how people make money. I just want to preach to people in a robe and tell them about Jesus and all that good stuff. I don't know. I'm terrible with money. I really am. I don't mean to. I'm not irresponsible. I just don't understand the concept of it. Like, you all have like checkbooks and you understand numbers, and like, you don't just go day to day with no money in your bank account. I don't know how you do it. I'm proud of you all. I think you're all wonderful, and I love you all dearly. But yeah, I need some help. Like, my dear friend Lynn helps me a little bit. She like posts the wish list and my donation links, and Mad P's in there supporting me, and you all are wonderful. I don't know how to be like a person. I just know how to do my work. I love my work. I love helping people learn. And I need help right now. My dear friend helped me last week. I got through the week. I did really good. I should probably get a car to do my work. I have to meet like important people, and I have to be like sly about it. So I have to like be mobile. I've been renting a car. It was not a good decision. It's a long story. My mom made me get a job. It's a long story. I'm disabled. I live at home. I have colitis, and I was sewn in half, and my throat and my airway penetrate into each other. I don't need to talk about all the reasons why I just randomly collapse when I walk outside. But anyway, God bless all of you for your support, and thank you for supporting independent media. You can support this channel if you are like, oh no, I don't know how to do that, Grant. I only know how to scan codes. Well, don't worry. I have a code you can scan. You just click that little code right there, and you can help me. I'm going to order food. I'm literally lightheaded. I forgot to eat. Lynn's going to be mad at me. Lynn, I forgot to eat. I'm sorry. I'm lightheaded because I forgot to eat. I'm going to order food. Someone sent a donation earlier. I'm just worried about tomorrow. I'm a little bit let me get you the let me just put on Al Jazeera and eat so I can actually like get my sense of stability. This is the first time during the war I've actually run into this problem.
وبها استهدفت إيران مناطق في عمق إسرائيل مثل تل أبيب وحيفا. وهناك مسيرات أبابيل التي شنت بها هجمات انتحارية نحو أهداف أرضية وبحرية وتستعملها لاختبار يقظة الرادارات. أما مسيرات مهاجر فيتجاوز مداها التشغيلي 2000 كيلومتر، وهي العمود الفقري لعمليات الاستطلاع الاستراتيجي وشن الضربات التكتيكية، وقد ضربت أهدافا في الخليج وفي إسرائيل. على خط المواجهة بين أطراف هذه الحرب دخلت أوكرانيا التي عرضت على دول الخليج خبرتها في التصدي للمسيرات الإيرانية خلال حربها مع روسيا. طورت كييف ما توصف بالمسيرات الصيادة بتكلفة منخفضة تبدأ $1000 للوحدة، وهي متخصصة في اكتشاف مسيرات شاهد وتدميرها قبل الوصول إلى أهدافها.
مشاهدينا، إذن وصل هذه التغطية للحرب الإيرانية الأمريكية الإسرائيلية بأبعادها، وتتواصل إذن بذلك الهجمات الأمريكية الإسرائيلية والإيرانية المتبادلة، كما تواصل إيران استهداف دول الخليج مع تصاعد الهجمات بين إسرائيل وحزب الله. في آخر التطورات أعلن الجيش الإسرائيلي أنه استهدف قادة مركزيين في فيلق لبنان التابع لوحدة فيلق القدس بالحرس الثوري الإيراني في بيروت. في وقت سابق قالت وزارة الصحة اللبنانية أن 4 شهداء سقطوا وأصيب 10 آخرون في قصف إسرائيلي لغرفة في فندق بمنطقة الروش بالعاصمة بيروت. بدوره أكد حزب الله استهداف مواقع عسكرية إسرائيلية والتصدي لمحاولة تقدم إسرائيلية باتجاه بلدة عيترون جنوبي البلاد. في إيران قالت الشركة الوطنية الإيرانية للنفط إنه تم استهداف مخازن النفط في محافظتي طهران والبرز ليلة أمس، وتم اتخاذ الإجراءات اللازمة. ونقل CNN عن مصدر إسرائيلي أن ضرب مواقع تخزين النفط في إيران ليلة أمس هو جزء من المرحلة الثانية من الحرب. في المقابل قال الحرس الثوري الإيراني أنه قصف مصفاة حيفا ردا على استهداف إسرائيل لمصفاة طهران. جاء ذلك في الوقت الذي قال فيه أمين المجلس الأعلى للأمن القومي الإيراني علي لاrijani إنه لا يوجد أي خلاف بين المسؤولين الإيرانيين بشأن الرد على الاعتداءات الأمريكية والإسرائيلية. في المقابل قال الرئيس الأمريكي أنه لا يمكنه تأكيد شكل خريطة إيران بعد انتهاء العمليات، وقال إنه من المرجح ألا تبقى كما هي. كما أضاف أن الأكراد يرغبون في المشاركة بالحرب، وأنه أخبرهم أنه لا يريد ذلك. في غضون ذلك يتواصل القصف الإيراني لدول الخليج، حيث أعلنت هيئة الطيران المدني الكويتي بأن مسيرة
Gonna take us back to Al Jazeera English.
In Saudi Arabia, the defense ministry said it intercepted and destroyed 8 drones, including one over Riyadh. Bahrain has also been targeted.
God bless you, Grim Reaper 1999. And I want to thank all of you for your support. I know it sounds like I'm getting tired. I'm not. I just forgot to eat. And my friend Lynn's going to be like, but Grant, I told you. And I'm going to be like, Lynn, I got so sucked in, I forgot, and then it was 7 hours later. So I ordered a chicken wrap before the place closed. It's one of my favorite chicken wraps. I'll let you know when it arrives. Now we will listen to Al Jazeera English. God bless you, and thank you for your support.
And Israel has also fired missiles at Israel. Interceptions lit up the sky over central and northern Israel. Iranian strikes over the past week have caused extensive damage to Tel Aviv. And at least 4 people have been killed after Israel struck a hotel in central Beirut. At least 10 others have been injured. The smoke was seen rising from one of the hotel's floors. Israeli airstrikes have also hit southern Beirut and other parts of Lebanon, displacing tens of thousands. And the US President Donald Trump is threatening more attacks. He's met with the families of US soldiers killed in the war on Iran. The remains of 6 service members killed by an Iranian drone strike in Kuwait have arrived at an airbase in Delaware. And we have correspondents in Amman, Doha, Washington, D.C. and Tehran, which is where we're going to begin with Mohammed Val. Now, Mohammed, there's been reports of water desalination plants, all refineries that have been hit by Israeli airstrikes. This could be a new approach by Israel in targeting civilian infrastructure.
Oh, that's right, Imran. If you look behind me, you can see those clouds and you see the smoke rising. The facility that's called Shehr al-Ray, that's the Tehran refinery, oil refinery. It's less than 20 kilometers away, but you can see the column of smoke and you can see the clouds that it has created. In Iran, this is considered a dangerous development here. It's something that is going to affect the lives of civilian people in the country, a country of 90 million people. And it is it has been condemned by the authorities here as a precedent, particularly not only the oil facilities, but also the water salination plant that was hit yesterday in the south of the country. The foreign minister has particularly focused on that incident and considered it a precedent, saying that the United States, he accused the United States of being behind it because the United States is leading this war, saying that this is a dangerous precedent. So the fear here is that not only this is going to affect Iran, but also Iran is hinting through this statement by the foreign minister that probably, this is the understanding, that probably Iran is going to retaliate in kind. And if that happens, we know that the Gulf region relies for 90% of its water supplies on water desalination facilities and refineries there, which is indeed a dangerous development if those refineries get hit by the Iranians.
Now, we've heard mixed messages, though, from various Iranian officials about the attacks on the Gulf Arab states and the progress of the war. Now, talk us through what's being said by the officials there now.
Imran, from day one, the Iranian officials have been very clear that any strike that comes from one of the regions surrounding Iran, whether it is south, north, west, not any country from which an attack is waged on Iran, Iran is going to retaliate, is going to strike back at that location, regardless of what kind of country, what kind of neighbor or a friendly country is. And they have been consistent in that, and they have fulfilled that threat during the last few days. But now, yesterday, the president, after a lot of condemnations from across the world and anger across the region, seemed to have hinted at a kind of change of course, and that Iran might be considering stopping that kind of attacks, particularly on civilian facilities, including oil and gas. No specifics in this, but it is a general statement. If those countries stop allowing the Americans and the Israelis to use their space and land and waters to attack Iran, that statement has been considered in America, particularly by President Trump, a sign of weakness on the side of Iraq. This is what they are saying. And that's why the foreign minister of Iran tried to explain that and saying that this is not a change of course, this is not a sign of weakness. Iran is still going to do what it has been doing since day one of this war. But indeed, Iran is not intended to be aggressive or to be a source of problem for its neighbors, but its neighbors have indeed to stop allowing its enemies to strike from its land.
That's Mohammed Val live for us there from Tehran. Now, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has issued multiple statements today discussing Iranian attacks on Gulf countries. This was his message early on Saturday.
Here I feel it necessary, regarding neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran, to apologize on my own behalf. Because of the vicious assault on us, we lost our supreme leader, our compatriots and loved ones. Our armed forces put their lives on the line to defend our territorial integrity. When the commanders were no longer there, acting on their own initiative, our armed forces carried out all the actions that were necessary, and they conducted the operations that were necessary and protected our country with strength. We do not intend to conduct an assault on neighboring countries, but like I've said before, they are our brothers. We have to be hand in hand with our brothers in peace. And the Interim Leadership Council approved a decision yesterday. That decision was relayed to our forces that they should no longer attack neighboring countries unless there is an attack on Iran staged on their soil.
Now, he followed up his video message with a post on X saying the Islamic Republic of Iran has always emphasized the maintenance and continuation of friendly relations with regional governments based on good neighborliness and mutual respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity. This does not negate Iran's inherent right to defend itself against military aggression by the United States and the Zionist regime. Now, over to Axel Zaimovich now, who's here for us in Doha. So despite the Iranian president apologizing to the Gulf Arab states about the attacks on them, those attacks have continued. And the latest one is in Kuwait.
That's right. A lot of developments coming out of Kuwait overnight. We're actually hearing from authorities there that a drone attack targeted 2 fuel tankers at Kuwait International Airport. And according to the official statement that we got there from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, as I said, 2 fuel tanks belonging to the Kuwait Aviation Fueling Company were hit, causing a large fire over there. Authorities are working to contain that fire. And also officials say that the damage appears to be limited to property and there were no casualty at this moment. But also we're getting reports that another civilian infrastructure across the city was targeted in different attacks.
Now, the Gulf states have been trying to reopen their airspace and get things up and running, but we have seen more Iranian attacks.
That's right. It seems to be quite a busy evening across the region. We're seeing, for example, in Saudi Arabia, their defense ministry said that they've been dealing with a large number of drones entering their airspace. One of the drones was spotted heading towards the capital, Riyadh. Also, we're hearing from the officials there that the Riyadh diplomatic area was targeted in one of those drone attacks, but there were no injuries reported so far. And we're also getting updates from Qatar. The officials here, the defense ministry, said that they gave us the latest updates regarding those explosions we heard during the day. They say that 12 missiles were intercepted. Most of them were intercepted by air defenses, but 2 of them, they made a landfall here, but in a remote area. But also in the United Arab Emirates, we're hearing that they've been dealing with a significant number of drones and missiles attacks. And one of the instances, they said that a falling debris hit a car in Dubai, killing a Pakistani national.
Axel Zaimovich there, live for us from Doha. Now, the latest strikes come as US President Donald Trump threatens to expand the operation in Iran. He spoke to reporters earlier on board Air Force One.
We've accomplished more in 1 week than anyone thought possible. We've wiped out their Navy, 44 ships. We've wiped out their Air Force, every plane. We've wiped out most of their missiles. You see, the missiles aren't coming much anymore. We've also hit their manufacturing areas where they make the missiles very hard. Their drone capacity is way down. And we've hurt them where it hurts. Including about every form of leadership you can have, we've wiped out.
You still expect up to 6 weeks total?
I don't know. I never project time, whatever it takes. But the military is almost non-existent, if you look. We could hit the military itself very hard, but maybe we will, maybe we won't. We haven't made that determination.
Now, John Holman is live for us from Washington, D.C. You just heard Donald Trump there say whatever it takes. And he's also been expanding on some of the latest developments. What's he been saying?
Yeah, just a 50-minute, what they call a gaggle on Air Force One. It's basically an impromptu press conference. But there were some things that he said that were really interesting. It was sort of a chance for him to answer all of the rumours and reports that have been swirling around Washington, D.C. most of this week. He was asked about Russia. Was Russia giving intelligence to Iran? That's one of the reports that's been going around several publications. He said, well, they're not. And if they are, they're not doing a very good job, given the way that we're beating Iran in this conflict. So that was his answer on that one. There was something that I found very surprising that he said. He was talking about the strike on an Iranian elementary school for girls in southern Iran. It was the biggest mass casualty that we know of so far in this conflict. The Iranians say that 175 girls were killed. There were definitely more than 160 people that were killed in that attack. And the reports all around Washington this week have been that the US was attacking at that point a facility of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that was close by. And the preliminary investigation, it's been reported that the military's been doing behind closed doors. They've been telling lawmakers that there was at least a possibility that this was a US attack, given all of that situation. What President Trump said is that his indications was that this was Iran. And he justified that, saying that Iranian ballistics weren't very good, basically, and so they probably could have hit it by accident. I'm paraphrasing him there. The reporters then went to his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, that was sort of standing over his shoulder, and asked him, and he said, well, the investigation's still open. And then President Trump doubled down, saying, no, this was Iran. So it's going to be interesting to see if and how he can stand that one up. The other thing that he did do was talk about unconditional surrender, this thing that he's put out on social media. That's the only way that this conflict is going to end. And he sort of enlarged upon that. He said, well, unconditional surrender even means that they cry out to surrender, the Iranians, or that there's no one left to do that because they're so utterly beaten. So he sort of gave a bit of an all or nothing attitude towards how this conflict can be resolved. Not entirely a surprise that by what he's been saying this week, but he really doubled down on it.
Now, generally speaking, John, the Republicans have been supportive. The Democrats have been critical. So what is the political landscape like for Donald Trump, and how the American public taking all of this?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Imran. There's been a couple of votes this week, the latest one on Thursday in the House of Congress, over whether President Trump and his administration can continue this war, as it's being called in the US, or whether they need to halt and ask Congress for authorization. And that vote went largely along party lines. Most of the Republican Party supporting President Trump and supporting what he's doing. Almost all of the Democrats not supporting it, apart from a small group that went over and supported him continuing this conflict, this war, as it is. So at the moment, he can continue what he's doing. He has the support of his party. But we go back to what he was doing on Saturday, today, which was having to go to Dover Air Base in Delaware and receive the bodies of 6 US service people, 5 men and 1 woman coming back. Bodies coming back to the US historically in conflicts is not a sight that the American public want to see. And this is not a conflict that's been popular right from the start. 56% of Americans, according to the latest polling, approve it. Usually at the start of wars in recent history in America, people begin approving and then that goes down with time. So he's already starting from a difficult situation. We have to see how this is going to go from here.
That's John Holman there. Now, as John was talking about, the remains of 6 American soldiers killed by an Iranian drone strike in Kuwait have been returned to the US. President Donald Trump was present as their caskets were taken off the plane in what's known as a dignified transfer. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro has this report from Dover Air Force Base.
The first U.S. military casualties of the war with Iran have returned from Kuwait to American soil. The remains of 6 Army reservists arrived at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware on Saturday, killed just under a week ago in an Iranian drone strike. The soldiers had been working in a makeshift office at a commercial port, where, according to one soldier's husband, the Army had moved them as a security measure before the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran began.
They're great heroes in our country, and we're going to keep it that way. There's always, when it comes to war, there's always that, but we're going to keep it to a minimum.
This was the first time President Donald Trump has received the remains of U.S. service members killed in a military conflict he launched. Beside him were the Vice President, First Lady, Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and other U.S. dignitaries. The 6 soldiers killed include a mother of 2, a cybersecurity expert, a martial arts instructor, and a 20-year-old college student whose sister previously spoke with reporters.
So I just wish he could have known one more time that we all loved him, because he was so amazing and kind.
Trump says the fallen U.S. soldiers are heroes and has claimed credit, he says, for rebuilding the military. That's a recasting from his first term when he was criticized for reportedly calling fallen soldiers losers. Trump himself received 5 deferments during the Vietnam War to avoid being drafted. Dover is the place where all U.S. military members who die in a theater of operation are repatriated. The president has warned that there will likely be more of these solemn occasions as the war with Iran continues. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Dover Air Force Base, Delaware.
Now, an Israeli airstrike has killed at least 4 people in central Beirut. The Lebanese health ministry said 10 others were injured on Saturday's attack on a hotel room. The Israeli army claims it targeted commanders from Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Heidi Pett reports from the scene in the Lebanese capital.
This hotel in downtown Beirut was the subject of an Israeli strike early in the hours of Sunday morning. It came with no warning. It appears to have been a targeted assassination attempt. The projectile struck just one room of the hotel. There's a bit of blast damage to the others. We do not yet know who the target of that was, but inside the hotel there were hundreds of other people, and we've spoken to a number of them this evening. They themselves have been displaced from Dahia after the Israeli military issued another forced evacuation order earlier on Saturday. And so they vacated their homes in a hurry. We've got hundreds of thousands of people displaced across Beirut and across the country. They went there because they were seeking a place of safety. And yet we have seen this evening, again, this continuation of the pattern of Israeli airstrikes expanding outside the areas that they say that they are targeting. They say that they're targeting Hezbollah. And so we're seeing continued airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, across the south of the country, close to the Israeli border, and also in the Bekaa Valley. And these are traditionally Shia areas, which is the support base for Hezbollah. But what we have seen tonight is this targeted assassination striking this hotel here in central Beirut, an area very far outside where you would expect to see something like that. And so it's causing it's raising the level of fear and tension here across the country as we're starting to see these Israeli airstrikes following the people who are fleeing them. And it makes people in the rest of the country very wary and potentially resentful of welcoming in and sheltering the people who have been displaced. Heidi Pett, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, Rory Challens is following developments out of Israel from the Jordanian capital. Now, the Israeli military, Rory, heavily censors any imagery coming out of attacks within Tel Aviv itself. But it doesn't do that when it comes to these attacks in Lebanon. What are the statements been saying?
Well, Imran, they haven't said specifically that they were the ones that struck this hotel, but what they have said, I think, you can draw your own conclusions, but I think we're talking about the same event here. This is the statement that they put out about an hour ago. That the military struck senior commanders from the Lebanon Corps of the Revolutionary Guards Quds Force in Beirut. The targeted commanders, they said, were allegedly advancing terror attacks against Israel, while simultaneously advancing the IRGC's interests in Iran. And that the Lebanon Corps, the Israelis say, acts as the link between Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, supporting Hezbollah's military build-up and connecting senior Iranian and Hezbollah leadership. Now, despite the 4 dead that have been confirmed and 10 wounded, the Israeli military says that it took steps to limit civilian casualties, including precision munitions and aerial surveillance. Now, a bit of background and context to all this. Israel has had a long-standing decapitation campaign against the Quds Force. Most recently, it's gone after senior figures within that force. It struck against the Lebanon Corps commander Dawood al-Zadeh, and he was killed in Tehran just a few days ago. But back in April 2024, Israel struck the Iranian consulate in Damascus in Syria, killing 3 senior Quds Force commanders there. And then, of course, Qasem Soleimani was killed by the Americans back in 2020. He was the head of the whole Quds Force. We can also talk about Lebanon, which has soured on Iranian military activity in recent days, and it's asked the IRGC to get out of the country and has also outlawed Hezbollah. So there's a changing dynamic here going on, specifically with regards to Iranians and their military inside Lebanon.
Now, very quickly, Rory, we were talking about military censorship earlier, about attacks coming out of Israel, but there have been widespread attacks today there, right?
Well, there's been one wave that's come in on Sunday. From what we understand, it was dealt pretty competently with by Israel's air defense system. But on Saturday, there were at least 12 waves of missiles launched from Iran, and they were down in the south, they were in the center of the country over Tel Aviv, and they were up in the north as well, particularly around Haifa, where the Iranians said that they were trying to target Israeli oil facilities there in retaliation for Israel targeting oil facilities in Iran. But there have been other strikes, or at least alerts going off way up in the north as well. Those were coming from Lebanon, from Hezbollah. So yeah, we have an emerging picture of basically a pattern that's been going on for several days now of Hezbollah and Iran trying to hit targets in Israel, and pretty much the Israelis shooting most of them down.
That's Rory Challens there live for us from Amman. Now, Qatar Airways has announced it will operate a handful of flights from Europe to Doha's Hamad International. They're only for passengers whose final destination is the Qatari capital. Air travel to and from destinations in the Middle East has been severely disrupted since the Iran war began. Al Jazeera's Hassan bin Javid is on a Qatar Airways flight that left from Paris and brought us this report.
I am on board just one of the 5 flights that are heading towards Doha now. These are operated by Qatar Airways, as many passengers who were stranded in Doha wanted to go to Europe, and some of them who were in Europe who wanted to come back. So only a few dozen passengers on this flight. But it just goes to show the disruptions that thousands of passengers have been facing, because 23,000 flights have been cancelled in the Middle East. Hundreds of millions of dollars of losses are estimated, and it is not just flights, it is freight, it is everything else to do with the air. And aviation industry has already been suffering due to the COVID pandemic, and it was on the way to recovery, but it appears that now this is going to have a knock-on effect for months and years to come. Aviation experts are saying it is not just the passengers who are facing this. Qatar Airways is the second largest freight carrier after FedEx, and all of the logistics, because of these closures, is going to have a knock-on impact on a lot of provisions that come from the air. So after the Red Sea closures, a lot of passengers as well as freight was moved towards the air, but it appears that now that too will have to be reconfigured. It appears that now we are going to move towards Doha, and the airspace is going to be accompanied by some sort of air cover. The crew has been telling us that there might be some fighter jets who will accompany these aircraft to make sure that there is safety and security. But it is a situation which has been unpredictable, and people here are confident that their flights have only taken place because the airline feels confident that they will safely land. Hassan bin Javid, Al Jazeera, somewhere over the Middle Eastern Airways.
Now let's take a look at some of the other day's news now. A Palestinian man has been killed and a young girl injured in an Israeli strike on Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Israeli forces continue to carry out airstrikes in multiple areas across the Strip in violation of the October ceasefire. Israeli army-affiliated militias have advanced east of Gaza City, with heavy gunfire reported in the area. 640 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire began. And Israeli authorities have continued to block Palestinians in Gaza from leaving through the Rafah crossing. Thousands of people are in need of urgent medical care and are unable to leave as a result. Hind Khudri has more from Gaza City.
Since the Israel-Iran war started, the Rafah crossing has been closed by the Israeli authorities. They said that all crossings in and out of the Gaza Strip are closed until further notice. This means that thousands of Palestinians currently residing in hospitals who need medical evacuation are not going to be able to leave the Gaza Strip. Now, according to the World Health Organization, we're talking about at least 18,000 Palestinians, including children, women, elderly, and not only the fact that they're waiting for medical evacuations, doctors are saying that there's no medical stock, where there's no gauze, there's no needles, there are no emergency equipment. This is Murad, for example. He has been waiting for a medical evacuation for the past 6 months. And the fact that the Rafah crossing is now closed, again, this is putting his life and life of thousands of others in risk. This is Hind Khudri, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Now, Israeli settlers have shot and killed a 28-year-old Palestinian man in the village of Wadi al-Rahim in the occupied West Bank. He's the third Palestinian to be shot dead this week by settlers illegally occupying Palestinian territory. The man was identified as Amir Shenaran. His 33-year-old brother was critically injured in the attack. The Israeli human rights group Yesh Din has reported 50 cases of settler violence since the outbreak of the Iran conflict. And US President Donald Trump has launched a plan aimed at combating drug cartels in what he says is the United States' natural sphere of influence. At a meeting with Latin American and Caribbean leaders, Trump offered military support to countries willing to cooperate and threats of force to those who don't. Lucia Newman reports from Miami.
U.S. President Donald Trump turned his attention to his own hemisphere, albeit for only an hour, at his Miami Golf Club, where he'd invited 12 conservative Latin American heads of state to hear about his new regional initiative. It's called Shield of the Americas, a newly formed U.S.-led alliance to stop undocumented mass immigration, crime and drug trafficking, and foreign interference in the hemisphere, a reference to China. Trump offered his guests lethal U.S. military force to hunt down criminals.
We'll use missiles. If you want us to use a missile, they're extremely accurate. Pum, right into the living room. That's the end of that cartel person. But we'll do whatever you need if you want.
Right-wing governments were on hand to join what he's named America's Counter-Cartel Coalition.
But conspicuously absent were the leaders of Latin America's two largest countries, Brazil and Mexico, the latter being the country from where the lion's share of drugs that go into the United States come from, not to mention Colombia and Peru, where almost all of the cocaine is produced. The problem is the leaders of those countries are not considered friends of the U.S.
And neither is communist Cuba, which he says is next on his list.
But our focus right now is on Iran, and we'll do that. I would say, what will you do, take about 2 days off, Marco? No, he won't. Maybe an hour. He'll take 1 hour off, and then he'll finish up a deal on Cuba.
I believe
there was
that.
No chance for the Latin American leaders to speak, only to listen.
We share a hemisphere and geography. We share cultures, Western Christian civilization. We share these things together. We have to have the courage to defend it.
A meeting sent a clear...
Actually have something I would like you all to order for a few minutes, if you wouldn't mind. A lot of you have asked me, Grant, I don't really understand Iran. Some of you are from Iran, so you're going to find this, you're going to be pleased that I'm going to show this. I'm only going to show you a short section of the lecture while we reset awaiting the developments for a few minutes. But some of you have asked me over and over, Grant, and I also want to tell you, I can't confirm anything, but I'm working on getting some interviews for us. A lot of you have asked me if I would explain to you a little bit about the history of Iran. Now, I am a smart man, okay? I want to tell you that I am not unaware of my own intelligence, but I am not the smartest man in the room when I'm talking about Iran. I'm okay. But I would like you to listen to this lecture, if you would be so kind. This is a lecture that's going to tell you a little bit about the sort of history of Iran, and in particular, like the birth of the Anglo-Persian oil company, and then a little bit about like Iran, and then I think we can probably jump right to 53, okay? Like Iran was invaded. We can't do like an hour and a half. I know a lot of you like probably really want me to go all the way back to like World War I and the Anglo-Persian oil company and the British influence in Iran. I want to do that, but like to understand like this, you must understand, like we're going to just start in 51. The nationalization of the Persian Anglo oil company, and then how that led to the installation of the Shah in 53, and then how that leads to the revolution. Like if you want to understand what is going on, if you want to understand how you are able to sort of process, if you want to understand the geopolitical internal constellation of Iran, this is the expert. He's a little biased, but every academic is biased. He's biased in the sense that he knows so much about this that he doesn't like people who don't know about the topic, which is great. I think we need, well, he answers all questions, but Dr. Roy Casagranda is an excellent lecturer. Now, what's great about this lecture is it's from 3 years ago. So it is not at all impacted by current events. It's just a raw history of Iran from 51 through 53. All right, and then we're going to go to the revolution. Then we'll go back to live news, and I might break in if there is breaking news. But this, I wish like he's been doing interviews. I wish he was doing like a few more because Dr. Casagranda is like one of America's foremost experts on Iran.
Blonde hair, and now all of a sudden everybody's rejecting that. And in that moment, there's a lot of anti-US sentiment because we played such a nasty role, including overthrowing their democracy in 1953 and sticking them with the tyrant to begin with. And so a lot of the rhetoric coming out of the revolution is fiercely anti-American. So we know we've lost Iran, but we don't want Iran to become a Soviet ally. So the best thing to do then is to push Iran into the Islamist direction. And we weaponized the Ayatollah Khomeini, who, of course, had a tour of duty in Iraq and a tour of duty in France, and the next thing you know, he's now in Iran. And he was a truly charismatic character. He was a believer. He probably meant to make the world heaven on earth. But he's so charismatic, he'll make the decision between the left and the right. And Iran will go Islamist. In the chaos of Iran going Islamist, the left, the socialists and the communists had been working with the Islamists, thinking, an enemy of an enemy is a friend, and on the other end of the revolution we'll figure it out. Well, it got figured out, and the left got massacred. It was a slaughter. Leftists are fleeing in every direction they can to get out of the country because they're hosed. The Islamists also massacre the military. The officer corps, not the enlisted. The generals, the admirals are wiped out. Some of the Air Force generals escape by plane. The Army guys are hosed because they're just sitting there on the ground. The admirals are decapitated. Some of the Air Force generals get killed as well. It's a disaster because they're now creating a new state. And this new state is going to be the Islamic Republic. They're going to impose Shia-style Islam through a theocracy on the Iranian people. But in that moment of the revolution, the Iranian people actually experienced this incredible moment of freedom. Because in that moment of the revolution, there really isn't a state apparatus. So it's sort of like this anarchist dream where the state hasn't established itself, the new state. It's thinking about what rules to impose, but even if it imposed them, it wouldn't have the force to do it because it doesn't have anything to do it with. It still has to create its police force and its laws, right? And its new constitution. And in that moment, there's this incredible freedom that will abruptly end as soon as the state has established itself.
Let me back up a little bit. His chapters are off. I actually am going to take us a little bit earlier in the lecture. He jumped right to 79. It's not his fault. The chapters are just off. We're jumping back a little bit. Sorry about that.
And so when he found it, he destroyed it, of course. That's what you should do when you discover there's a city you didn't know about. Just wipe it out. Anyway, he destroyed it, but he also called it Persepolis, as in the city of Perseus. Poverty, and you're spending all this. This is our thing now. And so before you know it, Iran is known as Little America. It also gets the nickname the shopping mall of the Middle
53.
East. Right, because if you think of the quintessential thing that makes America America, it's shopping malls. And so, boom, there it is.
So just to reorientate you, his chapters are off. I'm taking you to 1953, the Shah's installation by America. Then he's going to take you to the 79. His chapters are just off. Sorry about that. It's not his fault. It's these things down at the bottom here.
The shopping mall in the Middle East. The most common surgery done in Iran is nose surgery. I don't think that's changed. I think that's still the case. When I was there in 2002, I swear 1 out of every 10 women walking down the street had a splint over her nose. And then, of course, bleach was the most common sold chemical in Iran because everybody now wanted to be blonde. And my favorite album cover ever is Gagoosh with cowboy hat and pistols. Gagoosh, of course, being one of my favorite Iranian pop singers because she is truly amazing. This isn't an attack on Gagoosh at all, I swear. It's just, there's this strange thing happening. And some of it is flattering. For example, we sell Iran F-14s. Only 2 countries on the planet ever had the best airplane ever made. It's no longer in commission, which breaks my heart, but the recent Top Gun movie solved that problem for me, which is the only reason I could enjoy it. The F-14 is truly a splendid piece of machinery, and Iran and the United States are the 2 states that had it. Isn't that crazy? Remember Iran-Contra? You probably don't, you're too young. The spare parts that Oliver North was selling Iran, some of those were F-14 spare parts. I'm going to talk about Iran-Contra. But it's just too fun to think about. The Shah starts to run into trouble. His status in the state is unpopular. He is a tyrant. He's been too rough with the Iranian people. He's been too hard on opposition forces. And the reason that he has to be is, you're not going to believe this, the Iranians still want to do democracy. And they've got this monarch who's saying no. And they're not okay with no. They're not taking no as an answer. And this is causing this constant struggle. And so Carter becomes president. James Earl Carter, known as Jimmy, that guy. And Carter looks at the Shah and goes, it's time to liberalize. It's time. You need to start making steps in that direction. So the Shah goes, okay, what choice do I have? I have to do what the President of the United States says. So he starts opening up press. And while the press is going nuts, anti-Shah everything. It's crazy. It's full on. It's like 1978 and every newspaper is trashing the Shah. The Shah gets sick because he gets cancer. He needs treatment. He leaves Iran to go get treatment, and a revolution breaks out. And in spring of 1979, the Shah's toppled. He ends up in Panama at one point. He finally gets to Egypt, where he dies, where he's buried, where his dad's buried, because after the British shuffled his dad around, they buried him in Egypt. Although now there seems to be some evidence that maybe he was actually buried in Iran. Anyway, who knows where he is? But his son is in Egypt for sure. That's clear. By the way, in the beginning part of the Shah's reign, there was actually conversations about like how are we going to do this? How are we going to make this work? And there was a lot of pressure put on him to do like a traditional style. Let's get alliances going. And so he actually married an Egyptian princess, Fawzia, with the goal of then kind of cementing this Egyptian alliance with Iran, because Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Pakistan had formed a formal alliance, and they were trying to figure out how to get Egypt into it. And the goal behind the alliance was to create an Islamic bloc so that if European states went into colonialism mode again in the future, that at least the Muslim states would have a means to push back and have resistance. And so he marries Fawzia, but it's a disaster marriage, and they end up divorced, so it didn't work. Anyway, so the Shah has this interesting connection to Egypt. In any case, the Shah goes down, and there is this really interesting moment where Iran could go one of two ways. It could go communist or socialist, because the communists and socialists were working together at that point, or it could go Islamist. It could create the Islamic Republic. Those were the two directions it could go. And we knew what would happen if it went communist, it'd become a Soviet ally. So we didn't want that. We knew no matter what happened, we were losing Iran. Because we had played too heavy of a role in the Shah's heavy-handedness. We were too involved. There was no way our friendship was going to survive this. And then, of course, there's this pendulum swing thing that people do. So all of a sudden, everybody wants to look like they have a European nose with blonde hair, and now all of a sudden, everybody's rejecting that. And in that moment, there is a lot of anti-US sentiment because we played such a nasty role, including overthrowing their democracy in 1953 and sticking them with the tyrant to begin with. And so a lot of the rhetoric coming out of the revolution is fiercely anti-American. So we know we've lost Iran, but we don't want Iran to become a Soviet ally. So the best thing to do then is to push Iran into the Islamist direction. And we weaponized the Ayatollah Khomeini, who, of course, had a tour of duty in Iraq and a tour of duty in France, and the next thing you know, he's now in Iran. And he was a truly charismatic character. He was a believer. He probably meant to make the world heaven on earth. But he's so charismatic, he'll make the decision between the left and the right. And Iran will go Islamist. In the chaos of Iran going Islamist, the left, the socialists and the communists had been working with the Islamists, thinking, an enemy of an enemy is a friend, and on the other end of the revolution we'll figure it out. Well, I got figured out, and the left got massacred. It was a slaughter. Leftists are fleeing in every direction they can to get out of the country because they're hosed. The Islamists also massacre the military. The officer corps, not the enlisted. The generals, the admirals are wiped out. Some of the Air Force generals escape by plane. The Army guys are hosed because they're just sitting there on the ground. The admirals are decapitated. Some of the Air Force generals get killed as well. It's a disaster because they're now creating a new state. And this new state is going to be the Islamic Republic. They are going to impose Shia-style Islam through a theocracy on the Iranian people. But in that moment of the revolution, the Iranian people actually experienced this incredible moment of freedom. Because in that moment of the revolution, there really isn't a state apparatus. So it's sort of like this anarchist dream where the state hasn't established itself, the new state. It's thinking about what rules to impose, but even if it imposed them, it wouldn't have the force to do it because it doesn't have anything to do it with. It still has to create its police force and its laws, right? And its new constitution. And in that moment, there's this incredible freedom that will abruptly end as soon as the state has established itself. In that same year, 1979, a group of college students get a crazy idea. What if we broke into, this is what they're saying, this is their dialogue, the U.S. Embassy, and we could get a hold of the CIA documents that show that the U.S. overthrew the democracy in 1953. Then we could show the world, and maybe the United States would apologize for it. And then we could start healing from this wound. And so a group of college students start heading to the U.S. Embassy. Well, most of the U.S. Embassy staff had already been evacuated. There were like 4 civilians left at that point, and they get word that the students are coming and they escape to the Canadian Embassy. But there's 66 CIA operatives still there because Iran wasn't just the headquarters for the CIA operations in Iran. Iran was the headquarters for CIA operations in Asia. So basically everything from Turkey to China operated out of Tehran, to the point where we had the minting plates for $20 bills there. So San Francisco, Denver, Philadelphia, and Tehran. That's where we minted US money. Those are the official mints. Isn't that cool? Because the CIA needed the cash. Right? When it's overthrowing democracies, that's not cheap. You gotta pay for that stuff. $20 bills are a fantastic way to pay for everything, it turns out. And so that's what they did. When we were doing the Sunni awakening in Iraq, we literally had boxes of $20 bills, and we just drive around with forklifts delivering these crates of $20 bills. I don't know what it is about $20 bills, but so that's the thing. I think it's easier to buy AK-47s with them for some reason. Not sure. So, the brand new Islamic Republic that doesn't want anything to do with what the students are about to do calls the U.S. Embassy. Because the U.S. Embassy is officially United States of America. So as soon as those kids climb over the wall, they're in the United States of America trespassing. This is an international incident. And so they call the embassy, they're like, dude, get the rest of your staff out. What are you doing there? And the CIA guys are like, nothing, as they're shredding the documents. They gotta stay there. They gotta get everything shredded. And so they're just sitting there at the shredders going, we're just gonna stay here a little longer. The Iranian government's like, no, you gotta go. What are you doing? They're obeying orders. The students climb over the wall and they capture the 66 CIA operatives in the act of shredding the documents. They had already gotten a bunch of the documents shredded. Those college students shove those shredded documents in garbage bags. They walk over to the nearby middle schools and high schools. They go, you guys like making puzzles, right? And they put the documents back together. In our words, piece by piece, we document how Kermit Roosevelt overthrew the democracy in 1953. The students go, here it is. They make copies, give it for free to the whole world. Too bad there wasn't an internet back then. They'd have loved that. They give it away to the whole world, free documents. And then they go, okay, President Carter, go ahead, apologize. No way. We're the United States of America. Even though we've lost wars, we'll never admit it. And we're definitely never going to apologize. And so we refused. Carter wasn't going to do it. So the students said, we won't release the hostages until you do. Carter's like, I don't care. Don't. Keep them there, just CIA operatives, no one cares. And then the students go, but you know what else we have? We have the names of all your operatives in China, and in Southeast Asia, and in India, and in Pakistan. And you sure you don't want to apologize? And Carter didn't do it. And so they published all of it. In an instant, the CIA is massacred. Not literally, they just had to pull all their operatives out of the field because now the Chinese knew their name and where they were. Now everybody knew their names and where they were. And so the CIA had to start over. Just like we had to do in Russia, right? October 2021, the CIA admitted that their assets in Russia were wiped out. Oh, it's amazing. I wonder where those documents came from that detailed out the location and names of all those assets. Let me think. Where could those documents have come from? Anyway, wonder. So, there's no denying what we did, but we're not going to apologize for it, and we're not going to get the hostages released. And so, time's passing. Ted Koppel creates a new TV show, Nightline. It's going to be at night. He's going to have like fun music to start the show, and then every show is going to start with how many days the innocent victim hostages have been held in captivity in Iran. And it became like this clock measuring time. And Carter's popularity rating just kept going down, down, down. So Carter, in desperation, decides to do a military operation. He's going to send helicopters in to do a rescue. And the helicopters are flying across Iran, and then they got to do mid-air refueling. That sounds like an awful idea. I know we were good at doing it now, but it turned out it was an awful idea. Two of the helicopters collide. They go down, and there's not enough helicopters now to complete the mission, so they have to abort and come back. And so now the Iranians are like dancing on these burnt out helicopters. And Carter's popularity plunges even faster now. And then came rumors of the October surprise. And at this point, the hostages are like held for a year. And there was talk that Carter had done it. He had successfully negotiated the release of the hostages. And now they were going to get released October 1980. November 1980 is the Reagan-Carter election. And so, Reagan is panicking because if the hostages get released before the election, Carter's popularity will bounce right back and he'll probably win the election. So they've got to stop this from happening. So they figure out who Carter's been negotiating with. His name is Rafsanjani. In the early days, he had his hands in so many different things that I nicknamed him the Prince, as in Machiavelli's The Prince. He was prime minister at one point. He was never president. There is no prime minister of Iran. They dissolved that position. So, but he did get into a powerful position. He never got to the top, but didn't matter. He was very powerful. And so the Reagan campaign, now so for the record, this is not 100% proven, it's just mostly proven. There's like 15 witnesses and multiple court documents because a lot of the material that is evidence for this actually ended up in courtrooms, and judges actually even said, yes, some of this definitely did happen. And by the time you're done with the evidence, it's probably true. I'm confident this is true. What happened was the Reagan campaign sent a group of men. They met with Rafsanjani. They came with briefcases. They put the briefcases on a desk, and they said, we'd like for you to hold the hostages at least until after the election. Rafsanjani went, I thought you said you were from the United States. They go, we are. And Rafsanjani goes, what's in the suitcases? And they go, you'll like it. It wasn't $20 bills. It was more. And so he opens it up and he goes, you know what? I'm going to see what I can do. He had successfully negotiated with the students to release the hostages. He goes back and he renegotiates with them to keep the hostages. The election happened. Reagan wins. Carter doesn't know this has happened. So he's still got his sleeves rolled up, negotiating, trying to get the hostages released. He's negotiating while Reagan's being inaugurated. Like, he was so determined to make it happen. And of course, moments after Reagan is inaugurated president, they release the hostages as planned so that Reagan can get credit for it. Isn't that cool? By the way, it is the second time that I'm aware of a U.S. president throwing an election by working with a foreign power. The first time was when Nixon got President Thieu to leave the Paris Peace Accords in 1968. And that's 100%. There's no leftover slight doubt in that one, in part because we have a recorded conversation of LBJ freaking out when he finds out what's happened. And saying, that man has committed treason, that man being Nixon. And it's one of the reasons why Nixon was so paranoid that he cheated in 72. He was worried that if a Democrat beat him in 72, they'd find out he had rigged the election in 68.
Yep, all this is true. And so that does a good job explaining the pretext, not the pretext, the context for the Iranian Revolution. I have taken some time to have some dinner, and Dr. Casagrande, excellent lecture. If you want to listen to like an hour and a half and get the whole history of Iran, that's the lecture for you. I had to like pick out 20 minutes, like between 1953 and 1979 to give you the context. Pardon me, while I was eating. But I love this lecture. I've watched this lecture like 6 times. Why do you think I know all those anecdotes about 1979? And Americans don't really know a lot about Iran. They think it's always just been the Ayatollah, like 53 to 79. I know a lot of you were like, Grant, I really would like updates on the ground. We'll get back to that now. But for the international audience, a lot of you will, and even some Americans who were around back then, will say, wait a minute, I knew some of that, but I didn't know that's why that happened. Well, that is exactly why. Random Brandon, yeah, Dr. Casagrande is an excellent, excellent lecturer. I agree, Hagencello, and I strongly suggest people check out Dr. Casagrande's lectures. They're excellent. You can find them on his YouTube, and they really help you understand, especially the Iran lectures, what's going on in Iran. Let's get the update right now. Top of the hour from Doha. Thank you. 11 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Saturday, March 7th.
I'm Imran Khan. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. Here are the headlines. Israeli airstrikes have hit Iran's oil facilities for the first time in the war. We're live from the capital with the latest. And Iran targets more countries across the Gulf. The government, a building is hit in Kuwait, and at least one person has been killed in Dubai. And 4 people are killed in the Lebanese capital after Israeli missiles target a hotel in the heart of the city. And
they'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle.
Donald Trump threatens the US will escalate attacks further against Iran while paying tributes to American soldiers killed in the conflict. Plus,
I'm Lucia Newman in Miami, where President Donald Trump has offered Latin American leaders the use of U.S. lethal military force to wipe out drug cartels.
it's just gone past 04 GMT. That's 7:30 a.m. in Tehran and 7 a.m. here in Doha. The war on Iran has entered its 9th day, with strikes intensifying, casualties mounting, and the regional fallout widening. Israeli warplanes have struck at least 3 oil storage depots and refining facilities in Iran's capital, Tehran. It's the first time Israel has targeted such facilities since launching a broader attack on Iran last week alongside US forces. Large fires have been reported across the capital. An oil depot in the city of Karaj has also been hit. At least 4 people have been killed after Israel struck a hotel in central Beirut. At least 10 others have been injured. Smoke was seen rising from one of the hotel's floors. Israeli airstrikes have also hit southern Beirut and other parts of Lebanon.
Oh, my word. Okay, I have the most recent update for you. I am back. First of all, thank you all. I have to eat more. I cannot live on 1,000 calories a day. I'm now realizing that. I know all of you are very grateful and you want me to be healthy. I literally got lightheaded because I only ate like a chicken sandwich earlier. I had to get a second chicken sandwich today. I am ready. I realize what's going on. I realize I need to be with it. I cannot just not eat. I must stay in the zone, which requires attentiveness. This is Tehran this morning. That is the fire. It did not stop. For those of you just tuning in, this is Tehran right now. The fire did not stop. The fire has burned all night. That is just one of the fires. This is Tehran, Iran. In the morning, it is morning time in Tehran. The fire is not out. I repeat. The fire in Tehran, this is on the ground. We are resuming now our coverage at 11 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Saturday, March 7th. The fire is not out. Tehran is burning. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I repeat, this is the live footage. Al Jazeera does not have it yet. This is minutes ago on the ground in Tehran. The city burns after a night of American shelling, which was described by some Arabic source, some sources in Farsi who have contacts in Tehran, as quite literally the end of the world. One of the civilians in Tehran said that he felt the apocalypse was upon us. You are looking right now, you are going to watch over the coming hours as the city of Tehran burns. Simply incredible images. Almost unbelievable. That is not a new wave of shelling. That is not a new attack. That is a fire that has burned in Tehran for hours. It is an oil refinery on fire. It is also, like, around it, a conflagration. That is Tehran's main oil refinery. This is what caused the wave of retaliatory attacks. If you did not see the strikes on Tehran overnight, if you are in Europe or the Middle East, I will update you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Sorry, a byproduct of my disability is I burp sometimes after I eat. You will forgive me. I'll try to mute it. If you did not see Tehran overnight, ladies and gentlemen, it was intense. Here's the latest footage from this morning in the Negev. This is right now, about 20 minutes ago, 30, maybe an hour in the Negev. It is daytime in Israel, Sunday. This is a strike on the Negev. This was in the last hour. And then this was
Israelis. I think
this was the hit that NBC caught on television.
Regime preservation.
So I need to tell you, this was a hit. That was an actual hit on television we saw.
Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv.
They're not supposed to show that.
As many people know, or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system.
Listen, that is a hit on Tel Aviv last night.
Now, but in some places and instances it does not work, and I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation.
That was about 6 hours ago. I'm telling you, that hit on Tel Aviv is confirmed.
Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv, and obviously, as many people know, or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system, and we're seeing it working now. But in some places and instances, it does not work, and I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation.
Again, you are looking. Again, I was hesitant to confirm it. This is not really even a question. NBC, against their better judgment, because they don't really know how to broadcast the war, showed a live hit on Tel Aviv, on national television in the U.S. I can't, listen, the American population is not going to understand this. Why is it? That is a hypersonic missile striking Tel Aviv live on NBC earlier today. This was maybe 4 hours ago. That hit was real. That was a real strike. I cannot believe they showed that live. I told you, the American public is not going to be able to react to this footage. It's been happening for days, but they can't keep a lid on it anymore. And NBC just showed it live because they were trying to cover the war live. And you are watching NBC News inadvertently capture a strike on Tel Aviv tonight, which they're not supposed to do. Again, this is like the one thing the Israeli military would really prefer you not do. I even delay it by 5 or 10 minutes. And I'm under no obligation to do that. NBC, who should be way more responsible than me, showed it live. I don't understand. Again, one more time, with audio.
I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime?
Listen, NBC. No, this is the oil refinery in Haifa that was hit. That was hit in response to the strike on the oil refinery in Tehran. This was the the Iranian response. This hit the oil refinery in Haifa, which is burning now.
Aaron, I just want to break in.
And
for a moment,
NBC
'cause we're
showed
looking
it
at
live,
pictures
inadvertently
in the air
confirming
over
it's
Tel
real.
Aviv. And obviously, as many people know, or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system, and we're seeing it working now. But in some places and instances, it does not work. And I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
And the Israelis. I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv, and obviously, as many people know, or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system, and we're seeing it working now. But in some places and instances, it does not work. And I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
And the Israelis. I think that's what the calculation now is.
Sorry, I coughed.
Regime.
I know I was asking for the networks to cover this more. I know, but they shouldn't cover it this way. I agree, John Q. Public. I agree. It's just like, I figured the reason they weren't taking it was because they, had a plan. They do not have a plan. Sorry, while I get this post-eating burping out of the way, please forgive me. I am very disabled. I will take us to Al Jazeera. They are showing a live scene of Beirut, which is being shelled in the daytime. Al Jazeera Arabic live.
صورها عدد من الناس من وسط الضاحية الجنوبية تظهر دمار شامل في المباني. هناك مربعات سكنية دمرت بالكامل ونسفت وسويت بالأرض. هذا هو المشهد في الضاحية الجنوبية. وهذه الليلة كانت قد شهدت أيضا غارة وصفت باللافتة باعتبار أنها خارج محيط الضاحية الجنوبية واستهدفت العاصمة بيروت وتحديدا شقة فندقية بمنطقة الروشة، وخلفت بحسب وزارة الصحة هذا القصف خلف 4 شهداء و10 مصابين. وتحدثت إذاعة الجيش الإسرائيلي عن أنها استهدفت في العاصمة بيروت عددا من القيادات الرئيسية في فيلق القدس. هذا المشهد في الضاحية الجنوبية وفي بيروت، ولكن أيضا على المستويات الأخرى وفي المناطق الأخرى وفي الخريطة الجنوبية لبيروت وأيضا في مناطق الشرق تجددت الغارات أو تواصلت الغارات بشكل مكثف إلى درجة لا يمكن لنا أن نحصي عدد الغارات التي تستهدف مناطق واسعة في الجنوب اللبناني وبلدات ومدن رئيسية في الجنوب وأيضا في منطقة البقاع شرقي لبنان.
طبعا يتزامن ذلك ميساء مع نزوح واسع للبنانيين من عدة مناطق ومنها الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت، قريبين أيضا من هذا المشهد الإنساني المتفاقم.
بالفعل سهام، مشهد النزوح هو واحد من أصعب المشاهد والمظاهر التي تخلفها الحرب، والتي كان قد عاش على وقعها اللبنانيون خلال الحرب الأخيرة، حرب 15 شهرا، وربما لم يتخيل.
I have an English report from Beirut. Let me take you to Heidi Pett. Let me also give you the most recent update from Tehran.
During the last few days, and even from the beginning, since the beginning of this war, Iranians have been very consistent in what they are saying. They are saying that any country that allows U.S. troops to use their soil, their air, and their waters to strike against Iran will be targets, particularly the U.S. bases in those countries. But we have seen also Iranians striking at oil and gas facilities in those countries. But during the last couple of days, after mounting criticism from all corners of the world, and particularly anger in the region, the Iranian president seemed to offer a kind of change of course and a gesture of peace towards those countries, saying that Iran might stop waging that type of attacks against civilian facilities if those countries decide to no longer allow Americans to use their soil water and airspace. But the Americans, according to the Iranians, have misunderstood this, particularly President Trump, and saw it as a sign of weakness on the side of Iranians. So that's why the foreign minister yesterday had made some explanation, given some explanation about this, and said that Iran is not changing its course. It's not stopping attacking those neighbors, particularly the locations from which attacks are waged on Iran. Iran is consistent and is still going to do the same thing that it has been doing from day one. The security chief, Iranian security chief Ali Larijani also talked yesterday about this in general, but he focused on the goals of the war having been different from what the Americans and the Israelis announced. He said the real goal of this war is the total destruction and division of Iran, and that's something Iranians are very much aware of. He said the Americans have at first tried to create that effect through the decapitation of the supreme leader, and then through betting on the streets in Iran, the opposition to rise up against the government. None of that happened. And then they are trying to also use the Kurds in this equation. None of that is materializing. But Iran is aware of what's going on, aware of the American intents, and knows very well that what it has to do is to continue the fight to preserve its national sovereignty and unity in this war.
That's Mohammed Val there live for us from Tehran. Let's go to Lebanon now, where at least 4 people have been killed after Israelis struck a hotel in central Beirut. Heidi Pett is live for us in the Lebanese capital. So the Israeli airstrikes have been ramped up across Lebanon over the last few hours. So bring us up to date with what and where it's been happening.
So just in the last 15 or 20 minutes, actually, there has been another strike on Dahia, which is Beirut's southern suburbs. That's the area that has been subject to this mass forced evacuation order. The first one of those was issued about 2 days ago. It was reissued yesterday. And just after midnight, we saw a huge Israeli airstrike on that area. But what has been unusual here in the capital tonight, another sleepless night, I must mention, for many, including some of the displaced who are trying to get what sleep they can, or the Corniche behind me. But what was unusual is this strike on this hotel. It's in an area of central Beirut called Raushe, which is overlooking the water. It's overlooking the Pigeon Rock, which is one of Beirut's most famous landmarks. And it represents a real expansion of the territorial area that Israel is targeting. Our team.
Pause. I have a report. I have a report from Tehran. A young couple from southern Tehran, this is from Deepa Parent. She's a journalist with The Guardian, okay, with Amnesty International and with University College Dublin, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most recent report from Tehran. I cannot get on the ground footage in the past hour other than the fires still burning in at least one part of the city. A young couple from southern Tehran tried to flee the city this evening, but had to turn back because the smoke became too thick inside their car. They're now back home in Tehran. The last I heard, the city is burning and the situation is catastrophic. Pray for the innocents in Tehran.
He was able to go down there in the immediate aftermath of the strike. This hotel in downtown Beirut was the subject of an Israeli strike early in the hours of Sunday morning. It came with no warning. It appears to have been a targeted assassination attempt. The projectile struck just one room of the hotel. There's a bit of blast damage to the others. We do not yet know who the target of that was, but inside the hotel there were hundreds of other people, and we've spoken to a number of them this evening. They themselves have been displaced from Dahia after the Israeli military issued another forced evacuation order earlier on Saturday. And so they vacated their homes in a hurry. We've got hundreds of thousands of people displaced across Beirut and across the country. They went there because they were seeking a place of safety.
We were in the Duroy Hotel, which is opposite the Ramada Hotel, and it faces the hotel that was targeted in the attack. We were on the 4th floor and it was directly opposite us. When the strike happened, we felt as if it had occurred right above our heads.
I was already living in the southern suburbs and I had moved here after being displaced. This is not the first time. It is the second time that I've come here after being displaced. But this is the first time something like this has happened to us. In fact, it is the first time an assassination has taken place in a hotel in Lebanon, especially in Rausheh. In Lebanon, this area is known for being safe, but in reality, it's not safe now.
Again, this continuation of the pattern of Israeli airstrikes expanding outside the areas that they say that they are targeting. They say that they're targeting Hezbollah. And so we're seeing continued airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, across the south of the country, close to the Israeli border, and also in the Bekaa Valley. And these are traditionally Shia areas, which is the support base for Hezbollah. But what we have seen tonight is this targeted assassination striking this hotel here in central Beirut, an area very far outside where you would expect to see something like that. And so it's causing it's raising the level of fear and tension here across the country as we're starting to see these Israeli airstrikes following the people who are fleeing them. And it makes people in the rest of the country very wary and potentially resentful of welcoming in and sheltering the people who have been displaced. Heidi Pett, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, Heidi, as I understand it, there was no evacuation order given by Israel for that hotel strike that you just reported on there. Now, this is going to be a problem for the Lebanese government, which has already on a collision course, if you will, with Hezbollah politically, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So what has been quite unusual in the last week and quite remarkable, really, is that the Lebanese government has taken the step of declaring Hezbollah's military and security activities to be illegal. It's the first time that this has happened. Hezbollah, of course, is one of the many armed factions that took part in the civil war here decades ago, and it was the only one that was allowed to maintain its arms. Now, the stated reason for that was that they needed to maintain all of their weaponry in order to confront and prevent a potential further Israeli invasion. And so this is a real change in the status quo that we're seeing. And you're right, it has put them on a collision course with Hezbollah, who have, they responded to that with a statement saying that while they respect that the Lebanese state should be able to decide whether the country is at peace or at war, but that somebody had to respond to the continued Israeli aggressions, which is exactly what we've seen. So this declaration, this outlawing of Hezbollah's military activity, which was a number of days ago now, has not really had any effect on the ground. We've seen Hezbollah continuing to fire drones, projectiles into northern Israel. We've seen them confronting Israeli troops on the ground, whether that is in this broad swath of the south of the country, where we're seeing Israeli ground incursions continuing and expanding, or indeed on Friday evening in the Bekaa Valley, where we saw this Israeli commando raid. They dropped off using helicopters a number of infantry in the mountains on the Syrian-Lebanese border, who then went to this town of Nabi Shit. The Israeli military said that they were doing that in order to retrieve the body of an airman who disappeared about 40 years ago. And Hezbollah once again was engaging with the Israeli military on the ground. And so this attempt to renegotiate the balance of power politically, militarily here in Lebanon, so far hasn't really changed the facts on the ground.
Heidi Pett reporting for us live from Beirut. Now, Rory Challens is following developments out of Israel from Amman. He joins us live now from the Jordanian capital. It's very difficult to get pictures and information out of Israel simply because of the Israeli military censorship. Israel doesn't want those pictures out in the world. But we do know that there are still widespread attacks taking place right now on Israel.
Yeah, in fact, you can hear the sirens going off behind me. That signals that there is most likely to be an Iranian missile barrage coming over Jordan, probably heading towards Israel. Now, let me say something about the
sirens in Kuwait now too. Massive attack happening right now.
Now,
again,
the Israeli military hasn't said anything about hotels being struck in Beirut, but they have put out in the last couple of hours a statement that looks like it's pretty much describing the same event. It says that the military hit senior commanders from the Lebanon Corps of the Revolutionary Guards Quds Force in Beirut. It says that these commanders were advancing what the statement says were terror attacks against Israel, and that the Lebanon Corps is a part of the Quds Force that acts as a kind of intermediary, a link between Hezbollah and Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Now, some background to all of this. Israel has had a long-standing decapitation campaign against the Quds Force, and it's been hitting figures within the Quds Force very recently. It killed one called Daoud Alizadeh in Tehran just a few days ago. But going back to April 2024, remember that strike on the Iranian consulate in Syria, in Damascus, that was targeting 3 Quds Force commanders. And then, of course, the Americans went for Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Quds Force, back in 2020.
That's Rory Challenge reporting for us there from Amman. Now, the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has issued multiple statements today discussing Iranian attacks on Gulf countries. This was his message early on Saturday.
Here I feel it necessary, regarding neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran, to apologize on my own behalf. Because of the vicious assault on us, we lost our supreme leader, our compatriots and loved ones. Our armed forces put their lives on the line to defend our territorial integrity. When the commanders were no longer there, acting on their own initiative, our armed forces carried out all the actions that were necessary, and they conducted the operations that were necessary and protected our country with strength. We do not intend to conduct an assault on neighboring countries, but like I've said before, they are our brothers. We have to be hand in hand with our brothers in peace. And the Interim Leadership Council approved a decision yesterday. That decision was relayed to our forces that they should no longer attack neighboring countries unless there is an attack on Iran staged on their soil.
Now, he followed up his video with a message on X saying the Islamic Republic of Iran has always emphasized the maintenance and continuation of friendly relations with regional governments based on good neighborliness and mutual respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity. This does not negate Iran's inherent right to defend itself against military aggression by the United States and the Zionist regime. Now over to Axel Zamovich now, who's live for us in Doha. So attacks taking place across Gulf Arab countries, despite the Iranian president apologizing to the Gulf Arab states about those attacks.
Well, it's been another intense night across the region, Imran, I have to tell you that. But we're getting the latest reports from the authorities in Bahrain. They say that shrapnel from one of the intercepted missiles fell in the city and one person was injured in that attack. Officials also say that they've seen another of attacks, damage, in fact, affecting one of the commercial stores in the city. But also Bahrain officials, the Interior Ministry, say that there was another attack targeting a facility near Salman port, and civil defense teams say they are working to control that fire at the site. But we also we heard in Saudi Arabia, they've been dealing with a large number of drones across the country. But there was one drone that was particularly spotted heading towards the capital, Riyadh. And what we understand that Riyadh's diplomatic quarter was targeted in that attack, and there are no reports of any casualties so far. And also, we're getting a report, an update, in fact, from Qatar, and the Qatar's Ministry of Defense. They said that those explosions that we heard on Saturday, the air defense teams, they managed to take down 12 missiles, and most of them were neutralized. Only 2 fell on the ground, but in a remote area.
Now, Axel, this was supposed to be the day where air traffic, albeit very limited, was supposed to start.
Okay, I have some updates for you. There are sirens blaring across Israel. At this point, I am almost physically exhausted from the pace of developments. I'm going to give you another 2 hours or so. I know how important this is. Right now, in Israel, there are air raid sirens in multiple towns and the Negev. In Kuwait, this is the statement from authorities. Please, if any explosion sounds are heard, notes the Kuwaiti army, they are the result of air defense systems intercepting the missiles. Everyone is requested to adhere to the security and safety instructions issued by the competent authorities. This is a picture of an Iranian drone. I'll bring this up for you now. This is a picture of an Iranian drone that fell in Tulkarm in the West Bank. Doing my very best. This is the announcement about the fire at Kuwait International Airport being out, but that was before the new round. Here's the latest strike on Lebanon by Israel.
أحمد جردات ابقى معي أحمد لأننا نتابع هذه الصور أيضا الآن من الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. هذا قصف في المباشر. نرى تصاعد أعمدة الدخان من الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. على ما يبدو هو قصف الآن على الضاحية التي أخرجت من سكانها، الضاحية التي تعرضت لقصف عنيف من الجيش الإسرائيلي على مدى أيام، حقيقة على مدى الأيام الثلاثة الماضية تتعرض الضاحية لقصف عنيف. غير واضح حقيقة أن المنطقة التي تعرضت للقصف في الضاحية الجنوبية. إذن قصف إسرائيلي على ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية. نذكر بأن إسرائيل كانت استهدفت بالأمس فندقا أو شقة في فندق الرمادة في بيروت، وقالت إنها اختلت عناصر من فيلق القدس. هي صباحا في الساعات الأولى تستهدف ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية بغارة عنيفة. حقيقة نرى تصاعد أعمدة الدخان. كانت الاستهدافات التي تطول الضاحية تدمر الأبنية بالكامل، يعني تقريبا جل الاستهدافات التي استهدفت الضاحية واستهدفت أبنية فيها. عندما نتحدث عن الغبيري، برج البراجنة، حارة حريك، بير العبد، غيرها من المناطق التي استهدفت في ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية، كل تقريبا مناطق الضاحية تم استهدافها. المريجي، برج البراجنة.
And again, if you're just tuning in, there was a major attack on Tehran's oil facilities, okay? A major attack overnight. I'm going to show you the footage of the attack, and then I'm going to show you the footage on the ground. It was about 6 hours ago now. It is still burning. There have been a lot of attacks, okay? That's a picture from Tehran as the attack began, but I'm going to show you what is perhaps the most incredible, I don't know how it continues, but the most incredible footage of the war. This was the actual bombing of the, no, that was Bahrain in response. This is downtown Tehran. This was Tehran 6 hours ago. That is Iran's oil facility overnight. That is the strike. Its main oil refinery, Tehran's. That is the strike that started all of this. It started a night of nearly indescribable chaos. I've given up trying to describe all the attacks. I'm sorry. Every 10 minutes, every state, I'm not even sure, even me at this point, I'm not sure if it's possible to actually report to you the state of developments. Like what happened in Tehran after this strike, I just want to show, I mean, I have footage of the strike itself. Let me just show you. But what happened after this, I mean, it's almost undescribable. Like Tehran was so I've seen Iran respond to strikes before, but this strike, they quite literally, God bless you, Marcia, it has been quite a day. This strike caused Iran to launch a wave of fury on the Gulf that I have never in my life seen before. This is the strike. This was the actual strike.
چیکار داره میکنه پشمام نزدیک پالایشگاه شهررو امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند اسفند زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهررو او چیکار داره میکنه پشمام پالایشگاه شهررو امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند چند اسفند زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهررو او چیکار داره میکنه پشمام
Per Axios, breaking now on Al Arabia, quote, America is considering sending special forces to Iran to take control of the nuclear stockpile. The scenes tonight and this morning in Tehran are quite literally almost indescribable. I have the clocks are going to move forward and I have to switch my rental cars tomorrow, so I only have a little time left. My body after 9 days is breaking and I'm going to keep pushing, and because I know I have the luxury of not being in the path of these bombs. And I pray for the innocents and our soldiers and our troops. But your venerated, loyal reporter who got to the point where he was beating Al Jazeera in the footage, thank God that is at least old, he was beating Al Jazeera in the footage of the strikes on Tehran. You were seeing it here earlier tonight. Before the footage aired, I'm going to show you the impact. Now I'm going to show you the result now in Tehran of that strike. You are going to see what appear to be gas lines. They are not. After the strike, the oil and gas went into the sewers of Tehran and burned down all the city.
جوب بنزینا رو ریختن تو جوبا، همینجوری آتیش گرفته مغازه و خونه های مردم. وای وای جوب بنزینا رو ریختن تو جوبا، همینجوری آتیش گرفته مغازه و
They censor his voice to protect him, but I'm telling you, this is confirmed by the BBC. That is the sewage system of downtown Tehran. It is burning. That it's not a regular fire, you must understand. The civilians are trapped in a wall of fire caused by their sewage system the explosion was so ferocious at the oil facility, you must understand, you are looking at something that should not be humanly possible. You are looking at a sewage system in Tehran burning from the ground up because it has oil in it and gas from a explosion. Those lines, that sewer system runs into homes. So you are watching, I cannot get you pictures within this because I think anyone near it now is probably dead. What you are watching is, this was 4 hours ago. This was the start of what was, I need you to understand this, because the Western media is not going to tell you this. And I have a right to just say things because I'm the journalist that took this through and I saw this coming and I refuse to stop covering it. What you are seeing is an unprecedented form. It was not intentional. I doubt that we knew this was going to happen. What you are seeing, what you will hear reported over the next 24 hours is that there is, first of all, this is not firebombing because it wasn't an incendiary munition. What happened was the United States and Israel bombed Tehran's main oil refinery. I think, as far as I can discern, as an unintended consequence of that, all of the oil, or not all, a substantial amount of that oil got into the sewer system. It was reserve oil. It was like stored oil, and Iran has a lot of it. As a result of that, you are looking at pictures of the Tehran sewer system burning with oil, which is not going to stop burning. I don't know if you know anything about oil. You can't put it out with water either. You need a very special form of fire suppressant to put this out. And they don't just have it in like residential areas. You have it near oil refineries. But there is no way they put this out. It is an oil fire. That's what people need to understand. You are going to read over the next day or two. There is no doubt in this reporter's mind. Grant Smith Ellis reporting to you at 11:41 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Saturday, March 7, 2026. There's a certain point where we're heading in this war. We've already passed the point of no return. There will be no diplomatic off-ramp. I cannot estimate the number of dead in this video because the fire was only starting. But I am telling you that when I tell you when journalists are reporting, I'm talking about like just people who have sources in Tehran are reporting dispassionately that there is a catastrophe. That literally means what you are looking at is the start of what became a fire that burned all of Tehran, at least in that area. That is the sewer system. Again, it has oil. It's not supposed to have oil and gas in it. It's under a street. So the oil and gas, remember, it's like flowing like a river. Remember what a sewer system is. Sewer system is just like a bunch of tunnels that move waste and wastewater from the city. Okay, its goal is to make it's not smell, right? So you take the wastewater and you move it away from the city. Okay, well, what do you think is going to happen if a natural man-made tunnel that runs for miles under a city is full not just with oil and gas, but oil and gas that is on fire, and there is a perpetual stream of it? It's not like going to end. We punctured their largest oil refinery. You must understand what you are looking at. It's 6 hours old, but it is the start of a fire that cannot be contained. This fire will burn until, first of all, it'll keep burning. There will be nothing around that fire, and it will still be burning because it is in effect an open oil well. They have turned. Have you ever heard about the invasion of Kuwait when in Gulf War I, when Iraq burned the Kuwaiti oil wells on the way out of the country? What this has effectively done is turn the main street of Tehran into one of them into an open oil well. Unity, God bless you. But I want you to understand what this means, okay? Why Tehran and Iran reacted the way they did. There are so many people dead this morning in Tehran that for me to try to put a number on it, conservatively, 100,000 dead in one night. Conservatively. I am not, to overestimate this would be almost impossible. I can't even guess what the upper bounds of the death toll are. They inadvertently, the United States and Israel, and I will say we because I am a citizen of the United States, this was not on purpose. There is no way to come back from this. You can't apologize for this. You didn't by accidentally hit the wrong target. You by accidentally set the entire city sewer system on fire with a flow of endless oil, which cannot be put out. That, I'm trying to tell you, that fire will burn. If you've ever seen the footage from Gulf War I, that fire will burn until there is no oil left flowing. And they can't shut the oil flow off because it's not meant to flow into there. It is from a refinery that we bombed. God bless you, Unity, for your support. God bless you. I will get some coffee. I'm feeling better now. I was burping a lot, and now I'm feeling better. I'm doing my best to keep covering this for you. This has become a situation that I do not know. I have used a lot of different adjectives to describe the escalation of this conflict, but I must, as an analyst of this at this point, tell you that what we have done to Tehran overnight, either inadvertently, the strike on the oil refinery was intentional. Do not get me wrong. Yes, but this is what the reports are. Someone said waste has gases that burn. What the reports are is that not that this is waste. What happened was, and again, this is confirmed, this is actually from one of the BBC geolocation experts who does contracted geolocation work. So I can tell you the exact lat longe of this specific incident and the street. If you want to know the street, it is, because this is, you want to know Tehran, if you know Tehran, this is Khusar, Koohsar, Khusar Boulevard. Okay, I'll give you the lat longe. It's 35.760525, lat, longitude 51.284933. What you are seeing in these pictures, and I will not stop showing them, I do not have updated pictures because I don't think you can get near this area because I think it is burning. What you are seeing is, I can't appropriately even compare it to the firebombing of Dresden, because during the firebombing of Dresden, this didn't happen. Yeah, what is... I understand entirely, Gregory Bukowski. God bless you for providing your insights. Even a seasoned war journalist, now that I've had a few hours to look at the fallout of this and see the fires still burning in the morning, unintentionally, again, I believe this was not on purpose, but unintentionally, America and Israel have created a new type of firebombing of a city, never before seen in history. It is quite literally unheard of. Craig, they censor his voice. I don't know if you were asking about his voice. They censor his voice because Iran threatened to arrest its people if they shared footage like this. And the people in the footage, they're not, they can't be arrested because they're not filming the actual, that guy who's filming next to him could get in trouble. But I think the citizens of Tehran think it's over. God bless you, Gregory Bukowski, and may God protect the innocents. I entirely understand. And God bless you for your service as well. For being you. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you, Gregory Bukowski. Regardless of what opinion you have on this conflict, it is welcome here, and may God bless you and thank you for sharing that perspective. You are watching, again, I'm going to stay on this because you are not going to understand the scope of the Iranian retaliation. It's going to make no sense to you, to anyone who starts seeing it tonight without understanding this footage. It's not just the oil refinery, it's that America and Israel inadvertently invented a new type of firebombing by accident, it appears, which resulted in like the sewage system of Tehran. This is going to be one of those things that like 100 years from now people talk about. Yes. Gregory Bukowski says, as retired, I care about all of us. And as someone who is a big fan of Jesus, and we respect all religions on this channel. You can believe anything you want. We even love the pagans now. We have some wonderful pagans that taught me how they love nature and trees. At first I thought all pagans were Canaanites, and my friend now from the channel was like, no, Grant, no. So we love all religions, but Gregory Bukowski in particular, I really appreciate your sentiment. I just wanted to thank you for those vibes. I needed them in light of what is a very difficult series of images to process. As night falls, when you wake up tomorrow, or maybe you're in daytime now. I'm on the East Coast. It's almost 12 a.m. It's almost midnight, turning over from Saturday, March 7th to Sunday, March 8th, U.S. wartime. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The world will be different tomorrow. It's not. I don't think, from what I can tell, this was not the intended target of the strike. I don't think they meant, like, Israel and America even knew this would happen. I really don't. The best I can discern, I have to kind of compose my thoughts. There are a few things. One, again, I believe this was an unintended consequence of the strike on Tehran's oil facility. Number two, what this is going to do, again, because it's the sewer system, is every home that's connected to those sewer lines, every one of them indiscriminately along the whole line, is going to burn. It's going to burn. 100 years from now, people will write down the date, March 7th, 2026. They will write down this date, and they will say that it was, I don't think we will, it's still happening now. It's surreal to report this on to you. They will write this date down, and they will say that is the date where perhaps even more, I don't know if we can compare it to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I don't know what the death toll is going to be, but you may have just watched the beginning of what, because we don't know how far the conflagration spread. After 9 days of this war, you may have watched the moment of what is the largest scale human civilian catastrophe in the history of all warfare. And if that is the case, we have reached a point in this war. There will be no diplomacy. There will be no negotiations. There will be no off-ramp. There will be no limited scale of the conflict. Iran and every if we lost any chance of getting someone in that country in the leadership that would be sympathetic to Western views or interests. That country is going to need to be conquered by force. There will need to be American military boots in other countries that conquer every bit of its 1.6 million square kilometers of territory. And it will fall like Berlin, but not for years. You are watching the moment that we simply cannot return from. They, overnight, saw in Tehran a scope of death that the world has not witnessed, not in any war, not in any conflict over the past 50 to 60 years, maybe depending on what happened here, because I don't know the sewer system. But I'm telling you, I know what sewer systems do. And I will continue to report on this. It is the largest human tragedy in modern history. And depending on where this sewer system runs, it is the largest human catastrophe in the history of developed nations. You may be looking at the night where more people died as a result of one incident, not even a series of bombings, just an incident as a side effect of a bombing, than in any other incident in human history. Tehran is a city of 8.9 million people. It is like New York. It might even be like literally close to New York in size. Imagine if you firebombed like Brooklyn. Imagine if you took an oil refinery and then poured like an unlimited supply of its oil into the sewers of Brooklyn and then burned it with bombs. Yes, Gregory, it's not really in a residential area. What happened was so I think a lot of people understand this as a concept, but they probably have never researched sewer lines. I don't know why I did this once. I think I was very interested in the development of waste processing in medieval London. So I wanted to know why they had those little steam pipes in the middle of London that are like top hats, 40 feet tall. They're 20 feet tall. So I wanted to learn about why the system of London developed its waste processing the way it did. So one time I just spent 4 hours studying the evolution of modern waste processing in European and Asian cities. Now that I think about it, it's actually relatively helpful for you here, so I'll tell you about it. So basically a sewage system, it's just a moving flow of water in what you can consider an underground viaduct. It's kind of, have you ever seen those underground canals under Venice? It's kind of like that, but darker and grosser, and you don't want to be down there unless you have to go down there. God bless you, Lee Agent. Welcome to the channel. A sewer system, again, just so folks can understand before this gets really out of hand. Mind you, I was the first news channel in the world, before even Al Jazeera Arabic, to actually confirm this. All of this happened with the fuel refinery. A sewer system is basically so it's a network of underground tunnels that has water in the middle, and then cement walls up the side in a V shape. So it's meant, think about it, it's kind of meant to be an efficient system to move water out of a city. That's kind of obvious, but no one who thinks about this other than civil engineers. It's not something the public just takes for granted that you flush the toilet or put water in the sink and it goes away. That's not really what happens, unless you have a septic system, which is different. What happens in a modern city is there is a line under your home, a sewer line, and the water for your wastewater or from your water from the sink or whatever it is, when it's done, it goes in the drain out of your house, and then it's on a little slope away from your house. It has a gradient, and then it flows into the line. Now, it's city property, all right? There's a lot of interesting law about who's responsible for paying if you have to fix the sewer line under your property. At least in Massachusetts, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. It's not your property, it's the city's property. So you connect to it from your house, but you don't own the sewer line. Everyone is connected to the same sewer system unless you have a septic tank, which is not very common in cities. In fact, you would not have one in a city. You would have one if like you live in the middle of like the farm country and you don't have any sewage system to connect to. Or you like have a house that was built before the sewage system, or the sewage system doesn't run to your neighborhood. It's like common in like farm areas to not have a like sewage system. I don't know, it's complicated. Probably has to do with agricultural runoff. I'm not an expert in agriculture. I just know a little about like farm. And so anyway, my point is I had to learn about Schedule Fs because I had to deal with some very complicated regulatory language about like who could qualify for certain programs based on their standing as a farmer. But in any event, unless you have a septic system, a sewer system processes wastewater and then connects to a central line, which then connects to a larger central line, which then takes the water, like it's flowing. Like the goal in this like viaduct structure is to like use kind of like the way Romans would it's like a Roman concept, really. The Romans invented the idea of like a modern sewage system as you know it. But the way that I would present it is you're looking at, like, you don't see it because it's under the street. You're looking at a very long stretch of this underground viaduct that is meant to do what I said. Like, there's like hundreds and thousands of homes along this like line, maybe thousands on this like segment we're looking at. And they all are connecting to this main sewer line, okay? The main sewer line is in this image. It was before it really developed later in the night into a larger fire. But this is itself incredibly impossible footage for the human eye to even process. The sewer viaduct has, instead of water, I'm sure it has water and waste in there, it has actual gas, not liquid natural gas, oil, which is even more dangerous. Have you ever heard of like an oil slick on an ocean? Okay, so imagine like actual oil, like refined crude oil, like in the most flammable state humanly possible. Okay, like so flammable you cannot put it out with water because it doesn't work. It could burn on the ocean. If you lit this kind of oil on fire on the ocean, it would burn. It would just burn on the ocean. So, what you're looking at, okay, is like it first started, like they have to leave this area. These people don't know how bad this is yet because it has just happened. And if you think about it, like you're not, like you could be trained for all the emergencies in the world. There is no one who's going to be like, hey, bro, you really, like when you see like the sewer line under the street, like burning with gas, like in the form of like a fire, you really got to get away from that. Like no one even would expect that. When I first saw it, I assumed it was a gas line under the road. A wonderful friend in chat, Major General, I'm forgetting the last part of their username, had to tell me, no, Grant, that is, and this was true, it ended up being confirmed, that is the sewer system under the road with actual oil in it. So as a result, I will say, again, without quite, there's definitely some methane in there. Great, the sector, you're not wrong. But without a doubt, it's never happened before. It's not like I can be like, oh yeah, well, remember the great like oil fire in the like Colorado sewer system in 72. No, I just want to continue to reiterate, this has, like, I'm analyzing something for you that has never happened. So it's the most, first of all, the world should not even know about this, okay? Because, like, I don't think anyone in command and control was sitting around thinking, let's burn Tehran down by lighting the sewer system on fire, by filling it with oil that's on fire from an explosion from a refinery. It's like it's not even something that would be on like your radar as a military. I mean, it literally is not. It really isn't. And the reason why, hold on. The reason why I just want to reiterate the intensity of this is that the news isn't going to be able to project what is going to happen when this settles, because it has never happened. There is no corollary to this. It is going to spread. It is going to go into every building that is connected to that sewer system. It's burning through the road. It is not going to stop. The only way to stop this is to get like a special kind of spray. It's like a fire suppression spray that uses like foam, okay, instead of water. If you put water on that, it will make it worse. So I don't know what they're going to do. I will get you more images. But for the first time while covering this, I actually don't know what they're going to do. I don't, like, I know what Tehran did in response. They bombed the ever-loving hell out of Bahrain, Kuwait, Tel Aviv, the Negev, Jerusalem. They just struck wherever they could immediately with their most intense weaponry, because we quite literally probably are responsible for the deaths, lowballing here, of 100,000 civilians. It could be more. It could be 250,000. Frankly, it could be 1 million people. Like, it's actually a genocide. More people died tonight in Tehran than died in Gaza during the entire war with Israel. I mean, the amount of human life that was taken from the earth, that's what that feeling was. I almost wanted to vomit earlier. I don't mean to use that intense language. I felt the energy of all that death. I felt so sick to my stomach. I could just feel it. It was so dark. The world lost so many souls and they did nothing wrong. Look at those people. They don't even know how to process it. They're frozen. They're going to die unless they leave that area. Dude, look at some of them. They're 2 feet from it. They need to leave immediately, and they don't know what to do. Frankly, the only person who's being reasonable in that video is the person sprinting down the road. I know Hashim Karim. And I want to take a moment to just say a prayer. And I think we should have a moment of silence, actually, for the people of Tehran. I would like to play some music or something. I don't know. What do the people of Tehran, what is their mourning? What do they listen to when they're in mourning? This wasn't the government. It wasn't the IRGC. We just have to take a moment of silence for the amount of death that the population of Tehran both experienced and went through. And we should, whatever religion you may be, even if you're not religious, I hope you will talk to your spiritual side, or however you non-religious folks out there pray or do what you do when you reflect. And we should take a moment of silence. Let's do that now. Thank you. It will take the world a few hours to get pictures. There is no one who's going to be able to get the pictures. Oil fires don't stop burning, unfortunately. That's why the daytime pictures of Tehran show the fire burning. God bless you, Hashim Karim. It's been an honor to get to know you, my dear friend. And your energy is very important to me, and I'm grateful for your presence. And I understand this will be a lot for people to process. I do not want you... You are not seeing any bodies in this video burning. You're not seeing anything like that. But as you... Your brain must see this multiple times, or you will not even... It will just look like a fire, like in a random place somewhere. I mean, it does look a little odd that it's in the middle of a road, but unless you actually understand what you're looking at, you won't understand what you're going to learn over the next 8 hours. And wherever you are in the world, whatever side of this conflict you're on, whoever you support, whatever you believe, whoever you love, whatever you worship, whoever you worship, however you worship, like, I think the world as like an entity is going to have to come together today, tomorrow. Like, it doesn't have to do with the combatants. It doesn't have to do with the militaries. Like, this was a terrible... You can't call this a tragic accident or a terrible accident. Like, there is no way... First of all, there's no way this war can end now. But let's set that aside. There is just no way to apologize for this. There's no way to say, you know, oh yeah, we're sorry about that. We shouldn't have, like, that was an accident. We didn't mean to do, like, it's beyond that. It's one of those things where it defines you in history. You could win this war. Okay, you will still forever, it will be worse than the firebombing of Dresden. You will be this war will be marked by this. It will go down as one of those. History hasn't even had time to process it, not to mention write it or understand the scope of it. It will go down as one of those events where you will write about this war, you will learn about this war, you will teach your children about this war, you'll teach your grandchildren about this war. But it will be this element of the war, this day, this moment, this attack, this incident, where you will say to them a number that is unfathomable. They said Gaza was an open-air prison that was razed to the ground, and that was an appropriate description. Short of using the language of an open-air extermination camp, I do not know how to describe what is happening to Tehran, both 6 hours ago when this started and right now. Yes, this is Tehran, Iran. This is not a far-off suburb. This is not the western part of the country. It is the main capital. And it is burning from the ground up. Again, burning from under the streets because a river of molten oil, I mean, it is flowing under the streets. It is kind of... It's like the ultimate historical moment because the nation of Iran, built on its oil wealth, well, and the British, The British and the Iranians built the country of Iran on its oil wealth, and the Persian Empire, frankly. You are looking at that very substance burning out of control, a fate not that the civilians deserve, but that our world deserves for becoming so dependent on that black gold, as it is so called. It burns with an unrelenting fury that cannot be contained with conventional fire suppression methods. No water in the world will stop this. Nothing will prevent it from burning. I'm telling you, there are some people out there listening to this stream who now probably are thinking and realizing, oh yeah, I remember that oil fire I battled back in 97. Oh yeah, oh God, wait a minute. Like, we couldn't put that thing out. That was contained to just like one rig. We couldn't put that damn thing out for a week. What would you do if an oil fire was burning across hundreds of blocks of a modern city? Just think, some of you firefighters out there, you dear, appreciated people from our military, you military folks. I almost said you military people, and I was like, you wonderful, appreciated people in our military, or our veterans. Think about that. What would you do? What would your commander say? What would your battalion chief say? What would the chief say of the department? How would your unit approach an open-air oil fire burning in the viaducts of a modern city's sewage system? And I think that will give you, if any of you are experts in that, those of you who are probably reeling in horror right now. Mad Mike, excellent question. Mad Mike asks if you have a fire in an oil rig, how do you put it out? Okay, Mad Mike, that is a very good question. I'm going to tell you the answer, okay? You are exactly right. Okay, so here's what an oil well is. Like, you go really deep in the earth, okay? It's a simple concept, okay? But the deeper the earth you go with the borehole, the more dangerous it gets. But generally the concept is, okay, you go really, 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 really deep in the earth with a small borehole, okay? At the bottom of the borehole, okay, is going to be where you're getting the raw material, okay? Now, I want to make two things clear. One, oil exists in different states, okay? A state, like a state of matter, okay? The oil that's coming up from like the ground, okay, is not like refined petroleum. It's like just oil, all right? It's like made up of 3 elements or something, but like the most common elements on Earth or something, but it's like, it comes up in a different, it wouldn't like power your car in the form of like, that it comes up. It's very flammable, but it's not that type of flammable. It's flammable, but not that, okay? If you strike, like to actually, what you are, let me explain this in a different way. Think of like oil as stored in reservoirs under the earth, okay? It's like, yeah, crude oil. That's the best way to describe it. Think of it as like deep pockets of like water, but it's oil under the earth. And what you're doing, ever heard of like tapping a reservoir? You're trying to like, hello Noel, God bless you. You're trying to tap into the reservoir, okay? When you tap into that reservoir, if it's a big reservoir of oil, your well, I mean, you have struck, like, you're set for life. But say like Kuwait during Gulf War I, this is a really good example. That well, once you strike into that like underground well, it is going to produce oil forever. Not forever, but if it's big enough, it's going to be like 50 years worth of oil, maybe 100. From that one series of wells, you can tap the same reservoir with multiple wells. You're still talking like lakes the size of the Great Lakes under the earth. Exactly right. And then there's oils in the sewage canal too, which makes it worse. Like gaseous, like flammable, like gases. So when you're getting back to the point though about how they shut off these oil well fires, when you use like a big oil well, all right, and you're down in this reservoir, you're just constantly pumping oil out of the reservoir up to the surface and then transporting it for refinement, all right? If, like, someone blows up your oil well, like, say, Saddam Hussein blowing up the Kuwaiti oil wells, okay? They're like oil wells dotted on the desert going down into a reservoir. Once you blow up that oil well, it will burn forever, because it's just burning off the reservoir beneath. It's like sucking like source fuel up the, do you understand, up the borehole, and then just burning forever. It will never not burn because it has unlimited source material. Like the fire will go forever. So in Kuwait, like they had to come up with a solution because Saddam bombed all their oil wells so that they couldn't use them. But the problem was he just left them burning, obviously. And then Kuwait was like, well, what do we do? It turns out, and this is, again, it took like millions of dollars to figure this out, probably like hundreds of millions. It turns out what you do is, someone mentioned it in chat earlier, you drill a slanted borehole. You like go like a mile or two away from the rig that's on fire or the oil, the rig that's on fire, okay? It's not a deep water rig, it's a land rig. You go about, I don't know, 2 miles away, okay? Then you drill on a slant, okay, like this. You do the same process. You're not drilling for oil, though. You're using a borehole that's large enough to put a bomb in it, okay? And I'm going to tell you what you do next. I just wanted to add something to the moderator list. Okay, listen. You drill a horizontal borehole, right? You got this fire burning up the first rig, okay, with the borehole. You drill a horizontal borehole, and then instead of like sucking oil out of it, it's designed, it's a little bigger than a conventional borehole. You put a bomb in it. You drop the bomb kind of like a slide, like 2 miles through the earth. The bomb goes like all the way down this horizontal shaft, and then it hits the initial like borehole for the first rig that's on fire and blows up the borehole. That seals, in essence, I'm describing a complex process with general terms, that seals the borehole for the rig that's on fire, and then you've stopped the fire. Do you understand? That's the only way to put an oil rig fire out. You cannot douse it with like, what is it? Like that flame suppression stuff I was talking about. You can't put water on it. There's nothing that will put that oil rig fire out unless you bomb the borehole that is originating the flow of oil from the reservoir up to the rig. Of course, Hashim Karim, my pleasure. So, yes, we're heading into our 10th hour now. 9.5 hours, actually. I got plenty of strength. I just have to get a new rental car tomorrow, so if you're appreciating this, I do need some donation help. If you're listening and you're one of those people who's like, oh, yes, I will help Grant if he needs it, please do not burden yourself. If you've already donated and it's like it's been too much, do not donate again. But yeah, like if you're someone out there who has the resources, I have like nervousness about tomorrow, but I'm going to go 12 hours for you. I got my second wind. I was a little bit like lightheaded earlier when I realized the impact of this, but I will tell you what's going on. So when you blow up that borehole that's sourcing the oil rig that is on fire, you can seal the flow of the oil up the rig and it will put out the fire. There is no way to seal this. And then Pyro says, that's true, Grant. Literally has to be a powerful explosion to literally blow the flame out. Yep. And Pyro, that's more mechanically accurate. I really appreciate you for weighing in with that. You're more mechanically accurate. The explosion functions in a bifurcated manner when you're putting out a oil rig fire. at the borehole level. It both seals the borehole and uses the force of the like sonic wave to put out the fire. That is a very smart insight. Pyro is on, I mean, apropos username, but Pyro is on the money here. So the reason why this is, just so you understand, now to bring it full circle, you are now dealing with an uncontained, absolutely uncontrollable, unsourced, except for like an explosion at an oil refinery that penetrated into a sewer, fire. It is a fire that will burn until that refinery's source material is gone. And in fact, it will keep burning because it's going to it's going to grab everything around it, the homes, the offices, the shops, any building inside that perimeter is going to burn. And no one will be able to stop it because there's a wall of fire burning up from the sewer that they can't put out. And that's what Tehran and the world will wake up to cope with. And that's why I'm saying this was not on purpose. I don't want anyone to think there are going to be some outrageous things said tomorrow about the United States and Israel. There's no way they did this on purpose. Not only is there no way, it's actually impossible to have planned this. How would you have even known to do that? It wasn't an intentional act, which is going to make it so much more horrific. No, so interestingly, I will tell you the story of coffee. It actually started from chocolate. Chocolate was a European delicacy, okay? And when I want to say it was the conquistadors went over to the New World, they found that the people in Latin America, it might have been Central America, were drinking a beverage that like tasted like frothy hot chocolate but had stimulating properties, like it would wake you up. But they didn't like how the beverage tasted. It was like called like, I don't know what the hell it was called. I don't remember. It had some weird name. I used to know it. I don't know it anymore. We're also talking about like the 1400s in like Mexico, so I don't remember the name of the drink. But it was a very like bad tasting drink. Like it didn't really, like it would wake you up, and it was kind of chocolate, but it was just more like the beans of chocolate, and then it had like caffeine in it. And someone, I want to say it was the Spanish, might have been the British. Somebody was like, wow, this is now, by the way, this is one way it was invented. There may actually have been like Arabian coffee that was also invented the same way. I'm just telling you the story of how this form of coffee was invented. Someone took the drink back to either Spain or England, and then they used the extracted beans to then like distill the drink down, and then they were able to like figure out how to like generate caffeine in the form of like coffee. That's one form of how coffee was invented. There's other coffees, I'm actually sure of it now, that I'm sure are completely independent of that, but that's like how it got introduced. And the same thing with chocolate. Chocolate did not exist in the European world until like, I want to say 1400. Yeah, like I think it started from chocolate. I don't remember. I'm going to guess it simultaneously developed in the Middle East and Latin America and Central America. But I'm 90, and I'm just doing this from memory. I'm 90% sure that coffee started from chocolate, or at least the bean that produces chocolate. Yes, and remember your clock spring forward at 2, so when this stream ends, it's supposed to end at 2 a.m., but realistically it's going to end at like 3 a.m. And I have a tough day tomorrow too, so I might try to end a little early. But I don't even know if, and yes, the clocks do shift forward tonight. Just a cigar for me tonight, a lot of nicotine during my war coverage. Yes, Mad Mike, that is also how cacao, the leaf of the coca plant was introduced. There is some, like, coca-based, like, leaf-based, sort of traditional herbs in, like, Southeast Asia and Latin America and Mexico. They never really came to the United States, but, like, there's one specific one, I think it's called MoMA. That one is, I don't know if it's a derivative of the coca plant or like the cacao plant or the whatever, but it's like some version of that plant. And it's just like this green like leaf. It doesn't look like it would really do anything, but apparently like they put it in their lip. I want to say it's Thailand or Vietnam. I want to say maybe the Philippines. It's called MoMA. They put it in their lip, and it's like a natural stimulant. I want to say it's like coffee. I've never done it, but that's like one way that coffee evolved, like into a drink. But it also more commonly is like a leaf. For those just tuning in, I had to process this footage. It quite literally took me 40 minutes to explain how bad this is. You are looking at oil from an explosion in the Tehran oil refinery, the main refinery in Tehran. There was an accident, okay? There was quite literally an accident where when America, or the IDF, or both, attacked the oil refinery in Tehran with a series of explosions that I'm not sure if some of you just tuning in are even going to believe like happened, but they did. When America attacked this oil refinery, I don't know the mechanics. I was not there. It penetrated the sewage system with the raw oil. Okay, so Iran, to say Iran is mad about this, I cannot say that because they're more than mad. They are literally like on a retaliation quest right now across the region. I gave up covering the attacks because the sirens, Kuwait, Bahrain, Israel, over and over, Qatar, over and over and over and over and over. And I will show you now, I actually have footage of the moment the bomb hit, and then I will show you up close.
چیکار داره میکنه پشمام نزدیک پالایشگاه شهرداری امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند چند اسفند زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهرداری او چیکار داره میکنه پشمام
So this was the actual strike. I just want you to understand, I've never heard people crying. I've watched a lot of footage of Tehran. You are hearing in the background people crying. Oh, Tim Boz, hello, my dear friend. God bless you. You are hearing this, in case you're trying to understand why the sewage system was on fire, it is because that, oh, God bless you. God bless you so much. Please, again, folks, don't ever burden yourself. Don't ever burden yourself with your support of this stream. I want you to know your comments, your support of each other, your compassion during these moments. It's like it is food for my soul during this coverage. It keeps me going. And those of you who also support this stream with your compassion, please know if I could like hug you in person, I would. You're like the family I don't have. God bless you. I do this as much for those I'm worried about in the line of fire, our troops and the civilians and the troops of our allies, as I do for you. the people around the world who I know are concerned and would like to be informed. And I appreciate each one of you in your own way. God bless you, Dugong Shili. Thank you and welcome to the channel. And Marcia as well. I wish I could give you a hug in person. I really appreciate you a lot, Marcia. You have become a dear friend of mine through this intense period of time. I will show you now the footage that you are going to see rolled hundreds of times. You saw it first. It was not from the stream, but you saw it first here. Oh, before we begin, Timbos, you are so kind to have sent 5 memberships. Craig, oh, Celtic Linda. Celtic Linda got a membership, and Craig, and Brian C., and Phoebes, and user OU7V2M2B. Celtic Linda, I am so glad I was here for this moment. If you mind if I pause to thank Tim Boz. But Celtic Linda and Craig both got memberships. You don't understand. I am just among the sadness. The fact that Linda and Craig, Craig Bowden, if you were not here last night when Craig was able to pick up on the censored footage that disappeared from the gunfighting that occurred in Beirut, Craig is going to go down in my coverage of this. Mark my words, I am going to make sure Craig goes down in history for catching that, because whatever happened in Beirut, Lebanon on Saturday, March 6, 2026, local time from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m., whatever it ends up being, only because of Craig does the world know that someone attempted to hide that footage. God bless you, Craig Bowden. And I am so glad to see that because of Tim Boz, was a wonderful Super Towel doggo. I am thrilled to see that Craig Bowden got that kindness brought back to them. And also, Celtic Linda, our dear friend from Ireland. We love our towel friends from Ireland. The fact that Celtic Linda saw, I was here to see her get a gift membership, and it's from Tim Boz, who is a Super Towel friend, a wonderful human with a Super Towel dog. I just, among the sadness, I could not be any more pleased that Celtic Linda randomly got that. When people send the gift memberships, it doesn't let me pick, it doesn't let Tim or anyone pick, it just sends them out. And I'm thrilled that Celtic Linda got a Super Towel membership. So God bless all of you. Boston Gingy said, grant that is the kindest sentiments to give your audience and the nicest words of wisdom. Well, I don't know exactly what I was saying at that moment, but God bless you, sir. And yeah, so Celtic Linda, if you click the little button now, you can post these little towels. Same thing with you, Craig. If you click the little button, thanks to Tim Boz, you've got these little emojis, and God bless you, Tim Boz. I'm very grateful. I needed that moment today, and you couldn't have known it would have been for Linda and Craig, but I am very grateful. 5 million gallons is a fairly normal size for a tank, so picture it rupture and burning. River of fire down the path of least resistance. It says X1R110, yes. And you may have heard of the Boston molasses flood of 1926. That was like one of the worst catastrophes in the city of Boston's history, and that will pale, that will pale in comparison to this. This is on the ground right after the strike. This is the oil refinery in question in Tehran.
آدرنالین بیشتر میخوان اومدیم این شهر میخوان.
Again, this is from Tehran tonight. This is almost unheard of. Yes, the Boston Gingy, of course, remembers the molasses spill. This, unfortunately, again, if you understand what you're looking at, the footage itself is remarkable. It's almost stunning that this man did this, that he drove up right after the shelling. Yes, absolutely, says Laura Beers. The molasses flood in Boston. That was a very serious incident. And I want you to understand, folks, this footage itself, I mean, it looks apocalyptic until you realize this is just the strike on the facility. What actually caught, this was not the only, I say only, the only thing this strike, I mean, that's not one oil tank burning, folks. We're analyzing the raw footage now. That is not one oil tank burning. That is not 2 oil tanks burning. That is not 3 oil tanks burning. That is the entire oil refinery. So we could be talking millions of gallons or barrels, however you want to measure it, of oil. Millions. Tens of millions, maybe. Flowing under the streets of Tehran because, again, so I can reframe this here. The strike may have been intended to be on this oil refinery, okay? That is what Israel and the United States were striking. That is what they hit. An unintended consequence of this, again, I just want to put this all together for you. An unintended consequence of Israel and the United States hitting this refinery is that the oil, because the force of the explosion was so violent, all of this oil, God bless you, Lee Agent, I appreciate your comment. This is great coverage. It is my honor to provide the coverage. I'm sorry it is under these circumstances. The problem is, what is going to turn this into not just a humanitarian catastrophe, what is going to, I don't know what it's going to do. This was the picture, by the way, right after the strike. But this is the problem. It's not the strike. There have been lots of strikes that were bigger than that, more intense than that. This strike did something different. It led to this. And again, this is confirmed. This is Qusar Boulevard in Tehran. This is what it led to. Okay? I'm going to just tie it all together. It led to the oil. Oh, all that oil, not a small amount of oil. All of that oil breaching the city's sewer system and in turn lighting the entire city. I'm talking like not one block, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but hundreds of blocks. The man's voice is censored to protect him from the regime. I'll let him describe it for you. The voice is altered to protect him, but the video is raw and confirmed.
بنزینا رو ریختن تو جوبا همینجوری آتیش گرفته مغازه و خونه های مردم.
And then someone else asked, what about the chemicals? That was lucky number 7. What about the chemicals from the ship sank in the ocean? So Sri Lanka has an environmental catastrophe. Sri Lanka detected a yellow substance. This was their quote. They detected an unknown yellow substance in their water today off the beaches of Sri Lanka. Remember, Sri Lanka is where the Iranian Navy vessel was sunk by the U.S. A few days ago, with the first sinking of a ship by a U.S. submarine since World War II. The Iranian vessel was in the Indian Ocean for like a training meet-up with other navies, and it was on the way back. America thought it was going to start sinking merchant vessels, so we struck it in Sri Lanka. and we struck another vessel. The survivor, a bunch of people were killed from the Iranian Navy. The survivors had to jump into the ocean, invoking the law of war and the law of the sea. So it was Sri Lankan waters. When you are a ship and you go down and your men jump in the water, or your women, there's a duty on the country where you are, which was Sri Lanka, to go get them. You must go get them. So Sri Lanka goes and gets them and brings them to Sri Lanka. They're not really prisoners of war because Sri Lanka is a non-combatant. America tries to tell Sri Lanka not to return them. They're stuck there now, hundreds of the Iranian Navy sailors from 2 different ships. And this morning, Sri Lanka, about a day or 2 after some of these sinkings, America has sunk 40 Iranian Navy ships. Sri Lanka reports, their government, that they went to the beaches, near the tourist spots, and they found a yellow substance in the water, but this is a government. They announced they don't know what it is, and they're going to send it for particulate testing, and they had to close their beaches. So, yeah, I don't know even what to say about that. But I do want to say about this video, what you are watching with all of the footage I have just put together for you, and the man in Farsi talks about how it's the oil in the sewage system. You are watching an accident, if you can even call it that. It's worse. It could be, because we have not confirmed any of this, but I'm just reporting this now because at this point I'm the person who has to make a lot of these calls. We have caused an incident in Tehran that has the potential to be worse than Dresden, because there is refined petroleum flowing through the sewer system of Tehran, okay? And as a result, burning uncontrollably like an oil rig fire, but open in a city in a way that cannot be put out. It's an oil fire. Okay, I want folks to understand this is now. The latest pictures I have from you from Tehran in the morning are from the northern part of this, not the actual part of the city. I don't think anyone can get near this part of the city because there's an oil fire in the sewers. Again, I am reporting to you. This is verified by the BBC, and I verified it first, frankly, the first part of the attack at least. There was an oil facility in Tehran, a refinery, struck so hard that the burning oil is flowing through the streets, molten. It's not even molten because it is burning. I don't know how to describe that. There is a river of burning oil of nearly unlimited supply burning under the streets of Tehran through the sewer system, which is hooked up to every home and business along that road. I just want you to understand what you're looking at. The scope is incredible. It is horrifying. It shouldn't be possible. I should not be. There was never a time in human history where an engineer said, what if we have to worry about a liquid river of burning oil in the sewer system? Which means there is no... Right, it's literally... Oh, you know what the only thing that I can compare this to is? Lucky number 7, you helped me put this together. Have you ever seen the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones from 1997? Have you ever seen that movie? Where a river of molten lava flows under the city of LA? That is literally, that's it. That's what this is. It's not a volcano. It is a river of molten oil. This is the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones made manifest, except it wasn't a freaking volcano. That's exactly what this is. I'm telling you, I knew I had seen it before in a movie. Not exactly like this. I knew I had seen some concept like this. It's exactly that. If you haven't seen it, you can. Let me just show you. Let me see if I can show you the trailer, because trailers are like just open. I'll play it with no volume either. Let me just show you. Might get mad at me. I won't. Let me show. No, let me show you a picture from it. It's not gas lines. This is shockingly not gas lines, Bloodshot Beauty. This is the sewer system of Tehran penetrated with molten, you could call it, oil from a refinery that was struck. So for folks just tuning in, I know you are probably, it might not even like register what you are looking at, because I thought it was gas lines too, Bloodshot Beauty. Trust me, I swear to you, I thought it was Bathfoot AK. I agree, it was a good movie. I promise you, I thought this was gas lines. In fact, I think some of the folks in the chat who were here a few hours ago will be like, yep, Grant was telling us he was pretty sure this was gas lines in Tehran because of the oil refinery explosion. I was convinced, like a gas line is on fire, they'll be able to shut it off. No, this is not a gas line. I repeat, what you are looking at is the result of American and Israeli warplanes having bombed a refinery in Tehran, and the liquid burning oil, the refined petroleum, running through the streets, under the streets of Tehran, burning from the sewer system up through the pavement uncontrollably. It is an open air oil fire, as if an oil rig were on fire, but through your whole sewer system. It's never happened. It is almost unfathomable. It shouldn't be able to happen. I shouldn't be describing to you that there is a molten river of refined petroleum flowing under Tehran. It's a it's not even a weapon. This was not on purpose. This was a side effect, an unintended consequence of the refinery being bombed. Hello, Microdots. It is good to see you, Richie. How have you been? It's an unintended. God bless you, sir. By the way, I appreciate all the work, all the hard work that you're doing out there, folks. If you don't know Microdots, he is a dear friend of this channel. Do say hello. We appreciate him very much. His name is Richie. He's a dear friend of Mr. Tao. So we say hello to Drop Microdots. He's a very nice man. What you are looking at again is a river of molten liquid petroleum burning in Tehran sewer systems and burning the city from beneath. And if you know what a sewer system is, oh, God bless you, Microdots. You are very kind, sir. Microdots does really good work. Make sure you check out Microdots' channel. That was very nice of you, sir. I'm very grateful. If you know what you're looking at and you know what a sewer system is, then you know that this is almost an impossible scene. It shouldn't be humanly possible, because the oil will not stop. It is refined petroleum. It will not stop burning. You cannot put it out with water. You must put it out with either like drilling of borehole into the source, which you can't do here because the source is a exploded refinery with tens of millions of gallons of refined petroleum flowing into this path of least resistance, as it was described very well by X1 in the chat. God bless you, dear friend. And in turn, this is in effect like a 50 city block, just what we're looking at here, radius, at least, of open air oil burning. And it will connect to every house, every business, every building, and it will burn it inwards with the prevailing winds, which look like are blowing towards those buildings. You see how it's blowing left to right? This will suffocate that city. It will burn all of the buildings, and then it will keep burning when the buildings are gone. They will suck these people are not going to survive. Do you understand? The fire will become so intense that it will actually suck the oxygen out of the city, and the people will die from suffocation. Because the fire becomes so big, this is what happens, that it will suffocate people. It needs so much oxygen to burn, like it's so ferocious that it pulls the oxygen out of the air and you die in the street. And they don't know this because it's never happened. It would be like the firebombing of Dresden. It was not expected. No one warned these civilians. It just happened. Yeah, Mad Mike, the only way I could see them putting this out, which I don't even understand how they would do, is if they had fire suppression foam. You might have that at a refinery for an emergency, but you would need fire suppression foam for probably like a 50 square mile radius. I'm not even sure how you would deploy it. You would have to get it's impossible. This will burn uncontained. They will not stop this until the oil source is gone. All 30 million or however million gallons or barrels or whatever they had in those tanks. This will burn until those are gone, and then it will burn more. It will burn everything in its path. It will burn all the structures around it. It will go with the prevailing winds. It will just burn, and then when all the structures are burned, it will still be burning because all that oil, it will just burn forever until it's gone. However much oil was in that refinery will burn that city down. I just can't believe this has happened. They use their own oil against them. They used the Iranian oil to burn Tehran down. They didn't even use bombs. It's unfathomable. For the rest of your life, you will never see anything. You will never hear of anything. You will tell it will be one of those events, and we saw it in real time. The bombing of the refinery would have been another event in this war, but this, side effect of it, they've lost that city. Do you understand that Iran's response to this, folks, if you're watching this? Iran's response was to literally just start, indiscriminately bombing with precision, everything. Everything. They burned the buildings in downtown Bahrain. They burned the buildings in Kuwait. They hit the bases in Iraq. They hit the bases in Bahrain. They hit so much stuff. After this happened, I stopped being able to tell you what was happening. They just burned everything down. Everything. I am astounded. I don't know if I have processed it. I'll get you the screenshot. Yeah, I don't know what Iran's going to do today. I'm telling you, we'll go live in a second, but let me just show you the only thing that I can even compare this to, okay? That is. How many are dead? I don't know. I have an early estimate, but I honestly cannot. I can't. I've never seen anything like it. It's unheard of. It's simply unheard of. Other than the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones. It's a river of molten fire. And no one could have been prepared for it. No one could have known this was going to happen. Like, if you've never seen the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones, this is it. Okay, this isn't even real. Okay, this is a fake movie about a volcano that that they don't know about in LA, that lights up in LA, and then what happens in the movie, I can't show you the footage, but I can show you pictures. What happens in the movie is that, do you see them looking at do you see them looking here? The viaducts of the sewers end up being a fucking conduit sorry for cussing, a effing conduit for the lava. And this guy, she's the scientist. It was quintessential 90s Americana. She's like the female scientist who can't catch a break. The establishment just won't listen to her. Nobody will pay attention to her, but she's brilliant. And it was like a stereotype of the 90s in film. The brilliant, beautiful, 5'2" blonde woman who no one will listen to, who is convinced the world is ending, but no one will listen to. And then there's this guy who's got a lot of power in the government, and at first he's and they always have an awkward sexual tension, but at first he's no, you're wrong, you silly girl, you don't know what you're talking about. And then she's no, you gotta come with me, you gotta see, the temperature readings, they're going up under the city, look at this temperature reading. And then it kind of gets all built up with its tension, and then she's look at the ash, look at the sewers, the molten lava. So my point is, other than this fake video, this fake movie, which is not real, it was a work of fiction, there is nothing in history to compare this to. So I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to say. I can't believe this has happened. It's a river of liquid petroleum burning under Tehran, literally burning the city from beneath in a way that cannot be put out. It's and the thing is, you couldn't have planned for it. There's no way you could have known that the oil would have penetrated the sewer system. God bless you. Greg, I appreciate you so much, and we will see you tomorrow, and you sleep well, sir. Georgie, Georgie Linios. I love that name. God bless you, sir, and rest well. Again, I have explained this to you. I've shown you the schematics. I've explained to you how a sewer system works. I still don't think it's going to really register until tomorrow, if that, the scope of this. They've turned the sewer system to a river of molten refined petroleum. Well, Alpha Omega, if this was the big attack, then you don't need a nuke if you do this. If they planned this, folks. Same to you, Pyro. God bless you, sir. I'm going to take us live. Listen, I don't even think at first I realized when even though I was seeing this before others, I don't think I really realized what had happened. I think I was kind of just trying to process it. Al Jazeera is doing its sort of updates. Let's take a listen.
Including one over the capital, Riyadh.
They're not doing a good job. There must be a very hot war going on because they're blacking a lot of this out. Let me just do my work and show you what actually happened, because we do not trust the networks. Look at what Iran did to Kuwait. There are friends of this channel in Kuwait. American military forces were in this building. Iran just burned Kuwait. This is how they struck back. One example. No. I'll give you one more. Michael Brown, I don't think you're going to last very long. We're a very friendly and amiable channel. I've been covering this war for 9 days. I know every strike, every type of strike, every hit, every video, every city in this conflict, every army, every armed combatant, every NGO, every third-party proxy. I know every element of the conflict, back, right, left, up, and down. And I'll tell you, I'd never seen anything like the sewer systems of Tehran running with molten liquid petroleum. Nope. So nope, I refuse. I have done this for 9 days, 12 hours a day with 24 hours on the first day. I am telling you, not over the top, understated. I am probably downplaying it. Over the top would be the entire population of Tehran is dead. That would be over the top. I did not say that. I was conservative with my death toll estimate, and it's going to be higher. So no, I won't stand for that. This is Kuwait. This was the Iranian response. Microdots asked for my take overall. After 9 days of this war, my opinion is thus. What started as a U.S. attack on Iran has quickly turned into almost like Germany in World War II. Iran has turned into Germany. Instead of like invading the Sudetenland and Poland and France, it's like Germany just jumped right to the Battle of the Blitz, like just a London Blitz. Like they just started bombing. Iran has shelled civilians, not shelled, used hypersonic cruise missiles that travel Mach 13 to Mach 15, which is about 9,994.1 miles an hour to 11,500 miles an hour. By the way, F-22 Raptors only travel about 1,500 miles an hour only, which is about Mach 2.5. Iran has in 7 days progressively struck the following cities and countries. Kuwait, the American 5th Naval, Bahrain, the American 5th Naval Base. Kuwait, this building and numerous other buildings. Dubai in the UAE, the port, the airport, the buildings. It almost hit the Burj Al Dubai. It hit multiple other hotels with drones and cruise missiles and hypersonic missiles at certain points. Abu Dhabi in the UAE was hit. Saudi Arabia has been hit. Riyadh and numerous other bases. In fact, the Al Ayud base in Dubai, CENTCOM's forward base, has basically been destroyed. $1.1 billion radar system wiped off the map. Let's continue. Doha in Qatar, the host of Al Jazeera, an Iranian-friendly nation on the whole, bombed multiple times to the point where their news network had to start blacking out the coverage. I could show you missiles firing, intercepts firing over Doha from 3 nights ago that would literally leave your mouth agape because they fired probably 40 Patriots in 60 seconds. An ungodly amount of money, not to mention amount of weaponry. Those were just the attacks on Doha. Then we can talk about the attacks on Oman, the shipping port in Oman, Iran hitting that, the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, which has paralyzed the global economy and sent oil prices skyrocketing. We can talk about how multiple LNG, liquid natural gas, and oil-producing countries have declared force majeures, therein rising the price of oil over $100 a barrel. Who knows what it's at now? We can talk about how Israel in particular has been facing a dual front war with the Iranian proxies Hezbollah, which are basically a military in possession of over 200,000 missiles and capable of firing anti-aircraft weapons and using small and large arms on the ground to repel paratrooper invasions by the IDF and attempts to overthrow the government of Lebanon and capture Lebanese territory for the IDF. You don't understand. The government of Lebanon is not Hezbollah, and the government of Lebanon is allied with Israel to try to stop Hezbollah, but the government of Lebanon and the army are so weak they can't stop Hezbollah or Israel, and all of South Beirut is under evacuation and burning down. At the same time, Iran, which for the first time ever is using a third generation of hypersonic missiles that's not the Fatah 1 or 2, but actually like the Abad or something missile, is striking basically at will in Haifa, in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, in the Negev, where the Dianoa nuclear facility is located. And the amount of death that has rained down on U.S. forces and civilians and our allied troops in the region is almost uncomparable, and the deaths are occurring at levels that the U.S. has not seen since prior to the Vietnam War, and it is very likely that the amount of casualties in this war to this point has surpassed the tens of thousands and may actually be in the hundreds of thousands after tonight in Tehran. Furthermore, what you may have just witnessed in Tehran with the firebombing and the sewer being set on fire with liquefied petroleum burning in a molten state across a 50-block radius may have represented the largest loss of civilian lives in any combat theater of any kind ever in the history of warfare. You may have seen more deaths in one night from one attack than ever before in history. It may actually be worse than the firebombing of Dresden. It may surpass, in terms of casualties, Hiroshima. It may surpass Nagasaki. That would be, by the way, the person who said earlier I was being a drama queen, that would be me being dramatic, except for the fact that it is probably going to bear out. In terms of the Iranian side, Tehran, along with the attacks on its oil refinery and the molten lava of petroleum flowing under it, has also been subject to a level of bombing that I think you could describe as apocalyptic. But I think any city on earth subject to the level of bombing that Tehran has seen, not to mention the bombing in the 7 other Iranian cities, probably more, Peshawar in the south, and then, of course, cities in the west and the north of Tehran and in Qom, where the major nuclear facility, Fador, is located. That country has suffered bombing the likes of which I think could be compared to the very end of World War II, when America had daytime air superiority over Germany, when the Russian artillery was 10 miles from Berlin, and that country just will not fall. They have taken 9 days of a form of unrelenting punishment from the U.S. military that I think would have saw any other nation on earth capitulate within 48 hours. I have never, ever in my life seen it. And listen, claim the Iranian outlets, I have seen reports already from sources on the ground in Tehran saying the fires were so intense that when people tried to drive from South Tehran out of their home, the smoke filled their car, they couldn't breathe, they had to go back home, and they described the scenes around them as catastrophic. If, and this is not even humanly possible, if not a single civilian died in Tehran overnight, there will be quite literally a miracle. I don't know who exactly will have come down to earth themselves in person to save those people, but there will be an actual miracle. There will be a miracle. You're also, again, I'm showing you just one element of the Iranian response. So, again, please do not take what I'm about to show you as just a normal series of Iranian retaliations. They were so mad, it wasn't about the oil refinery. It wouldn't have even made sense. They have a lot of oil. They were so mad that they went apocalyptic. Again, this is Kuwait, main government building hosting the American forces. Oh, I had it paused. I had it paused. The reason why is that it's a little traumatic. And we took a seminar earlier on traumatic war videos. I'm not supposed to play them over and over. So I just had it paused, almost like a picture, to kind of show the impact without playing it. I'm experimenting with trying to not traumatize all of you during these very intense moments. So thank you, though, for that feedback. It is a real video. It is raw, but I'm trying not to let it roll over and over. This is the command headquarters of the U.S. in Kuwait. This is the building they were using. It is the main social services administration. So Microdots had asked for an update. That's the best I can do. I skipped a lot of stuff that happened. I skipped a lot of context, but yeah. Now, let me show you what happened in Haifa overnight. Okay, and then also our prayers to New York police officer Sorfleet Davis, who was tragically killed in, God bless you to the people supporting this stream. I'm sorry, I don't want to forget it, but God, we need to take a moment. The situation and circumstances of the death are unclear, but Sorfleet Davis of the 42nd Infantry Division in the U.S. Army National Guard, who was a major, he died in Kuwait on Friday. This was not one of the, yesterday. This was not one of the 6 service members who died as a result of an Iranian drone strike. This is another fallen member of the U.S. military from Friday in Kuwait, which means the DoD is censoring casualty figures. I know that they're reporting it as a medical incident. I know that they're reporting it as a medical incident. They also reported the initial 6 American deaths in Kuwait as friendly fire. It was not friendly fire. It was an Iranian drone attack. So I'm not going to tell you that this individual, this fallen hero, was a victim of any kind of attack. But I'm also not going to say that I believe that a medical incident on its own, unrelated to anything else, was responsible for his untimely death in the service of his nation. Whatever the circumstances, I pray for him and his family, because he fell, however he fell, in service of his nation. Now, a lot of you, I know it's hard to watch. A lot of you do not like to see, and I don't either, the strikes on Israel. I do not show them live. NBC did show the strike on Israel earlier live. I'm going to show it to you now.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic
This
figure
was on NBC
presiding over
earlier
this regime?
Saturday.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv, and obviously, as many people know or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system, and we're seeing it working now. But in some places and instances, it does not work, and I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime.
That was a hit on Haifa, sorry, not Tel Aviv. No. That was a hit on Tel Aviv? Oh, no.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv. And obviously, as many people know or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its
so that means Haifa
system,
and Tel Aviv were hit overnight.
But in some places and instances, it does not work. And I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get
NBC
a more
was not supposed to show that. I don't think they knew how bad it was.
Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv, and obviously, as many people know or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system, and we're seeing it working now. But in some places and instances, it does not work, and I believe this is one missile feasibly.
So again, if you're just tuning in
Iron Dome.
and trying to figure out like what is Iran doing and how, that is a hypersonic missile.
Israelis,
Again, the Iron Dome's trying to intercept it. It's actually 3 stages. It has the Iron Dome, it has David's Sling, and then it has Arrow 1 and 2. They're all different types of interceptors. This missile from Iran, notice how it dodges the intercept. Watch it dodge the intercept. You see how like it's trying to get it. Like the Iron Dome tried to get it. Do you see how perfect you have to be though? Like what? So NBC should not have filmed this. I'm going to slow this down and then I'm going to turn the volume off. Do you see how the first missile's not, the first Iron Dome missile is not even close. The second one almost got it. You see, like that Iron Dome missile has to blow up right there. You see the small dot next to the big dot? That little dot has to blow up right then or you don't intercept. And it misses. It tries, but you see how it missed by just a millisecond. That was the interceptor. That was the first interceptor really didn't do its job. This one, like I don't know what this was, but it was terrible. It missed that missile, the Iranian missile, which does dodge. Watch it kind of like dart and dodge, like a knuckleball. It knows this is coming for it. It's a very smart missile. It's moving very fast. This is the Iranian missile. This is the Israeli interceptor. The first one is way off. Like, look how far off that interceptor is. They missed that. It doesn't look that far because we're very, very like zoomed in. That in the sky is probably like, I don't know, 5,000 meters. It's not close. It's not close at all. This one is very close. Like, it's really sad to watch because if this one had hit, like that interceptor is right on top of that hypersonic missile, and it does hit. Like, notice that it triggers, but the hypersonic missile is smart. It really does move. Like, notice how there was this adjustment by the interceptor right here. Like, that's the trail. The interceptor is over here. It screwed itself. It corrected course to adjust for the dodge and weave up here, but the ballistic missile, it's a hypersonic missile from Iran. And it might be a fragmentation, but this looks more like a hypersonic missile. The reason why is a fragmentation missile like breaks apart and kind of rains down 2,000-pound warheads. That's not what this is. Watch this one. This is their hypersonic. It's moving at 0.25. What it did here is its course was more heading for this, but it actually dodges here. You're not seeing the dodge and weave, but do you see this little like smoke poof? That's actually it dodging. It's firing like a side booster on its rocket to dodge, okay? It has like a fuel cell that pushes it. This is very expensive, advanced Iranian technology that is built to do one thing, which is what you're watching. What you're watching is like hundreds of billions of dollars worth of military investment over like 20 years. And they only want to beat these missiles. Like, the Iron Dome wants to get that missile, and this missile is built to avoid this. So watch what it does. It's going to, like, God bless you, Alaska Savage. I'm grateful to have you with us, and God bless you. You're going to watch it do its, like, little dance, and you look at this interceptor thinks it's got it. I mean, it really does. Like, the Iron Dome is completely overwhelmed by these hypersonic missiles because this interceptor naturally, like, is ready. Like, this one is not, okay? But this one should have had it. Like, it had it. It really did, but it missed the window by less than a millisecond. I mean, it's imperceptible to your eye, but like it really did miss the window. Like this one is perceptible to your eye. Like that one is just a swing and a miss. That's like a ball. This is in the strike zone, but you think, your eye thinks it's got it, right? But you don't understand. I mean, your eye and your brain cannot process how fast that missile from Iran is moving. So it beats it. It's kind of like evading its sort of capabilities. That's why someone was calling it the iron foam in chat. It's not like an actual dome. It's just advanced missile interception technology that this missile from Iran like easily intercepts. Like, and now that it knows it beats the interceptor, it goes into afterburner. Like it has, dude, it is accelerating when it hits the earth. Do you understand that? So notice how like It's not like it is moving fast here because it's an exothermic missile. So what it does is, like, instead of a normal cruise missile that goes up to like on a parabolic curve and then comes down and hits the Earth, this missile goes at very fast speeds and then like gets to Tel Aviv, for example, parks itself, and then like a rocket goes up out of the atmosphere. It's exothermic. It literally leaves the Earth's atmosphere. It goes very high, and then it kind of like turns around at the top of the like curve like a big roller coaster, and then when it's looking down, what it's really doing is it's running like a bunch of advanced like permutations in real time based on like echolocation of the location of the interceptors. So it's like 60,000 feet up in the air, and it's kind of thinking like, okay, where are like, it's using like sound. Think like natural language processing where you analyze words for patterns, like, or like words that are used a lot. Like you're using a machine to read text and pull out the most commonly used words. This is using an advanced form of like audio spectrum language processing by analogy, where it like knows the acoustic signatures of the interceptor missiles. This is very classified. I only know about it because I've done research on something called the Raytheon, what the hell is it called? We'll just say Raytheon Redacted. It's like a shoulder-mounted missile interceptor system. I just have looked into the patents from the 80s, so I understand the nature of sonic, like acoustic-based analysis, like geospatial analysis for the purposes of missile interception. So in short, like what the Iranian, I'm being very rudimentary, what the Iranian missile is doing is when it's 60,000 feet up in the air generally and heading back down, it's kind of listening. It doesn't have ears like you and me, but like it's kind of like using a bunch of advanced like mapping technologies that are based on sound and also like radar and then other things. But most importantly, the sound, because it can echolocate kind of like a bat. All right, so like it's kind of listening. It knows, like, kind of think of these interceptors as having like to a computer, it's kind of like a hum that's unique to the missile. But it's not just the hum that the missile makes. It's like how far the missile is from the weapon, like how far the interceptor is from the hypersonic missile. You have to like know the form of sound it makes. Like the computer has to be able to, on the hypersonic missile, has to be able to echolocate based on the specific wavelength of sound, based on this like very complex mathematical formula that traces the interceptor from its point of origin to the actual like hypersonic missile. And what it's doing is it's running like an advanced series of mathematical permutations where it's saying like, what is every possible route that the interceptor can take to get to me, the hypersonic missile, and then what's every route that the hypersonic missile can take to avoid the interceptor missile. And then it's a math equation. So the interceptor missile has to outthink the hypersonic missile, and the hypersonic missile has to outmaneuver and outthink the interceptor, and it all comes down to this 1 millisecond of time that is shockingly captured by the NBC camera. And that Iron Dome missile, swing and a miss. He gets a 2 out of 10. 0 out of 10, he failed his mission. This interceptor at least did its job, but the hypersonic missile is so much smarter than that interceptor that the hypersonic missile is like, bro, I don't care. And then once the hypersonic missile is by the interceptors, bro, he knows. He's thinking. He's a smart missile. He knows, okay, bro, I'm clear. Like, they cannot get me. Accelerate. Like, burn that rocket fuel. And so he immediately starts burning. He's thinking on his own. Like, a human couldn't react fast enough to do this. He is thinking on his own, and then he hits. Like, he's accelerating into the Earth. Force equals mass times acceleration. His job is to be going at that point as fast as possible so that his, 5,000, 10,000, 40,000, whatever pound warhead strikes the Earth at the highest rate of speed possible, therefore delivering the highest level of force, in turn finishing his mission. He's a computer with one job, and he did it. And he'll never think again, but he did his job. And it all happened right there in front of your eyes. It's billions of dollars worth of tech. Not actually the like metal that you're seeing fighting in the sky. That's only probably like, I don't know, somewhere in the range of like 2 to 10 million. It's the tech behind it. It's like what got that missile there. And then specifically that dance you are watching, that missile evading those interceptors. First of all, it's horrifying for the people of Tel Aviv, who I'm praying for. Second of all, it's horrifying for the IDF because it means that those hypersonic missiles, forget the cluster munitions, which the Iron Dome also cannot intercept. This is the worst case scenario for Israel. It really is. Because it means the Iron Dome is useless. That missile is just too smart. Like, it's too fast, it's too smart, it's too powerful. That's why this war is in a very dangerous place. Because Iran was mad about the fuel depot, and they can just do this at will. So that's the biggest problem. All right. So that's the round. That's like the big roundup. It is, the clock's about to strike forward. So you got me for like 20 more minutes. All right. I don't have to end then, but I have to like get up and switch my rental car tomorrow. Our stream tomorrow will be, and I will bring you live. I will get you the update. The stream tomorrow will start probably a little after 2. All right. I have a substantial amount of. That's that. Oh yeah, here's the image from Tehran, like right after the fuel depot was hit, just so you understand like the scope of the hit on that fuel depot. I mean, that was during like film technologist, America struck a fuel depot. This probably is how I'll end my coverage. We'll do 20 more minutes. America struck a fuel depot in the heart of Tehran. This is the image. I can show you the. The footage of the strike too. The actual video. But this is the clearest image yet I've seen of the moment of the strike, just so you understand how big that strike on the fuel depot was. Okay. It was almost like, I mean, I can't put into words how much firepower must have been dropped on this fuel depot. Again, it's like Tehran's main fuel depot. Like, I'm using the word like a lot because I'm actually astounded to see the picture of it. I didn't see the picture of the actual moment. I only saw like the follow-up strikes. This is just an incredible image. I mean, it turned the entire skyline of Tehran orange. God bless you, Alaska Savage. Welcome to the channel. And welcome to the channel, Barefoot AK. God bless both of you. And God bless the United States of America. So, I will also show you, again, not just the moment of the strike in a picture. I have the video. And I really... the time jumping ahead is going to, at 2 a.m. Eastern in the U.S., it's not, I know it's not for all of you. It's really going to throw me off tomorrow. And I got to switch out my rental car. So, you know. We will start our stream a little after 3 or 4 p.m. tomorrow. So that was the strike in Abu Dhabi. But let me just show you. This is scenes. What you just saw was the picture. How about this video on the ground at the depot? This is an Iranian citizen driving up to the depot. The dude just didn't care. Richie, we think we have it hard outside the courthouse, right? This dude was just like, I don't care. I'll film. I will just drive into that.
ندیم الشهر میخوان آدرنالین بیشتر میخوان آدرنالین بیشتر میخوان
Again, Tehran, right after the strike. This is very rare footage. This man must have thought this was just like the end of the war. Because he actually just drove up to it while filming. This is downtown Tehran, right after that strike. I mean, the guy just has, like, incredible... I can't believe he did this. It's almost just incredible. Just no regard for his own safety. We could have bombed them again right there. He just didn't care. I can't believe there's no government left in Iran. If this guy could just drive up to this thing right after we bombed it. The government is gone. They might have decent... So they're in a state of what's called total war. I don't know if you all know what total war is. It is apocalyptic, driver, absolutely. The total war is where you have decentralized command and control over your weapons. Iran has ordered total war. They did a while ago. Before this war started, they were ready for total war. They have ordered their IRCG troops to just fire their weapons, which they have a lot of, like based on a determined plan. There is no centralized regime in Iran. It does look like hell, Elizabeth. Welcome to the channel as well, and God bless you. It looks like absolute hell. And again, the point that I'm making, though, is the fact that this man was able to drive up there. There's no government in Tehran right now. There's no Bashi. There's no IRCG there. It's anarchy. This man just drove, like any normal, government. You wouldn't have been near that. I mean, that was right after the strike. You wouldn't have been near that. The whole military would have been on the streets. They have nothing left. President Trump wasn't wrong, but he did this tonight for a reason. He said the big attack was coming. We don't need to use nukes. He did an attack that's almost unfathomable in the history of war. Truly. And I want to show you the result of it. I want to show you the result of it. Yeah. God bless you, Timbos. Yeah, total war is a very scary thing because it means you don't need a government in Tehran issuing commands. The army just does its own thing. Now, this is this morning. Someone asked for an update. This is the footage I got this morning. It's still burning. That's just part of it. I agree, Knockout. God bless you. Thank you for joining the channel. It's a scary scene. Pardon me. Again, this was this morning. You are just watching it burn. It's not going to stop. We're also now hitting the Badar Air Base in Ifsan. This is very recently. It's actually during the daytime today, Sunday. Of course, Lee. God bless you, Lee. It's been my pleasure. So let me show you the latest footage from Badar Air Base. Okay, this is in Ifsan, Iran. This has just come over the wires. Probably in the last... Oh, actually, this was yesterday. Sorry about that. But it was just reposted. Let me show you the strike yesterday on the air base in Ifsan. That's Western Iran. Okay. More strikes on the air base. This was yesterday in Ifsan. I would say those Iranian women are relatively, that was yesterday. I don't think they're that happy today. Let me go back to the footage from, that is an Iranian missile that fell over Tulkarm in the West Bank, a result of an intercept from Israel. Let me show you the result, though, of that fire. Not just the morning, the fire burning in the morning. Let me show you why the world... By the way, this is Kuwait right now. This is the main building in Kuwait City, the government administration building where U.S. forces are stationed. Again, that's Kuwait City right now. And then this is the video that I'm going to culminate with. Yes, and again, it's not just the attack on the refinery. I must show you this as I get ready to end today's coverage. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what happened as a result of the strike on the refinery. The voice is edited to protect the guy. Again, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are closing, we're getting ready to close. It has been almost 11 hours of coverage today, and in a shock that I don't think anyone saw coming, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the fuel depot in Tehran having been attacked, and then in a scene resembling the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones, there is now a river of molten, refined petroleum running under the streets of Tehran, burning the city from beneath. An uncontrolled oil fire running under the streets of Tehran, caused because the Tehran refinery, with millions, tens of millions of gallons of fuel, of refined petroleum in tanks, was bombed so violently that the petroleum penetrated the sewer system and is burning the city of Tehran. It is almost it's almost impossibly coincidental that the oil which brought Iran to the place that it's at now, skipping over a lot of the history, but the oil wealth that brought it to where it is now was almost turned into a weapon never before seen in history to burn the city from below through its sewers. And if you doubt for 1 second that the Mossad could pull something like that off, well, I have part of the Brooklyn Bridge to sell you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service. At this point, I was providing some of these clips before they got on Al Jazeera Arabic. So this is a very unique service. It's reached 179 countries during the coverage of the war in the past 7 or 8 days. I am very grateful to every single one of you for all of your compassion in the chat, your compassion towards each other in these tense moments, for always providing support, for even viewing different perspectives from different countries you've never spoken to anyone from before with compassion. I've seen Catholics talk to Muslims and show love and pray with each other. I've seen pagans explain to me what paganism's all about and me show love to them. I've seen Christians talk to Jewish people and pray for the innocents. I've seen Iranians talk to Americans. I've seen people from Kuwait, who we pray are safe, telling us about what's happening, talking to Bahrainians, talking to people from Australia, talking to people from New Zealand, talking to Canadians. I have seen the world on this stream show the very opposite of what we have been in turn seeing play out during the past week, and I want you never to forget that as much as these images will define this conflict, there is rays of hope in your shared humanity, and you show it each and every moment to each other in this chat, and it's probably what's gotten me through this, and I don't want you to ever forget that. I appreciate all of you in so many ways. Good night to you as well, Barefoot AK. I hope you sleep well. It was a pleasure to meet you. Do come back anytime, and God bless you. But I will say the camaraderie, the compassion that you've all shown across continents and countries, religions and faiths and viewpoints and perspectives has given me hope for a better future. As I would be remiss if I didn't tell you how you can support this if you've been watching. I've done it a few times over these 11 hours, but please do not feel obligated. Please do not donate if it would be a burden. You can support this stream and help me continue to figure this all out and continue to produce information that will, I hope, help you participate in your governments in informed ways. There are no sponsors. There's no commercials. You do see ads on the YouTube, but that just helps the YouTube. It's not, I don't choose those. I have nothing to do with them. It's just part of how the YouTube functions. There's no co-hosts. I do take breaks from time to time, but there's no editor. There's no production desk. It's me with a computer and production software, finding these clips from Arabic sources often, verifying them, trying to in real time, translating, conveying information. Oh, God bless you, Microdots. Microdots, one of the kindest people out there doing really good work. Give Microdots a subscription. God bless you, Richie. Tao knows Richie in real life. Some people have actually met Mr. Tao. It is an honor for me to be able to meet them as well. And I am grateful. I am grateful, and it is an honor for me to be able to meet them as well. God bless you, so many of you. And I will drop, a lot of you want to know how you can contribute. I will drop the donation links. Please do not feel obligated. Please don't. I would feel guilty. You can support my one-man operation on Cash App. Those donations help me get food. I have an Amazon wish list too now. The donations help me stay alive, and I don't mean to ask for them, but I need help sometimes too, and I'm working. A lot of people help me, so I just try to be responsible, and but the software costs money, and the services that I use to stream cost money, and then the storage space, and I'd make do, but it's hard, and I don't want you to think that I have it hard compared to the people going through this, but I'm just trying to say I don't have a network. I've done this because of your support, and I'm very grateful. As I pray for the people and the innocents around the world and our troops in harm's way, I also hope that I will be able to continue to provide this service, as I know it has provided solace and consolation to so many. So God bless each and every one of you. Before I forget, the Cash App is # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. And for our international towel friends, the PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Please do not donate if it would be a burden. Please do not donate if it would take food away from you or your furry friends or anyone else in your life who needs it. The goal of this public information service is to educate, inform, and entertain the public. I use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse through education and information, such as to ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. In that way, I do not want you to think that donations are the only way to support this feed. All of your comments, your energy, your emails, your compassion, your doggo pictures, your cat pictures, your friendship with each other, your willingness to be there in the bad moments and the good moments, to look each other in the eye in between. That is a wonderful way to pay it forward. You can subscribe, you can like the channel, you can tell people about it. If you find it helpful, you can recommend people for me to interview, subject matter experts, and most of all, you can continue to, at least 2 tanks still stand at the refinery, says XR110, so I will take a look at that now. You can look, oh, that was not good. Oh, I see. You use like X cancel. I see. I was like, what is that? You can look for reasons, ladies and gentlemen, to pay it forward. Okay? If you benefited from this stream today, beyond just supporting the channel, I like to end the stream the same way every day. I have a channel mascot. I don't know if you met him. His name's Pete Bunatow. I'm pretty exhausted myself as we come up on 2 a.m. Eastern Time. God bless each and every one of you. And if you've never, I'm working on it. Maritime Slave, I promise I am trying to reduce my nicotine intake, but, you know, the stress of it all, the nicotine, I think, is one of the few reprieves I get. Harim Kashim, I think that might be possible about the Kurds. I'll be keeping an eye on it. This is Pete Bunatow. As you can see, I'm a little disorientated from the intensity of today. But Pete Bunatow and I like to end the stream the same way every day. Which is, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you want to pay it forward, there is a way you can do so, ladies and gentlemen. You can pay it forward by, if you enjoyed the camaraderie, you can pay it forward by looking for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness, especially in these times, for people around you. It can be something as simple as donating to our homeless veterans. There should not be a single veteran, especially in the United States where I live, homeless against their will, or we have failed as a society. Now, Pete Bunatow doesn't like communists. He knows I'm very tired. He wants me to go to bed. But he doesn't like communists. And that's not communism. That's just supporting those who have supported us. So look for a reason to donate to our veterans today. Because even one veteran homeless against their will in the United States means we have failed as a society. But you can also look for reasons to donate to our furry friends. For example, what about donating to an animal shelter run by veterans, or one that helps veterans get access to service animals? That's a great way to help our furry friends and help our veterans. But it could also be something like donating to animals in general. Pete Bunatow is not an animal, but he would like it if you donated to help our furry friends. If you're in the UK, you can donate to something like The Big Issue. That's a charity that helps populations experiencing homelessness in the UK, and it's a great way to help those populations indeed. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as reaching out, smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend, a family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. In that way, may we change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. And, as such, may we live up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our ancient good, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thereabout bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all, and as a test of my mental cognition, after 10 hours, 11 hours and nearly falling asleep, allow me to recite the U.S. presidents for you in order, going back to before Abraham Lincoln. So, Tippecanoe and Tyler, too, will start us off. So, Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford, B. Hayes, Chester A. Arthur, Garfield, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples, Pete Buttertown? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do a somewhat cogent recitation of the American presidents to test your mental cognition after streaming for 9 days straight, 12 hours a day. Well, extremely grateful that you all have been with me the whole time. I hope this war ends soon. I pray for the innocents in harm's way, and I pray for our soldiers. God bless the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. Taylor Pierce Buchanan. I did get it wrong. I'm not great pre-Lincoln. I gotta restudy my pre-Lincoln presidents. Taylor Pierce Buchanan. Sweet dreams to you all as well. God bless. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We'll be live again after 3 p.m. tomorrow or so, after I get myself situated with a new rental, and I look forward to seeing you then. Thank you for your time, and God bless you. Tell friends on the YouTube I'm very tired. I think I've hit a physical wall for the first time. I'm going to get some rest. I'll be back with you to update you tomorrow, to all the new Towel friends and all the Towel friends who have been with us. From me to you, God bless you, and know how much you are appreciated by me, and I wish that I could hug all of you in person. God bless. Until tomorrow,